Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books presents Mr. Mitchell by Raylin Marks, narrated by Sarah Puckett and Aidan Snow. Introduction. Avery. I was going to miss my flight if this stupid Uber driver didn't step on it. What the fuck, man? I looked over at him, driving with great concentration. Hey, buddy, I started as nicely as I could. I am going to miss my flight. Can we go a little faster? I'm going as fast as Chester can take us, he answered while petting his dash. Chester? I questioned as he continued down side streets that I only prayed he was being directed through because his GPS had a quicker way to get us to LAX. The name of this little guy, he exclaimed about his tiny microcar. Ah, I answered. Well, is Chester by chance small enough to fit down the back alleys of this neighborhood we're in? Chester doesn't do illegal. The middle-aged man smiled. Of all the Ubers I could have gotten, it's a guy who named his car Chester that will prevent me from my much-needed week-long escape to London with my foster sister. Here, he said softly, turning to the right. We are, he stated nice and calmly. You enjoy the flight, Avery. Keep the tip. Chester could have done better and gotten you here earlier. He doesn't deserve the good gas. I looked at the man and forced a smile. You're a wacko. I've got your tip. He stopped me from reaching into my purse. No, he frowned. You were too stressed. Chester and I would rather have a good review. Got it, I said, grabbing my carry-on and taking off, never looking back at that crazy scene again. I never thought I'd be sitting here, air blowing on my face and engines running on the plane. I closed my eyes, sitting in serenity, only to have my neighbor, a 2-year-old kid, poke my nose. I was never going to survive this 10-hour nonstop flight to Europe. Ignore him and he'll stop, I thought, knowing this was not the solution. Trust me, I knew my 3-year-old daughter would only take it as a greater challenge. Excuse me, ma'am? My eyes snapped open to see a flight attendant on my left. We have an opportunity for you to upgrade to first class if you'd like to take it. Oh, I said, knowing my wealthy sister had booked the flight on her mileage rewards and I just hit the lottery. I'd love to. She escorted me up to where passengers were seated with more room and luxury. Right here. She directed me to the seat where a businessman sat, staring at his phone. He glanced up, and brilliant green eyes framed by dark lashes met mine, throwing me completely off. Good Lord, I'd never seen a man this handsome before in my life. Guys who looked like this modeled Gucci suits and lived on the covers of magazines for women to drool over. Now I was being seated next to this handsome man on a nonstop flight from LA to London? Talk about a first-class upgrade. Maybe I died from carbon monoxide poisoning when I was driving in Chester. He smiled, stood, and allowed me into my seat next to the window. So, this was awesome. Now I was afraid I'd have to go to the bathroom the entire flight, constantly disturbing Mr. Sexy in a suit, because he was too tall to shift his legs for me to get through. We'll serve drinks once we're in the air, the flight attendant said. Anything you need, we'll ensure you're taken care of. Enjoy your flight, Miss Gilbert. Thanks, I said. My phone rang, and it was my sister. God love her. What? Do they instantly send you notification that I accepted the first-class seating on your behalf? I snickered. Hey, Brittany said. Your dickbag ex is giving Mom shit right now. What? I asked. I don't have time for his bullshit. Period. You need to call him. I just left the house. I'll be landing after you, but the hotel suite is ready for us in London. Fine. I sighed and hung up. Please turn off all electronic devices. Fuck, I whispered. Okay, breathe. I dialed out anyway.
Sup?
Derek answered. Listen, asshole, I growled into the phone. Your parents aren't getting Addison until after I get home.
You should have thought this through,
he growled. I thought it all through, dick. I tried to keep my voice down. Swear to God, this drug addict brought out the worst in me, and now I was going to get kicked out of first class by Mr. Sexy himself. My mom is staying at my place with her. You need to figure out your new drug charges before I let you anywhere around her again.
Avery,
he said in his manipulative voice. Don't Avery me, Derek. Your kid or not, Addison stays with Jill. Got me? I don't trust your enabling parents, and I don't trust you. Please, God, don't do this to me.
I'll do whatever I fucking want.
I'm getting a lawyer.
You can't afford a lawyer,
he sneered.
So what's next, Avery?
A tapping to my right arm brought my angered expression to the man sitting at my right with a smirk. He rose his eyebrows and mouthed,
I can handle this if you'd like.
I looked at him in confusion. I couldn't take off and leave Addison, my foster mom Jill, or my mind in this state. Derek could screw me over hard in the week I was gone. I had no other option. Either trust the man dressed like a lawyer sitting next to me to bail me out, or get off the plane. My life only led to option 2, so I decided to go for it with this guy. I handed him my phone. His hands were even beautiful.
Excuse me, Derek,
he said in a commanding, confident, and supreme voice.
Yes.
He paused, people staring at us while the plane started backing out.
I understand how you'd feel that way, yes.
I looked at the man as he frowned.
Are you done? Good. Now, all of this has been recorded for my team and me. We will keep this while we continue to look into the custody and your sanity as the father of Addison. Now, I'll advise you to heed.
He looked at me and mouthed,
Your name?
Avery, I said with a smile, knowing Derek, the low-life drug addict, was shitting his pants on the other end of the phone.
You will regard Avery's request and Jill watching over the child. If I learn that this has turned out to be more upon mine and Avery's return from London.
He gave me a thumbs up as if asking, You are going there, right? And I nodded.
Then you and I will be in court.
He paused while I heard Derek kissing his ass.
That's fine. I would assume you would believe that. So we're clear. If there is so much as one phone call toward Addison, or, excuse me, Avery, while she is away, then understand this will get extremely ugly.
The gorgeous man who bullshitted my psycho ex handed me my phone.
Your friend hung up on me.
He smirked.
I believe he got the message, though.
I can't thank you enough for that, I said, my eyes captured by his, and his smile instantly made me grin like a girl, crushing on a Hollywood star.
Not a problem. I couldn't help but overhear you talking to him. A drug addict?
Yeah, long story. I sighed. And now I'm stuck with him because I was stupid enough to get knocked up by him.
I believe it takes 2 to make that decision. I wouldn't carry the blame alone if I were you.
He smiled.
You appear to be a good mom. I'm sorry if I was overstepping boundaries, being a stranger and all, but I do hope it helped.
I'm Avery, I said with a smile.
I'm Jim.
He extended his hand out toward me.
I guess we're no longer strangers then.
Easy as that. God, I wanted to join the Mile High Club with this guy. But we just became friends over me telling him that I made the mistake of screwing a drug addict and got pregnant with his kid. I mean, that was 3 years ago, but still. I highly doubted this guy would stoop to anyone less than a socialite, much less some random chick who got upgraded to first class that was drooling over him. Who knew? Free drinks were in first class, and he just ordered 2 for us. Please, God, don't let me start my trip off to London by screwing some guy while I was drunk on an airplane. I've done crazier shit, yes, but This trip was meant to be fun. But I suppose a girl could have fun, especially with a man like this dreamboat sitting next to her.
Chapter 1. Jim. I sat in my office going over the last of my emails from this long yet productive day at our London headquarters. My meetings with our associates and one new investor were finally over. The only shitty part of this day was that Alex and I couldn't come to an agreement and sign with a new business we flew out here to acquire. We could have offered them $1 million as a promise to his company's future success, and he still wouldn't have taken the deal. We still had another week and more time. We would get the deal. I wouldn't sit here all night and worry over today's events. I learned a long time ago that I was running this business that I'd inherited from my father. This machine wasn't running me. That's what I always told myself anyway. I weaved my pen through my fingers, reading the last of the man's prerequisites on his term sheet for Mitchell & Associates. This guy was a stubborn ass. I had to get together with Alex so we could find a way to close this deal. Our London employees had families too. They had to eat. All of that rested on my shoulders with every transaction we did. A highlight of this particular trip to London was that my brother was here to bring more insight to our new program on behalf of St. John's Hospital. Thank God he was not only a world-renowned heart surgeon, but Jacob was also a man who could charm a room full of snakes if need be. Jake was a genius with his words, and sometimes I wished he would have taken on the family business with me after Dad died. Then again, this was me at the end of a long-ass day thinking selfishly. The world needed more heart surgeons like my brother and probably fewer corporate dicks like myself. Jake had successfully pleased every investor in the room with his presentation to start up an online university, performing live surgeries and instructing students while doing so. With this first part of our plan moving forward, Jake was on track to have a new innovative way of bringing medical students and interns from the UK into his surgical room, looking over his shoulders while his brains and hands went to work on his patients for heart transplants. The Heart Institute was finally getting past the permits phase with the city, and once that was operational, Jake would be able to bring in more interns to work under the finest doctors who were ready to come to us. "Mr. Mitchell," my assistant called over the intercom. "Yes, Becky," I answered, pressing the button on my desk phone. "I'm leaving for the day. Before I go, I just wanted to let you know that Adam is a bit concerned about today's staff meeting." "Excuse me?" I said, picking up the receiver. "What did he have to say?" "Well, you walked out of the room with a frown on your face during the acquisition questioning for Middle Group." I rubbed my forehead and sighed. "I'll make sure to have another staff meeting with the acquisitions team tomorrow before I take off to work remotely. Have a good evening, and I'll see you on the next visit." "Thanks, Mr. Mitchell. I look forward to it. Cheers." Shit. Every expression that crossed my face was analyzed, even as I did mundane things like walk to my office. If I smiled, then someone took offense to that and found a way to link that expression to me having to fire someone. If I frown, everyone thinks they are going to hell, and they're going to be out of a job the next day. I'd dealt with plenty of that shit and had to quell rumors before they burned the place down. This didn't just happen at our London headquarters, it occurred in the Los Angeles one as well. It was all part of the lovely job of being a CEO. I picked up my cell and dialed out to the company's president and my best friend, Alex. "Hey," Alex answered, already at our usual dining joint. "Is your sorry ass still at the office?" "Yeah," I answered. "Adam in Acquisitions is concerned over a goddamn look I had on my face when I left the meeting this afternoon. I was taking off for the estate so I could work from there. I thought it would be nice to have some sort of reprieve after 3 days of living in this hotel and office. It looks like we're in early tomorrow for a 6 o'clock meeting." "Good God, man," Alex responded. "Jake is taking off, and his flight is in an hour. I'll let him know. You want me to send out the message to the team about the meeting?" "I'll handle it. My laptop is open." "All right. Are you showing up tonight, or are we closing out the tab early?" "I'll swing by for a bite and a drink. I'm sure the ladies are already entertaining enough for you." "Right," Alex laughed. "Handle your shit and we'll see you in a few." After sending out a quick meeting invite to the team to correct any insecurities over my expression in the meeting today, I shut the laptop. I was not going to leave for the estate with anyone in our London office feeling uneasy, so hopefully the meeting would do the trick. I put the laptop in my briefcase and a dark shadow appeared at the entrance of my door. I glanced up. "Jules?" I questioned the knockout brunette I usually hooked up with when I came to London. "What the hell?" I smiled, and before I could walk over to her, she rushed to me. My face was in her hands and her lip gloss was choking me as she impulsively kissed me. She took my hand and walked me to my leather sofa, which was positioned under the windows to give a sweeping view of London at night. "Jesus," I chuckled. "Slow the hell down." "It's been too long," she said, playfully pushing me to sit on the couch so she could straddle me. Oddly, I wasn't in the mood for her, or this for some reason. She loosened my tie and I spotted a diamond ring on her finger. I pulled her hands down from where they fidgeted with my shirt. "What's this?" I asked, holding up the evidence that she was obviously a married woman, unlike the last time I saw her a few months ago. "Right now?" She arched her eyebrow over her hazel eyes. "It's nothing." "The hell it isn't," I said. "When did you settle down? And who's the lucky man?" "It could have been you, you know," she said as she gripped my shoulders and began massaging herself against my dick that was now hardening since it had a mind separate from my own. "But someone can't commit." "Someone," I tried to control myself, "has a business to run. I couldn't have made you happy if I tried." She licked her lips, slowly getting herself off on my hard cock. "You'll always make me happy, just like this," she said, biting her lip. I gripped her hips, stopping her from making my dick take over my reason. "Hold on," I said, her eyes meeting mine in some daring and rebellious way. "You got married. You get what that means, right?" "Yes," she said, rocking her hips against my lack of self-control. "It means you won't fuck me. If it helps, I didn't marry for love. It was definitely for his wealth, so it's not a real marriage." "The fuck it isn't," I said. I laughed in response, losing all sexual desire in that moment. "Glad to know the daughter of one of my wealthiest investors went out and married for fucking money." "You expect me to marry a coal miner? I have a lifestyle that I need to maintain. Don't get self-righteous on me. Men and women have been doing it for centuries, so I'm not apologizing for anything." Her breath was ragged, eyes glossy, and lips on mine again. "Fuck. I'm going to come, Jesus Christ." I stood up, leaving Jules on the couch and seeing a wet spot on my crotch. "Is this a goddamn joke?" I looked at her, disgusted with myself for letting her ride me like she did. "Things are over between me and you. You've lost your mind, marrying for money and now getting yourself off on me like that? Fuck." I was in a wretched mood after this day. Would it have been nice to go back with Jules to her hotel room and fuck it all out of my system? Yes, that's why we had this particular relationship. We both fucked for our own selfish needs. But this? No. I felt like a sick, dirty bastard now. "I miss you, Jimmy," she whined with a sultry smile, showing me that she wasn't wearing any panties beneath her skirt. "I have a room at our favorite hotel. I left your name at the front desk. Go out with the guys and I'll be waiting for you if you somehow get out of this shitty mood you're in." "Shitty mood?" I said with disbelief. "You're the one who got married. I'm not fucking a married woman, period. You ended our hotel nights together, so enjoy your room alone. And congratulations on the nuptials." She rose and kissed me on my cheek. "I'll be waiting for you." "Very well." Anything to get her the fuck out of my office. The very last thing I needed, especially after my brother's docu-series had thrown the media into our private lives, was this woman who married for money in my life. I didn't need her husband. Shit, who did she marry? If it was someone who came from money and power, chances were I knew him. He was probably one of our investors. Jesus, I had to get her and myself the hell out of this dangerous situation. Once Julia's driver took her away, I had my driver take me to Delia's. Thanks to Julia, now, I had to change into one of the spare suits I kept in the office. The suit was reserved for incidents like accidentally spilling soup down the front of my shirt or having coffee spilled on me, or when a stark raving mad married woman climaxed on my lap. Things like that. Once that debacle was behind me, I was at Delia's and walking to our usual table in the corner where the guys were. I sat at the table, grateful the waiter was already bringing my usual drink, the bourbon I desperately needed to help put the events of tonight behind me. "Still pissed that you have to hold the impromptu meeting tomorrow?" Alex chuckled, running his hand over his smoothed back dark blonde hair. "When are you going to cut that mop off your head?" I asked, noting the new style he was sporting. "Yeah, you're still in a pissy mood." He took a sip of his scotch. I pulled my bourbon to my lips after ordering swordfish and steamed vegetables, suddenly starved by the aroma of food filling the room. "Remember Julia?" I asked, eyeing him and Colin, my brother's closest friend. Truth be told, all four of us had been close since college. "Julia Dunlap?" Colin asked. "Yeah," I said, nodding toward the waitress in gratitude for my freshly poured water. "She stopped by tonight." "Then why the hell are you so irritated?" Alex chuckled. "Did Jules break the cardinal rule of you not fucking chicks in your office?" "Fuck off," I snapped. "No, she got married recently, and then she tried to break the cardinal rule." I half smiled at how stupid I sounded with my mandate that I would never have sex in my office. To do so seemed tacky on all levels, though, in my personal opinion. "Married?" Colin practically choked on his gin. "Mm-hmm." I took another sip, letting the warmth of the bourbon calm my nerves after sliding down the back of my throat. "She tried to act as though nothing had changed. Probably because you're the best fuck she ever had." "Funny, Alex," I sighed. "She actually admitted that she married for money, of all damn things." "So he cries into his bourbon because he can't fuck a married woman," Colin remarked sarcastically. "Despite what the media blasted about my brother and me, one thing is certain: we never fucked married women." "It's almost like a curse," Colin snickered. "A billionaire homewrecker? That shit would definitely swing the media back your way again." "No shit," I answered while glancing around the room. Holy hell, I thought when my eyes caught the bright blue eyes of the girl with pitch black hair who was on my flight from Los Angeles. Avery had a nutcase of an ex-husband on her hands, but after she loosened up on the plane, I fell under some crazy hypnotism she worked with those eyes and the stunning sharp features of her face. I would be lying if I said she didn't stick with me, and I wish I'd taken her up on her offer to have sex on the plane. She was only teasing, but I'd fantasized about it more times than I wanted to admit since I'd been in London. Now here she sat by herself in one of the most lavish restaurants around, and one that was not easy to get access to, especially for the type of woman she led me to believe she was. A single mom getting away from her shitty life with a paid vacation by her foster sister. "Jimmy," Alex snapped his fingers at me as I stared at the woman. "Are you checking her out too?" I looked back at the table as my plate was being placed in front of me. "Okay, I guess tonight is a game of memory for the three of us, and I'm the one asking the questions." "Don't tell me you know who she is," Colin said. "Remember me mentioning that on the flight out here I ran interference for a chick with some douche ex-fiancé? I remember that it was fucking stupid, and the main reason we take the private jet." "Go on," Alex said. "That's her," I said, glancing over and seeing her saddened expression as the other place setting and glasses were picked up by the waiter. "Somebody stood her up?" I reached for my plate. Alex grabbed my arm before I stood. "Hey," he said as I rose anyway. "Stop it with the charity cases." "Yeah," Colin said from across the table. "Lillian? Does that fucking charity case psycho bitch ring a bell?" I smiled. She's not like that. I glanced over at her as she studied her menu. Nothing like that. I highly doubt she's some crazy gold-digging freak. "The courts will decide that, Jimbo." Colin smirked, using the one name I despised. "Calm down," I said. "I'm not going to let her eat alone in a place like this. I'm taking my food over there. I've had dinner with you two for the last 3 nights, so I think you'll live." Both men looked at each other, and I knew exactly what they were thinking. but they didn't have the whole story. I'd sat with the woman and heard all about the shitty hand of life she'd been dealt. She was solid. If anything, she was a breath of fresh air. It was nice to talk about something other than women and work, or what got us labeled this ridiculous Billionaires Club name, only entertaining wealthy women to protect our asses and assets. These two jokers I was currently leaving behind were the two who got that rumor going, though it was my ex Lillian who kicked the can of gasoline on that raging fire of bullshit. Avery seemed like she'd been stood up, either by her sister or some complete idiot who would be dumb enough to turn down the most beautiful woman I'd ever had the pleasure of seeing. Seriously. Her black hair set off her striking blue eyes, and I swear the woman looked like one of the pixies that my sister-in-law had painted for her art gallery. I couldn't take my eyes off her on the plane, and I couldn't take them off her now. Chapter 2. Jim. Avery's eyes scanned the area, and she covered her mouth when I approached her table. I opted not to take my plate of food with me, as if to appear like a high school kid in the cafeteria wanting to sit by a hot chick who was eating alone. I reached for the back of the chair and returned her confused smile. "Avery?" I questioned, not fully knowing what the hell I was doing. I could feel the stares from Colin and Alex burning a hole into my back as they watched me do the most uncharacteristic thing I'd ever done. This was unlike me in every way. Maybe Jules did fuck with my mind, and now I felt I needed the presence of a beautiful woman to blot out the disgusting reminder of a married woman humping my hard cock. Disgusting. Yeah, that was definitely it. That's why I was randomly leaving my dinner and joining a woman I'd met on a plane 3 days ago. Fuck it. Shit. She covered her smile and glanced around the room. Her cheeks tinted pink as she tried to control her laugh. "Sorry, I don't think this restaurant allows cursing." She looked around again, and I could tell she was entirely out of her element. "It depends on whom you are offending," I said, taking the chair and sitting across from her. "Mind if I join you?" Her perfectly shaped eyebrow arched over her long black lashes, and her blue eyes glistened like sapphires. "Well, Her scratchy voice was sexy as she laughed at this bizarre scenario. "Okay, I remember you from the airplane. You saved me from my ex-fiancé. I also remember getting a little too drunk and cried my sad life story to you the entire flight here." "I'm happy you remember me." I smiled and motioned for the waiter. "Have you decided on your meal yet?" "Sir," she responded, sitting back in her seat, "I'm embarrassed to admit that I can't remember your name when you remembered mine." She had the cute yet sexy face of a younger version of Meg Ryan, my childhood Hollywood crush. This woman was a dark-haired version of her, especially when she pursed her lips and scrunched her face up in confusion like this. "I'm Jim," I reintroduced myself. "Please don't be embarrassed." "I'm pretty good with remembering names," I said with a laugh, pulling the menu she'd given up on over to me. "Honestly, I'm only naturally good with names of people who've made an impression on me, be it good or bad." She crossed her arms over the strapless top of the dress she wore. "And you remember mine because of which? Did I make a good or bad impression?" "How could a woman as lovely as you possibly make a bad impression on anyone?" I smirked, only because this woman was amusing me with her rigid body language and charming facial expressions. "May I ask why you are here alone?" "My sister's meeting got held over," she smiled. "She's a busy girl, so I can't blame her, and I won't. I'm here on her paycheck, not mine." I wasn't going there with money or jobs. That was too personal, although I was curious. I hadn't forgotten the daughter she'd mentioned on the plane, or her asshole ex who was going to fight her to the death for custody. Obviously, I had only one side of this story, so it was better to remain silent about it. The guy did sound like a fucking dickhead on the phone, though, and I was pretty good about reading people. "A shame," I smiled and glanced down at the menu. "What are you up for tonight?" She pinched her lips together and squinted her eyes in humor. "I'm so hungry I could eat the entire menu if you want to know the truth." "I'd like to see that," I grinned. "I'm dead serious," she said, catching my attention with her lowered tone. I licked my lips and caught my bottom lip with my teeth. "You're serious?" I leveled her with a gaze, trying to maintain my composure and not laugh. "Dead serious." She leaned her crossed arms up on the table and smirked. "I can't afford more than an appetizer at this place. My sister is paying for the meal." Her eyes scanned the ceiling and back to me. "And this $50 a plate restaurant was her idea and not mine. So she's paying up. But if it were up to me, I'd be at some restaurant near the attractions I was enjoying touring alone and be just as happy." You do realize that even those terrace eateries can be quite costly, especially when you're out alone and someone takes advantage of your purse, correct? "I know the rules." She arched a brow at me, her irises captivating me further. "I keep my passport hidden behind zippers and my cash separate in my wallet." "Yeah?" I said, not really remembering what the hell we both were talking about. "My point is," she took a sip of her Chardonnay, "I'm going to eat small here and go pig out somewhere else." The woman was petite, but with strong muscular arms. I couldn't imagine her putting away a lot of food as she was suggesting with this menu. The waiter arrived, and I decided not to question it further. "We'll take 2 bottles of your finest wine," I said, and then smiled at her challenging grin. "And it looks like the chefs will be busy tonight." I folded the menu and handed it to him. "We'll take everything they're cooking off the menu tonight as well." The waiter's eyes widened. "Sir," he said, "we will need to move you to another table for that. Our tables are reserved." I pointed to where Alex and Conlon sat at our usual larger-than-most table in the corner of the restaurant, surrounded by windows instead of walls. "Those are my 2 colleagues, and they'll gladly take this table and offer theirs up for the lovely lady and me." "Sir," I smiled at the man. "I know this is completely out of the norm for you, young man," I said. "However, the tip will be fine, and should help with the drinks you buy all of your friends at the pub tonight when you find yourself telling them about the crazy man asking to switch tables with other guests." He chuckled while Avery cleared her throat. "You're not doing any of that," she said. "I'll just take the fish." "I have to disagree with my lovely wife," I said, watching her eyes bulge at that statement. "You see, it's our 5th anniversary, and we chose to come to London. I've had reservations since last year for this place. I also am fortunate to know those men enjoying a table that is quite frankly too large for them. Being at this place was the reason London made my lovely bride's bucket list, and I hate to disappoint her." He looked at Avery. "I will speak with my manager, and we will do our best to accommodate you and your husband." I whipped out my cell and opened my group chat with the guys. Jim. "Hey, get your asses up and switch with us." Alex. "What the hell are you doing to that waiter?" Colin. "What the hell are you doing, period?" Jim. "Just do it. We don't have enough room for the food at this small table in the middle of the room." Alex. "Unless you're making a move on that chick, bring her to our table with us." Jim. "I'm not going to intimidate a woman I hardly know with your ugly mugs watching her eat. We take the best seat in this place every time we eat here. Just do her a favor." Colin. "Her or you? Jim is just horny after Jules made the moves on him." "Are you and your friends finished working out the eating arrangements?" Her voice interrupted our lame-ass banter. "Yes," I rose. "Follow me." An extremely form-fitting dress showed her well-shaped muscular legs and wrapped tightly around her breasts, which were pressed together, pronouncing a cleavage that could only make me drool at this point. "This is Colin and Alex." I introduced the guys, eyeing them, and as the casual guys they were trading tables with us like we were at a diner and not a 5-star restaurant. "Didn't catch your name." Alex arched a brow at my lack of proper behavior. "I'm Avery." She shook her head. "And I have no idea what's going on." Colin grinned and took her hand next. "Make that 4 of us." He eyed me. "I don't think Jim knows what's going on either, and he's orchestrating this incident. These 2 are friends of mine, Avery. Forgive me if I mentioned how you and I met on board the plane without your permission." "Why would you think you had to apologize for telling a story about a crazy lady on a plane?" She smirked, and I could tell the guys were captivated by the amiable and appealing nature of the woman, and those damn blue eyes. "I'm flattered that my story made it to your highlight reel." Alex eyed me and smiled. "Nice catch," he mouthed from where he stood behind the woman with a subtle thumbs up. Once the staff turned our parade of chaos into a graceful situation that wouldn't disturb their customers, Avery and I were seated, and a candle was lit for our table. "I almost forgot," she said, placing the napkin in her lap and smiling at me. "It's our anniversary dinner. I hope you plan to order the entire dessert side of the menu as well. You know I like variety." "If you keep smiling at me like that, you'll get anything you want from me." Fuck, did I just say that? Out loud? "Is that so, Jim?" She hung on to my name in some taunting yet suggestive way. "You're not actually going to order the entire damn menu, are you?" "Language, darling," I said while the waiter approached. "We'll be enjoying the entire dessert menu tonight as well." The man's lips pinched together in humor. "Excellent choice." "My wife always makes excellent choices," I said, to which Avery's expression darkened some. "What's with you?" she questioned. "Seriously, all of this? You are ordering everything off the menu and moving your friends out from their seats? I'm not sure I'm getting any of this." "Well, I saw a beautiful woman sitting alone. I remembered her well from our flight together. I also find her attractive, and I couldn't imagine her dining alone tonight. Am I at fault for taking advantage of a situation with a beautiful woman left alone?" Her lips twisted and her eyes narrowed. "I'll give you that," she conceded. "I'll also not be a total bitch and refuse your generosity because you keep telling me how beautiful I am." She said the last part with a certain kind of sassy sarcasm that I adored. "The married part, though." "Yeah? I guess that was a bit over the top." "Well, I pinned you as a stiff lawyer or something like that." She took another sip of wine. "It turns out you've got an interesting sense of humor, too. It's dry humor, but it works at times." I smiled and sipped my new glass of bourbon. "Well, it worked tonight. I appreciate the company. I've had a bit of fun touring London on the 2 days my sister had off to spend with me, and now I'm pretty much enjoying the historical sites alone. So running into a friend who helped me with my idiot ex on the plane is a welcome surprise. I have to say thanks, at least, a serious thank you, while not drunk and spilling my sad stories to you. In fact, I'm shocked that after hearing about some of the shit I go through, I'm sitting across from you at the moment. I figured you'd be the last person on the planet to entertain my sorry ass again." The appetizers came, and she lit up with excitement. "Enjoy some of the fine delights that England has to offer," I said after the waiter left. "Dig in, Gorgeous." "Gorgeous is starving," she said, filling her plate. I casually added a few oysters and buttered bread, and I watched as she began to eat like we were old friends. How many women had I watched pick at their plates for fear of eating in front of me? I never understood that. Were they scared to eat, get dirty, nervous? Who knew? It always made me feel like shit, though. I had no idea how to make them comfortable enough to eat more than a few bites of protein and maybe a vegetable. Avery, however, was the perfect date. The entire menu was being set on our table, and she was going for it without reservation. I had never met a woman who wasn't intimidated in front of me. God damn, she was luring me in like a moth to a flame. "What are your plans tomorrow?" I questioned. "Well," she swallowed, "after my sister gets the bill to this menu extravaganza that you insisted we eat, I'm most likely going home. I'm paying for this dining experience, as it was my idea to make up for you being left to dine alone." "You can't pay for all of this." "I can, and I will. I insisted on this, and I must see if you can fit all of this food into that tiny little body of yours. You're what, 5'3"? All of this food must weigh more than you do as it is. I've got to see if you're some kind of competitive eater." She laughed heartily, and I loved her exuberance. "Trust me, I can throw most of it down," she said, taking a drink of water while I forked a piece of broccoli and placed it in my mouth. "Although I hope they do to-go boxes here. If that's just an American thing, I'm going to be majorly disappointed." She started buttering a slice of bread. "God dang, this food is amazing." "So now that I'm picking the tab up on this meal, you won't be leaving tomorrow. Do you have plans? How long will you be in London?" She swallowed a bite. "Planning on giving me a guided tour? I visit the city often, and I don't feel it's safe to travel or sightsee alone." "And your suit tells me that you're here for work." "Perhaps." Well, tomorrow I'll be eating in some cute place I spied today that everyone says is the best for breakfast food. If you're serious about joining me on another visit to the numerous sites I've enjoyed visiting more than once, I'll gladly take the company." "Well, it might just happen." She shook her head and laughed. "You must be one overworked man. Perhaps we're at the breakdown part of working long and hard hours." "You're my wife, and we're celebrating our anniversary, remember?" "Good heavens, Jim." She scrunched her face up again. "It's Jim, right?" "Yes," I smiled, surprised that she was still going hard on the delicacies surrounding her. Where the hell did she keep all of this food? "If you stay in this location, I might offer up another tour that might be more insane than this fake marriage and our fine dining experience tonight." She set down her fork and finally, in her private episode of Woman versus Food, it appeared food had won. "Nothing could be crazier than this night after you approached my table, Jim." "We'll see. Meet me where the tours start for the Tower of London. Have you been there?" "Twice. And I didn't even see any ghosts from all the stories. I was really looking, too," she said with a smile. I couldn't hold back my laugh. "Are you one who believes in the supernatural?" "I have a very open mind, thank you very much." "I can see that in you. You definitely have an intriguing side." "If I weren't open-minded and adventurous, I would be scared as shit with everything you pulled off tonight." "Then it's a date," I said. "It's a date," she smiled. "We'll see if business holds you up like it did my sister. She's heading off to Amsterdam for the next week before we go home. Who knows where your job will take you?" "I determine where my job takes me." "May I ask what you do exactly?" "I run a business." "Okay. Well, boss man," she teased, "we'll see how married you are to do that. I don't date businessmen, so I'll warn you ahead of time." That was a clean-cut and blatant reminder as to why I don't get caught up with women. Period. Now, here I was playing some flirty game that was entirely out of character for me. But I liked this woman. She had no idea the businessman I was, but the reason I was heading to my estate in the country was proof I wouldn't let Mitchell and Associates run my life. I ran it. "Do you enjoy nature?" I had to feel her out first. "I do. I love to hike and explore, but I'm surrounded by historical buildings and I can't seem to get enough." "What if I proposed a visit to my estate in the countryside, in a historical building? If your sister is taking off for the next week?" "Yeah, we leave in 7 days. She's gone until we meet up the morning we fly out." "Would you care to join me at my estate? It's in the countryside and has a lot of local history." "It's crazy if I say yes, right?" she said. "Fuck it. The life that awaits me when I get off the plane in the States is even more insane." She took another sip of wine. "Let's do it." I had no idea what had possessed me to bring her back to the small castle that I had renovated. I'd never taken anyone to this place except for the guys. This woman was entertaining on the plane and put up with this crazy shit tonight. Why not have a fun companion at the estate? Her sister was leaving her and she'd be alone. Might as well enjoy my reprieve with someone I thought would make me enjoy work from the estate. Besides, it wouldn't be a romantic affair. The estate had my horses and stables, plenty of farm life, and more than enough grounds for her to explore. Perhaps she'd enjoy that on her visit. Maybe I was a good guy by helping out a woman I felt for in my own way. The estate itself was large enough for her to get lost in and filled with collected artifacts and priceless pieces of history from monarchs that had traveled through the area. I had no idea if she cared about history as much as I did, but it would at least entertain her, especially since she mentioned she'd been to Buckingham Palace 3 times. This girl was going to hate London without a proper tour. I think Adelaide Castle would be a fun adventure. If not, I'd kindly escort her back to the city she came to visit.
Chapter 3. Avery. The previous night was by far the weirdest thing I'd ever experienced. My sister couldn't make it to dinner. Fine. I was cool with it, but a bit annoyed, eating alone in a restaurant that was priced off the charts. There was no way I was going to make my sister pay to fill my never-ending appetite. I was sitting there contemplating leaving so that I could actually eat something. Don't get me wrong, though. The food was indescribably delicious. Still, if the handsome man from the plane hadn't shown up from out of thin air and taken me up on being hungry enough to eat the entire menu, I probably would have left hungry and ended up at the first takeout spot I found. I couldn't get pissed at my sister for her choice of restaurant. She ate like a bird, and I ate like a freaking lion. Whatever. I loved food. I loved eating it, and I wasn't the type to become satiated at the expensive restaurants. The obviously rich guy in his perfectly tailored Tom Ford suit got to see that side of me, too. What could I say? Food was my weakness, and I was pretty sure that after I ate like a starved homeless person in front of the guy, that and spilling some of my pathetic life stories while tipsy on the plane, he was having second thoughts about inviting me to his place for a week. I should have scared the poor bastard off already with my drunken fool monologue about the bullshit my ex was putting me through, but I guess I didn't. My money was on the fact that the businessman was probably bored on one of his many trips to London. He ditched his crew of associates to have a change of atmosphere, and I gave him one. "All right, I'm leaving," my sister Brittany said. "This has been fun. And that Jim guy?" She chuckled as she brought me in for a hug. "If he takes you off to the country, I want to know everything when I get back." I picked at the breakfast cakes that were brought up by room service. "Seriously?" I said, shoving another bite of cake in my mouth. "Don't you think I should be a bit more cautious, taking off with a random dude?" "You said he was a businessman named Jem?" she asked, checking through her matched Louis Vuitton luggage. "Yep, Jem." She pursed her red lips. "That doesn't help. Maybe a last name?" "No last name, just friends he had with him." "Maybe I know their circle," she said. My foster sister ran her own skincare line and had become a self-made millionaire almost overnight. A company had come in and acquired it, taking everything on, and now she toured the world promoting it all. That's when she became the wealthy woman she was. Unfortunately, we still had some trust issues. Her mom tried her best to raise me, but I certainly didn't make it easy on her. Between doing drugs with my surfer pals and running away to live in a bus in Santa Cruz for a few months, my credibility was shaky as far as she was concerned. That life was far behind me, but relationships were complicated, especially the family relationships that define us. My sister had warned me about Derek, but I just couldn't seem to stay away from the bad boy. His hazel eyes and dark hair pulled me in, and his sense of humor and charisma kept me around for too long. I only wish he could have given up the drugs when I did. His drug use took the darkest turn imaginable, and he couldn't sober up or admit that he had a problem. "Avery!" She snapped her fingers to get my wandering attention. "Who were the friends?" Two guys. One had dark blonde, slicked back hair, like a younger version of Johnny Depp. I think his name was Colin or Alan, I said, rubbing lotion on my legs. "I don't know. I just know Jem could afford every item off the menu at your fancy restaurant." "Colin, Jim, and Alan?" She sighed. "Damn, it doesn't ring a bell. However," she smirked, "I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. I know how you eat when you insist we go to those pizza buffets, so you'll probably never see him again." "Well, I definitely made for an expensive date," I laughed, adjusting the towel that was wrapped around my head. "Well, if you take off with the guy, let me know where the hell you are, please," she said, grabbing the room phone and pushing a button. "Yes, I need a valet to bring my luggage to the car, please." "I'll text you when I get there," I said when she finished calling for the valet. It couldn't be worse than me running away from home and living on the streets, could it? "Let's hope nothing will ever be that bad again." She flipped her unnaturally red hair over her shoulder. "The man is American," And from what you told me about your small interlude last night, he seems like a businessman who probably wants you as his kinky sex toy at his estate. Oh, God. I rolled my eyes. He watched me eat last night, so I'd be surprised if he had any sexual desire for me at all. She laughed. Okay, I'm out. Call me, update me, and keep your tracker on that phone, whatever you do. We already talked about my opinions of how odd this is, but God knows with your rebellious streak that if I tell you not to do something, you're going to do it just to prove I'm overreacting. I wouldn't do that. I'm not a teenager anymore, you know. Part of me wants to take him up on his offer, not just because he's sort of funny and stupid fucking hot, but because I want a crazy-ass memory to take home with me. Even if it costs you your dignity and life? I'm not an idiot, I said, standing firmly, backing my case. One day you'll learn, Avery. Just remember, you have Addie at home. Feel this man out for safety purposes before you act like you're not a single mom, okay? We hugged. She left, and her words started to weigh on me. Am I a complete moron for considering this? I was getting way too caught up in my vacation, and I wasn't thinking about the most important person in my life, my daughter. It was such a refreshing feeling to be here and make an impulsive decision, thinking of no one but myself. I hadn't had that luxury since Addie was born, and feeling so careless and free was intoxicating. Shit. I might as well go home now that I'm fucking thinking about Derek again. I did not doubt that son of a bitch would find a way to get his family to back him, getting a lawyer so he could take Addison from me. He wasn't going to quit. My problem was that I'd given his ass too many chances. I was a fool. How could I allow that piece of shit around my daughter for as long as I did? Coming home from work and finding him passed out on the couch while he was supposed to be watching our then 1-year-old child was the final straw, although there should have been so many last straws that came before. That time I couldn't overlook the 5 fucking cigarettes that had been lit at the wrong end, sitting on my burning gas stove while Addie was in her room, and he lay unconscious as my house was an inch away from burning down. He had been so out of his mind that he didn't even know he was lighting his cigarette backward, 5 times in a row. That situation created a terrifying question for me. What if the authorities took my daughter and put her in the system because I left her in the care of her drug addict father? I allowed him to live with us. I did that. But there was no way I was allowing Addison to grow up in the system as I did, over my dead body. I had to stop thinking. I came out here to get away and take a breath from it all. I was heading right back down my self-destructive road of feeling like a shitty mom for believing my ex and all of his manipulative lies. I needed to get out. I brushed out my hair and dried it as quickly as I could. I slid on fleece-lined leggings and an oversized sweater and flats, grabbed my purse and headed for the door. I didn't even check the clock or finish putting on my makeup. Just a touch of mascara, and now I was heading into this luxurious elevator, standing next to a gorgeous brunette wearing couture. Nothing like fancy ladies in high fashion to make me feel like a self-loathing country bumpkin. As I exited on the ground level of the hotel lobby, I found a chair in a private corner of a lounge and pulled out my cell phone to dial my foster mom. "Jill?" I said when she picked up. "Hey, sweetie. I was just getting ready for bed. It's morning for you, right? Did Brittany leave for the Netherlands yet?" "Yeah, she did. Sorry if I'm interrupting you trying to get some sleep, but I need some reassurance," I said, knowing I could use some of her hippie advice with the way I was feeling. "What's wrong?" "Just worried about Addie and Derek." "Don't worry about it," she chuckled. "Derek stopped by, but I gave him a piece of my mind. I called his parents, too. They understand that Derek needs to stay away until after you get back. They miss her, but they get it." Thank God. I blew out a breath. "Okay, I'm going to try and enjoy the rest of the vacation. You'll call if you have any problems, right?" "Always. I told you I would. Stop worrying and go enjoy yourself." "Okay, I'll let you go. Love you. Love you more, kiddo, she said as she ended the call. I thought I'd feel a little better after talking to Jill, but I didn't. I didn't get a chance to work out my anxiety in the gym this morning, and now my nerves were wound up. After ending my stupid drug addiction 7 years ago, I wouldn't go near pills of any kind. So instead of taking drugs for my anxiety, I worked out instead. Shit, I could probably have entered bodybuilding competitions for all the working out I did just to shake out my nerves. I stood up, shouldered my purse, made a right out of the hotel, and speed walked through the streets of London, not knowing where I was headed or when I'd stop. I needed to fucking run through a field of daisies or some happy shit like that. Instead, these historic buildings that once captivated all my attention were starting to close in on me. Fuck. I was going to burst into tears if I didn't get these feelings shaken off. A river. A beautiful, flowing river. I walked toward it and stared into nature, pulling the water in different directions. The crowd surrounding me was becoming too much, so I pulled my hair into a ponytail. I was losing my shit, and there was no stopping it. Tears started streaming down my face as I twisted and turned to get out of there. I should have gotten up earlier. I should have started my morning off with a grueling workout. Instead, I didn't. Once I was down the road away from the crowd, my heart rate finally slowed into a regular rhythm. And that's only because I was coming off of the adrenaline high my body spiked into for no reason. Well, there was a reason, but I usually dealt with it much better. This time, I let my nerves bring me to a level of a panic attack, and now I was sitting on a bench staring out at the walkway, trying to reset my tired brain. "Avery?" I heard a deep voice ask. "Hey," he said again. I felt him sit next to me, but strangely, like last night, I knew this had to be a dream. This guy was stupid sexy, and stupid period if he was real and trailing me for no good reason. Talking to my ex on the phone should have scared him off, on top of the fact that I was a single mom. I couldn't get dates, and even if I did, the pricks usually only wanted sex. No guy in their right mind would gladly take on a case like me. Not that I ever divulged my entire dark past to them. I learned from that and moved on. Maybe that's why I had this slight breakdown, bringing up the ghosts of the person I no longer was. Those days were so far behind me. They were stories about another girl, in my opinion, not me. Today I let them get into my mind and mess with me. No more. I promised myself that. "You're not here. You are seriously not here," I said, half delusional and half hysterical. "Well, that's news to me," he said, and I jumped when I felt his hand on my back. "You okay?" "Bad morning," I answered as I looked at him. How do his shades make him look even hotter after covering up those emerald eyes? "I'm guessing you didn't get the fill-up of breakfast you desired so greatly last evening," he smirked. I couldn't take my eyes off him. His lips were framed by his perfect face stubble that, after seeing him in his gray suit, I would have assumed he'd have shaved this morning. His jawline was perfectly defined. Hell, the guy as a whole was perfectly defined. "Why are you here?" I questioned the man sporting yet another bespoke suit. "I don't get why you give a damn about me. After my—" He smiled and leaned his elbows on his knees, then looked back at me. "You intrigue me," he simply stated. I laughed, loosening up at that answer. You must be one massively burnt-out businessman. Either that or you live a boring life. Some say both. Some? I leaned back, more relaxed by the presence of this man, who seemed to exude power and confidence. What do you say? You know about being so obviously bored with life that you've taken some bizarre interest in me. I say it's about time I opened my eyes to the world around me and do what I do best. What is it you do best, Jim? She remembers my name. He chuckled and leaned back, stretching his arm on the bench behind my back. My eyes widened at the sight of his black leather shoes when he crossed one leg over the other. You made an impression on me last night. I won't lie. The weight of my heart is through my stomach.
Good to know, he answered. And to answer your question, what I do best is going after something I want and securing it, no matter how difficult that may be.
Spoken like a true businessman.
I'm more than that.
He smiled.
Doubt that,
I teased.
Well, if you've decided to take me up on my offer, I could prove that to you.
Offer?
Staying with me at my place in the country.
Right, I answered. And how do I know you're not going to tie me up in a dungeon or something?
A dungeon?
He laughed, a light and humored laugh that did something to my insides.
You, Avery, have been locked in the dark ages of London's history for too long. 2 trips to hear the haunted voices of the princes who were locked away in that tower.
He pointed back at the Tower of London that I'd ended up at.
Tells me you need to learn the more current events of this fine country.
Ah, so where is this place you have? Does it have cell service?
You'll be able to call your daughter in the States at any time. So long as you keep in mind the time difference, of course.
I let out a breath. I've done some crazy shit in my life, and considering this idea might be up there with that.
You don't have to come.
He smiled sympathetically at me.
I will say this, though. If you enjoy nature, that place has it all. I will mostly be working from my study and out of your way. There will also be plenty of food,
he said, and I could tell he was looking at my still tear-stained cheeks.
Up to you.
Fine, I said, meeting his eyes with a little determination. And if I need to get back here earlier than expected?
Then I'll personally drive you back.
Personally?
Yeah, I have a driver.
He cringed.
Is that a total turnoff?
I laughed. No. Somewhat geeky, I guess, but not a complete turnoff. Glad you value my opinion, though.
As I said, I'm intrigued by you. That could be another turnoff, couldn't it?
Possibly, but only because I think you've lost your mind. I sighed and discreetly rubbed the back of my fingers over my cheek, making sure there weren't any lingering tears. I am not afraid to state the obvious when I say that you could get any girl in the UK, and here you are somehow intrigued by me of all people.
I'll take that as a compliment,
he answered.
And while you offered me one, I'll offer you one as well. I'm quite picky when it comes to the people with whom I like to keep my company. And here I am, begging to learn more about you and bringing you out of the city with me.
That is quite the compliment. However, there's not too much to learn about me. Just an average gal dealing with constant bullshit.
Perhaps that's your opinion. I believe a woman like you has a better story than you give yourself credit for.
A lot to assume since we just met, sir.
Jim,
he corrected. Jim, I smiled.
And since it is our 5th anniversary, I'd like to bring my wife to the house in the country.
Where she'll be neglected while her husband works. He laughed, and I watched his eyebrow rise above his aviator sunglasses.
The last thing I would want is for my beautiful bride to be neglected.
Make sure the fridge is full, and we have a deal. I had a partial city life breakdown before you showed up, so I'm down for some of England's gorgeous countryside.
And my dungeon, of course.
Depends on what you plan to do with me in your dungeon.
Shit.
Too far. That was messed up. He laughed that laugh again.
She loves food and the dark, kinky stuff. It looks like I might fear the dungeon of the old place.
What time do we leave? I left all my shit at the hotel and I have nothing on me.
I disagree. You have too much clothing on you.
He smirked. Flirting with me?
Perhaps. Hopefully it's not too geeky for you.
It's a good look on you. I stood, him following directly behind me. I need to head back that way.
Which hotel? I'll have my driver take us there," he said as he slid his hands into his pockets. "The most expensive one in town? Forgot the name." "I think I know where you're staying," he said, his tone drier now. "I have an old friend staying there. You won't mind if I wait in the car while you get your things?" "Nope. Where's this driver at, Mr. Fancy?" So I was going to stay in the country with some stranger, some very hot stranger who had a driver. The man oozed wealth, so why should I be surprised? Either way, after having a panic attack, I did need to get out into the country. Maybe for once in my life, something would go well. I wasn't going to let this slip away. Most girls wouldn't do this shit, but most girls weren't me and hadn't been through the shit I had. I could handle myself with this man. If not, the self-defense classes I'd been taking since leaving Derek would be put to good use. Chapter 4. Avery. I sat in awe in the back of the Rolls-Royce as a blacked-out Mercedes SUV trailed us while leaving the city. Jim mentioned that his job prompted extra security, which made me wonder who the hell the man could possibly piss off in this line of work. The men in suits who worked for Jim looked and acted like secret agents. Still, while I listened in on their conversations, I realized it was all reasonably casual and proper talk. I concluded that Jim must have just been some rich guy who was probably used to having superfluous things at his disposal, like a security detail. I didn't know about life as a socialite or a debutante or whatever the fuck you called living a lifestyle like this. Don't think I wasn't going to ask more questions, though. For now, I was in a world of wonder, staring out at England's vast countryside of lime green rolling hills, rolling on into the cobalt horizon. "Damn," I said while Jim had his head buried in his phone. "You're totally missing out on this." He smiled while tapping away on his phone. "Stunning, isn't it?" "Hey," I said with a laugh of disbelief. "Do you live in that device? Planning on fully kidnapping me and throwing me in that black SUV behind us?" He pulled his sunglasses off and his green eyes seemed annoyed, yet somewhat amused with my interruption. "Planning out your kidnapping is quite exhausting," he said, then stopped while his eyes followed mine when we reached a village that belonged in a storybook. I covered my mouth, completely overtaken by the scene. "Wow," I said in a breath of astonishment. Jim's eyes locked with mine, and his expression tightened in an unusual, yet attractive way. "You're right," he said. "I have been missing the views." The car slowed through the village, and now I was torn between staring at Jim's beautiful face and the cozy town we traveled through. "Where are we?" I asked, knowing I couldn't peel my eyes away from his endearing expression. "Bybury," he said. "My place is out between Cotswolds and Gloucestershire. There's a ton of history here and a lot from the Tudor era. It's what makes this village so noteworthy in my opinion. I love being out here whenever I come to London. It's almost as if time stops." "Time can't stop so long as your phone keeps dinging," I smirked. "God dang, you are a burnt-out businessman, aren't you?" "I just don't have a life," he chuckled. "Should I be bold and shut it off?" I pinched my lips together. I didn't even know the guy, and I could tell the idea of shutting off the phone was like me losing Addison to Derek. "I'd rather you not die of a heart attack. Keep the thing on," I shrugged while looking out my window. "It's not breaking my heart." "True," he answered. "However, I didn't bring you all this way to abandon you completely." "Hey, it's your life, not mine. If that phone is what gives you the luxury of actually owning a place out in fairy tale land, do what you gotta do." "Hey." I turned at the change in his low and assertive voice as he spoke into his phone. "Yeah, turning in now. Listen, I'm going off the grid for a while. You got everything while I take a breather for a few hours?" I watched his right hand as he ticked each finger against the tip of his thumb. Must be a nervous tick. I didn't mean to force the man to shut it down.
I still had no idea what he did, but between the Rolls Royce, the bodyguards, and the $1,000 dinner bill, it all pointed to this man either having been born into wealth or, like my sister, he hustled up his money the hard way. The only difference between him and Brittany was that he obviously made quite a bit more money than she did. Must be fucking nice. The only rise to wealth I was experiencing was living on the second floor of my apartment, which I needed to move out of. I could live here easily. Addie running through those hills, chasing some sheep. I laughed at the vision of that.
Something funny?
Jim asked. I looked over at him. Just imagining my 3-year-old running down those sheep.
You miss her?
Hell yes, I smiled. Maybe I'll get lucky and hit the lotto so I can bring her here, and we'll live with the sheep.
Why would you care to live among the sheep if you have money to live in one of these adorable cottages?
You are too literal. I smiled, but then covered my mouth when the driver turned onto a long driveway and we were traveling back in time to a massive estate. Jesus Christ! Is that the house from Downton Abbey? I asked as I took in the sprawling estate. Home, castle, whatever the hell this place was, it sat imposingly on groomed lawns with a fountain as the centerpiece, while a river wound down to the left of the area. This was in a world of its own.
No, it's not Downton Abbey.
He laughed.
That was filmed at another location. I've turned down quite a few offers because I prefer the privacy of the place and don't want it to have any publicity. You wouldn't believe it, but all those gray stones that make up the house were nearly in ruins when I determined I wanted to keep this place and bring it back to life when I inherited it.
Jesus Christ, I said as we stopped, and the staff walked out to meet us. Sorry, change of subject, but are you serious? Is this place real? Are those butlers? He smiled and opened his door.
They're the ones who keep this place alive. Why they feel the need to walk out to greet me, I don't know. I don't request it, but they do it every single time. It is quite an honor, though.
God dang, Jim. You're like a king in some castle out here.
As I said, time appears to stand still when I come to visit the countryside. I do hope you enjoy a little history, as I work to keep this home as close to that as I could.
I stepped out of the car and suddenly felt like there was no way I belonged here, or with him, or anywhere near something this endearing.
You hungry?
Mind switch. Starved, I said. Is food awaiting us, kind sir?
More food than what was presented on the menu.
I could easily move in here. In fact, maybe I will let you kidnap me. He chuckled.
Well, my phone is off and my friend Alex is taking all of my business until further notice, so I believe I can plan it thoroughly now.
Funny, I said, walking up stone steps, watching the gentleman take our luggage out of the trunk for us in disbelief. Does everyone always do shit like that for you? He smirked as we walked into the house.
It's no worse than having a bellhop handle my belongings at a hotel, is it?
Guess not, I answered, fully engrossed in the era I felt I was thrown into by this place. Oh my God, this place is like a museum.
I'm happy you approve. Perhaps it will add to the sights of London I stole you away from.
That and then some. Never thought I'd be sleeping in one of these grand historical places. I followed him up the carpeted steps, looking at portraits from another time that lined the walls as we climbed up. Did the house come with us? Do you really own this place?
It was my grandfather's estate at one time, and mainly just a pile of old stones and a home that was deteriorating. My grandfather had intentions to renovate it once, but he never had the funding, I imagine. After he passed, I found the blueprints and questioned my father about our family having a place in England.
We turned and walked up another story to this home.
My dad brought my brother and me out here after my mom left.
He stopped and smiled at a portrait of hunters on horseback with dogs running alongside the horses.
I guess I fell in love with the potential. I told my dad that if he didn't renovate it as my grandfather had tried, I would.
And so you most definitely did.
I believe I would have lost interest if it weren't for my dad saying it was a mere fantasy to take on something this monumental. I spent my vacations from school out here, helping with the carpentry myself.
You flew out to help build this castle?
I lived out here while I attended Oxford.
That's when I knew this man was most likely born into his wealth. Oxford, huh? As in the prestigious Oxford University?
Graduated first in my class. Damn American, he said in a dramatic voice. That's what my UK friends say anyway.
He laughed as he opened double doors to what could have been the fucking Queen's bedchambers. He looked at me as I took in this room that had a bed bigger than I'd ever seen.
My friend Alex attended with me, graduating behind me. That pissed them off too, but after a few drinks at the pub, all was well again.
So you are crazy smart, went to a prestigious college and strapped on a tool belt. Okay, this small gesture he hit me with more than once last night, the tight smile while biting the inside of his cheek. It was sexy as hell. I already knew he was overwhelmingly handsome, but he had these expressions that made me want to impulsively kiss him more than once while I ate last night. He's lucky the food was a fantastic distraction.
I don't like limits, and if there's a challenge, I rise to it. I also hate failing on any level.
No wonder why you're in the businessman life. Careful of that. I saw you with your phone. That thing will have you failing at actual life if you're not careful.
How so?
He said as the men brought in my luggage.
How can I fail by using my phone to keep me from being a prisoner behind office walls? It helps me get out and do things.
Well, it's a matter of perspective, I guess. I'm not one to judge, and I'm not running a business. I can say, though, that by watching you stare at the phone for an hour and a half straight, it seems like you're in more of a prison than you think. It might be a virtual one, but you're confined nonetheless. His face grew somber, and his eyes raptly studied mine. It was so intense that I had to look away, a bit embarrassed that I'd overstepped my bounds. You can send me back to London if I'm pissing you off, I tried to tease. His lips subtly pulled up on one side.
Why would you believe you pissed me off?
The look you're giving me, I said.
Far from that.
His expression recovered.
I'm sorry. Sometimes when I'm lost in thought, I believe I have my old man's expression. It looks like I'm irritated or angry, I think.
Resting bitch face, huh? I folded my arms. Well, now I want to know what you were thinking.
Yeah, a resting bitch face,
he said, amused by my response.
Well, I was thinking that you keep surprising me. This might sound horribly conceited, but no woman has ever called me out on anything. I've never met a woman who is so genuine and authentic before.
Well, I'm not afraid of you, if that's what you're getting at.
Perhaps you should be.
Gonna throw me in the dungeon? I arched my eyebrow at him. He laughed, slicing through this weird tension we'd created.
I might.
Can I eat something before you get all medieval on me?
Lunch, yes, right.
He ran his hand through his hair.
Okay, quick tour. This is your room. Do you approve?
Yes, I more than approve. And I might ask you to hire me so I can live here and keep the place up with all of those people who greeted us when we got here. He grinned.
Well, they've been dismissed to vacation while I'm here, so I would never see you if I visited if I were to hire you on as Adelaide staff. I simply can't hire you.
Damn shame, I said. Food?
What are you up for eating? Everything is stocked and ready for me to be your personal chef during your stay.
I could eat a cow. He grinned and turned to guide me out of the room.
Let's see what I can pull off.
While I sat across the stone kitchen island, watching Jim chop vegetables like a top chef, I rested my chin on my palm, watching him throw pieces of cut meat into a sauté pan on the gas stove that was built into the island in front of me. So what's your story, Jim? I asked, watching him with adoration as he stood there with his sleeves rolled up and his tie thrown over his shoulder, and the most delicious aromas wafted up from that pan.
My story?
He questioned, pulling out a pot, filling it with water, and placing it on another burner. Yeah, I said. Sitting here and watching you cook is swiftly turning you into my dream guy. He glanced up at me and smiled.
Do you like raw vegetables?
I'll eat anything right now. He laughed that sexy-ass laugh, and my heart skipped a beat when he sliced off a piece of a yellow carrot and held it over to my lips. His thick eyebrow arched, his closed-lipped smile popped a dimple in his cheek, and I opened my mouth slower than expected for the bite. My eyes widened while I chewed on the carrot, shocked that it was sweeter and juicier than any carrot I'd ever tasted. My God, I said. That's the best carrot I've ever tasted. It's juicy as fuck. His eyes glistened in humor.
We grow our vegetables out in the gardens, and yes, I enjoy their juicy as fuck flavors myself.
Raw and unhinged juicy flavors, I pressed.
Most definitely juicy, raw, and unhinged,
he said, dumping his cut vegetables into the steamer pot he had on the stove. Food can be a very sexual thing, you know, I advised him with a laugh.
I'm learning that swiftly by your reaction to a carrot alone.
He chuckled, turning to wash his hands at the sink. Damn. Nice ass, too. This was the first time I got a good look at his firm, sexy ass through his slacks. The suit jacket was off, and nothing but a fine-looking butt was on display for me.
So you asked what my story is,
he said, drying his hands off.
I run a business. I was given sound advice today that even though I believed the phone to be a way to disconnect me from the chains of that business, it still holds me prisoner, and I love retreating to the country when I'm in England. I love it out here. But being that some decisions for the company need to be approved by only me, I have to be in constant communication, even while trying to escape. I do my best, though. The phone is still off.
Don't do that just for me, I said. Honestly, sometimes I think and speak without giving much thought to things. I probably insulted you, and you're just too nice to tell me. He worked with his sauté pan.
I don't get insulted. Unless I suck in bed, of course.
He winked and then held the spoon up for me to taste.
Blow on it.
Getting strangely turned on by watching him cook, seeing his ass and hearing his underhanded way of bringing sex into this, I licked my lips and then took a bite. All I could do was roll my eyes and moan in response to the tender, flavorful meat and the onions that he'd caramelized.
Holy hell, he said. Your moans are telling me
that I'm having a foodgasm. I swallowed the bite, and he laughed.
A new term. I like it,
he said, turning to grab plates.
We might have to eat in separate rooms if you're going to make those sounds while eating.
Let me help you with the plates, I said, coming around the counter. Funny how I love food more than anything, but I can't cook worth a damn.
Well, I'll make it my mission to teach you the art of cooking while you're here.
That's if I make it through eating this without moaning through every bite.
If you think moaning over my cooking is going to end you, trust me, I can make you moan over much more enticing things.
Back to sex talking.
You're the one whose moaning is making it difficult for me to cook. My curiosity has piqued as to if I could beat your foodgasm sounds with something even more pleasurable.
Yeah, hard to beat the food, buddy. I had to feel him out. Was I only out here for his rich boy kinky fun? Not that I would be pissed about that. The dude was gorgeous, and I could only imagine what it would be like to sleep with him. I wondered if it would be like with Derek, when he actually could get it up, or the selfish assholes before him. It was never about me with any of them. I hadn't had sex since before Addie was born, so there was the whole beggars, choosers aspect to the situation as well. Would I take this gym guy up on using me for a week of sexual pleasure? Why not? I just hoped I was still good at it.
Chapter 5. Jim. Last night was more of a get-comfortable night, I believe, for both Avery and me. I felt strange ditching my connection to the company, European and American-based offices, but when I reconnected with Alex during my late night and this afternoon, all was fine. In fact, we both determined it might work for me to have a few days of not being glued to a phone or computer. I would check in during the evenings when I felt Avery was okay with me disappearing, and if there was anything important to handle, Alex would contact me on my other personal line, the line that wasn't connected to my email or business. God only knew how I'd handle this disconnect. I was a control freak with that company, and even though I knew that Alex could run it well, I had my concerns about pulling back like this. I didn't honestly know why I felt compelled to take this time away from work. I wasn't burnt out. But Avery had brought to my attention the fact that I was chained down by the phone whether I was inside the office or outside, and fuck it if she wasn't right. It was why I didn't have a life. It's why I had a driver take me everywhere, and it's definitely why I wouldn't be able to learn jack shit else about this woman who seemed to lighten me up when I was around her. So that was it. I was checking out, taking a mini vacation, and actively trying to get to know this woman who'd captured my attention. My morning sprint came to a halt when I spotted her, running on one of the hills. She seemed to stop at the same time I did, and we both jogged through the meadow of my 100-plus-acre estate. "Did a ghost chase you out of the house?" I asked with a smile, catching my breath. She laughed, leaning over her knees. "Why would you ask that?" She turned her head up and squinted at me, smiling. I loved her sexy, scratchy voice. "I believe it was you who called me a poor host to allow you to sleep alone in what you believed was a haunted room." She rose and laughed again. "That was the booze talking." "And to think, I almost fell for it and took advantage of you while under the influence." "Well, I wasn't that drunk. I might have been half serious and wanting more than just your badass cooking." "Fuck me." "Don't tempt me," I smiled. "As I said, I hate to fail, and to fail in my new role as a host would piss me off." "You're too much, Jim." "Seriously, though." I looked around at the morning sun spreading its light over the peaceful land. "What are you doing out at 7 in the morning?" "I was up at 6, and I took off for a run, if you couldn't tell by the sight of me." She looked around. "It could be the best morning run I've had in my life." "Looks like morning runs are another thing I'll be sure to join you on." "Yeah, of course. I'd like that." "Here," I said, leading us over to a walnut tree. "There's nothing like experiencing a sunrise in the country." We sat next to the tree and I reclined against it. "So," she said, not feeling ashamed to sit on the grass and dirt next to me, "I wonder what the history is with all this land. Like, if you could put on binoculars and travel back into time and see what was happening out in those fields." "Time-traveling binoculars?" I chuckled. "Why not?" she shrugged. "You look through them and see what was taking place during a certain period in time." "Which time period would you wish to look out and see on those lands?" "They mentioned Henry VIII reigned in the 1500s. Was he out here?" I smiled. "Of all of England's history, you seem to be fascinated by the tyrant King Henry VIII, eh?" "Well, I think he wasn't horrible in the beginning," she said. "He just turned awful at the end." "He wasn't horrible before or after he sent his first wife away in shame?" I smirked. "I'm looking through my historical binoculars." She looked pointedly out to the lush hills. "It's the year 1500 and Henry." She pulled her lips up on one side and grinned. A grin so cute I wanted to capture it with my own lips. "Sent his first wife away." "Very well, then," I softly laughed. "Henry would have been young and fit, and since he enjoyed taking his court with him in his travels, he would have most likely been in your binoculars of time travel, enjoying a morning ride with his lover, Anne Boleyn." "So fucking cool," she said. "You really think that?" I laughed. "Who knows? I am merely assuming. But he was all over the countryside. He fled the city on numerous occasions to leave the chaos, to dodge the plague, or, more importantly, to flaunt his health and wealth to his people. He was a notorious show-off." "Health and wealth. I like that." She looked back from where she sat up in front of me and touched her finger to my chest. "Sorta like you." "Do not compare me to Henry VIII." I laughed. I'm comparing you to his young, healthy, and happy years. Oh, that makes it all the better. Even better for you keeping your head on your shoulders, I said with a wink. She relaxed against the tree. Do you have family out here, or in the States? Maybe it's best we put the time-traveling binoculars back on and search for another monarch. Answer the question, King Henry, she laughed. If it weren't for her bold and adorable way of speaking to me, I would have clamped my mouth shut on something I'd never shared with anyone outside of my close friends and what my family knew. My father passed away after I graduated from college, I said. Oh, God, she covered her mouth. I'm sorry. You look like you're maybe about 5 years out of college. Was it recently? I'm so sorry. 10 years now, I smiled. It's okay. His legacy lives on well through the business he started. My brother and I have done everything we can to honor him through our actions. I think, hopefully, he would be proud of us. And your mom? I don't speak that woman's name. The words came out harsher than I expected they would. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap. She was, and still is, a nightmare at times. Jake, my younger brother, was too young to remember when she was physically abusive and brought drug addict dickheads into our house. So I'm the one who got stuck with that. That's awful, she said, her eyes wide. I'm really sorry. You both were young then, just you and your brother? Yeah. I was 7 and Jake was 5. I'm glad Jake didn't remember her as I did. Thank God my dad put us before everything. He had a surveillance system secretly installed and caught her fucking druggies in our home, forcing Jake and me to stay outside until she got her goddamn drugs and whatever the fuck else she wanted. It was a nightmare. I shook my head. Sorry about that. I never speak about her to anyone, not even to my brother. She's a piece of shit. And I should have left it at that. Is that why you took the phone from me on the plane? I'm guessing you must have heard me mention Derek being an addict. I heard enough to be reminded of a horrible parent with a poor kid involved to want to intervene impulsively. Again, I'm sorry I did that. And if it does cause you further issues with your ex, I'll be sure to give you my private number and I'll help in any way you need. Derek's all talk, she said. But I could tell he was a lot more than that. I wasn't pressing, though. I do appreciate what you did. I'm glad for that. I stood. How about breakfast in the little town you appeared to be enamored with before we arrived here? The storybook town? Yes, I said, turning to walk toward home. It's a lovely village, and after losing my shit about my dirtbag mother, I think you might need a cleansing that only the peace in that town can offer. Give me a break. She leaned against me as an old friend would, and I loved the gesture. I get it. I'm just sorry you and your brother went through that. You had a great father to get her out of your life. Just like you're an amazing mom for working on getting an addict parent out of your daughter's life. Don't go that far. In Derek's opinion, I'm the piece of shit you see in your mom. She laughed. If only Derek's opinion were of any value to me. I smirked, prompting her sexy little giggle to lighten up the demons of my past I'd brought into play. I needed to slow down. I was getting too close, and it was just through simple conversation with a woman I enjoyed.
Chapter 6. Avery. Jim brought me into the most adorable town, and I was at a loss for words. I couldn't speak for nearly 20 minutes as he trailed me, walking along the banks of the stream. Across from it were the most adorable stone houses. This place wasn't like anywhere I'd ever been. That's Arlington Row, Jim finally spoke. That honey-colored stone is remarkable, isn't it? It's all so beautiful. The mallard ducks, I chuckled. Everything. We can continue, or perhaps you're hungry. I covered my stomach with my hand. Wow, I think I forgot about food for once in my life. A small village steals her interest from food, and here I thought I could somehow do that. Flirting again? A mob of tourists like myself flocked over the short bridge Jim and I wound up on while I cruised through the area, taking in nature. Jim seemed to grab my hand instinctively, and the romantic feel of this place had me falling into this gesture without reservation. His steady hand sent some crazy vibes into my energy field through the contact alone. I smiled up at him and intertwined our fingers. I thought you'd never bring romance into our special anniversary, I said after he gently closed his long fingers around my hand and looked at me in confusion.
Forgive me, darling,
he said after a man who was occupied with his camera shoved me into Jim.
Fucking tourists.
You know I'm a tourist myself. I eyed this new expression I hadn't seen him wear. It was like the badass who hid behind this kind man surfaced, and anyone who met that gaze would end up in trouble. Jesus.
What's that?
He said in a low voice. I tugged on his hand and pulled him off to the side. I couldn't resist but to stand on my toes and run my hands on his face. You look like you're about to go scorched earth on someone out here. His hardened expression softened, and I could swear I heard him softly sigh as if I'd exorcised a demon that hid inside, and I just hadn't met that side yet.
Sorry,
he said, his eyes turning back in the direction where it seemed a circus of people had shown up.
It pisses me off when people can't be considerate of others.
I'm cool with it. Or are you the overprotective husband in this little game we're playing? His face contorted into a softer look.
Let's go eat.
He seemed to force a smile on his face.
The lack of manners from those individuals is enough to drive me mad.
Drive you mad? I teased with a dramatic expression. We started walking toward another path, no longer holding hands, which sort of sucked. It felt nice to have that moment. But if the guy had anger issues, I'd rather push him a little to see what he'd do. It might not be the smartest move, but I preferred to know what I was dealing with sooner than later. Jim surprisingly grinned.
Mad. You know, insane, he said.
Yes, I do know insane. Maybe you're just detoxing from the phone. I haven't seen you on it since before we left the house. Castle. Jim shook his head and ran a hand through his hair.
Maybe that's the problem. I'm a bit of a control freak, and I'm sort of wondering if my business is falling apart by now.
Is it a small, big, or massive ass company that's worrying you?
It doesn't matter the size,
he said as I tried to keep up with his long strides.
Things can go south with just a text, call, fax, or email.
In 3 goddamn hours? He tightened his lips, and I saw the corners of his eyes crinkle in humor.
It could happen in 3 goddamn seconds.
He arched an eyebrow at me. So it's sort of like the bullshit that swings my way at any time with my druggy ex?
Possibly, he said. Shit can go sideways, and it could be happening at this very moment while we walk up to this restaurant.
Why don't you tell your driver to come to get you before the world collapses? I was only trying to give you a hard time, but it seems like you're not having a good day. I eyed him curiously. Seriously, I'm not about to ruin this trip because of a guy who can't let work go for a few hours.
Really?
He leveled me with a stare that made me take a step back. I met him with a look of my own. Really? I raised both eyebrows. You don't have to stop everything you're doing to keep me entertained. I have enough money to get back to London. I certainly don't want to hang out with someone who's so stressed out that they're going to act like a killjoy. I watched him roll his tongue over his teeth behind his tight lips.
So that's that, then?
I guess so.
A divorce, and you're going to take half the company, I'm sure?
I looked at him with wide eyes. I'll take 90%. I could see the smile he'd been trying to hide since the mocking started.
All over a fight about my phone habits?
The sex sucks too, I said. Jim closed his eyes and worked to keep his smile away. I was cooling it because people were starting to take notice of us.
The sex sucks?
He questioned, much louder than I expected. I glanced around, smiling uncomfortably. Just drop it.
How can I drop something that you were begging me for last night?
Fuck. Jim, I mouthed with a smile of disbelief. We are done here. I tried to defuse him, though trying not to laugh now.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
he continued.
That's not the real issue here, is it?
The real issue is you're causing a scene, I said, eyeing the people sitting on the terrace with surprised eyes, trying to conceal their own laughter and smiles.
I disagree. You see, the real issue is that we're on our honeymoon and you just declared that sex with me sucks.
Damn this guy. The sex is non-existent. I went for broke.
Non-existent?
He bit the inside of his cheek.
Well, it's not my fault. You have had a goddamn headache since our wedding night.
Hey, I told you not to take all that fucking Viagra, but I guess your performance issues got the best of you that night. Jim licked his lips, and that dark look, the one that made him look like a frightening badass, and one I never wanted to be on the other end of if he meant it, was back.
Well, if I hadn't found out you were screwing my brother, maybe I wouldn't have tried to overdose on his Viagra.
Screwing your brother? I laughed and couldn't keep this up anymore. Can we eat something?
Not until you admit right here and now that I don't have performance issues, my darling bride.
I think you have psychological issues, I said. Let's get the hell out of here. I walked past Jim, knowing lunch was definitely not going to happen at that place. Jim's heavy steps were behind me, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter and turn back to him.
Hopefully you're not too upset with me,
he said with a laugh of his own. I am definitely taking half of your damn business, my darling husband, if you don't make up for the lunch you just shot to hell.
Performance issues, eh?
I planted my hands on my hips. That one seems to have stuck with you. Is there a performance problem, Jim? I teased.
First of all,
he said, his hand catching mine and pulling me against him.
Going back to what started our role-playing, I'm not upset, but I'm sorry I let those tourists piss me off. I get annoyed easily toward rude individuals who selfishly push others around. You almost fell into the stream when that asshole shoved you.
I can swim. I smiled up at his softer features. Your phone problems? The company going to hell in less than 3 seconds? What's your reasoning for being obviously pissed about that? He grinned.
At first, I was responding with irritation because I do feel that way.
And the reason you led me to believe I was ready to get my ass back to London?
That was all you, he smirked. Talking about my business going south without the phone? I was merely riding on the fact that you were bringing up an excellent point. I'm too attached to all of it.
He released my hand.
Then the next thing I know, you're done and ready to bail on me.
Your pissed-off expression helped motivate my bailing on your ass. He stepped closer to me.
If I were angry with you.
He swept my hair away from my neck, and my eyes couldn't leave his if I let them.
You would know.
Our closeness, his eyes, and the way his voice was so smooth when he lowered it, I felt my adrenaline spike in an exciting way. He was painfully beautiful, and he held an expression that made me numb everywhere, except for between my legs. That part of my body was reacting with anticipation for more and feeding that hunger right to my brain. Just when I got it under control, Jim pulled me even closer. He smelled intoxicatingly delicious. I locked eyes with his emerald ones as his thumb grazed along the side of my neck.
The one thing I find more than attractive about you is the way you naturally don't give a fuck. I haven't met anyone like you. I do want you to know that there's something you mentioned that drives me crazy, though.
And what's that? I asked, my voice hoarser than it should have been.
You said my expression made you want to leave.
Yeah, you looked like you wanted me to leave, if I'm honest.
It drives me crazy when someone is disturbed by an expression I don't realize I have.
Does it drive you crazy, or does it drive you mad? I mocked his wording from earlier.
It drives me mad, he teased. I deal with this daily at work. My expressions tend to concern or worry those I work with.
Then don't give a scorched earth look, Terminator, and I won't think you're in a miserable mood.
Scorched earth look?
Yeah. You're the most attractive guy I've ever met, and even your pissed-off expressions make you look like an attractive badass. So, the best way to call it is your scorched earth look." He laughed and shook his head.
"Fine. No more scorched earth looks toward you."
"Or innocent people who threatened to knock me off a small bridge."
"They were assholes, Avery."
"I can decide for myself if people are pissing me off." I smiled at him. His lips closed, and the last thing I expected was a raindrop to hit my nose and Jim's hands to come up to each side of my face.
"Very well, then. I overstepped my bounds."
Just when I'd pulled myself back together, I was once again putty in his hands. "It was nice of you to care," I said, another raindrop falling on my face, but now I was lost in Jim's eyes. But again, you looked too pissed off for comfort.
"You remember when I said when I go after something I want, I won't stop until I get it?"
"Yeah," I responded, remembering him saying something like that from our $1,000 menu date.
"You're what I want. I haven't felt this way about a woman ever,"
he said, eyes studying mine.
"I believe I became too territorial."
"You mean jealous?"
"Either one,"
he smirked.
"Damn, I'm truly sorry."
"Don't apologize. You made it fun when you realized you were an ass."
"You helped me realize that quickly. I admire you in more ways than one. I love your spicy spirit. If anyone went scorched earth, I believe you did when you put my stubborn ass into its place."
We both remained silent, more raindrops falling and threatening to ruin what I was hoping for. If this guy was sort of falling for me, then he'd better be impulsive and act. "Damn it, kiss me, or get us out of this rain," I said, not knowing what he wanted, but this closeness had me aching to feel his lips on mine.
"Kiss you?"
he said. "You heard me. We just had our first fight. We're apparently back in time by 5 years and on our honeymoon instead of anniversary, and—" My lips were silenced when Jim's covered my bottom one gently, and with some sort of passion that surprised me. I watched his eyes close as his lips gently massaged against mine. There was nothing crazy or intense about this kiss. What had me spinning— my head was actually fuzzy with intoxication— was the way he gently covered my lips with his own. Like two long-lost lovers reunited and savoring the beauty of the moment of their kiss, unifying them again. My hands held his elbows as I worked to encourage more from him. Jim's lips parted and his tongue swept gently into my mouth. I met his kiss with more urgency than he started it with. The rain began falling harder, and Jim pulled me in tighter and tilted his head, kissing me with more power and aggression than before. Holy shit. I had never been kissed this perfectly before. This man had class and beauty that filled his entire aura, and this perfect kiss proved to me that I wanted more from him. He ended the kiss and pulled me in tightly to him. That's when I felt how hard he was. And Jesus Christ, how much more I wanted to have him inside me now. "Well, well," I said, brushing my wet hair out of my eyes. "Sorry about the performance comment. That definitely shouldn't be a joke." Jim laughed.
"It's all my brother's Viagra."
He pressed his lips to mine again.
"I've wanted to do that since the moment you sat next to me on the plane."
"You're kidding, right?"
"I'm dead serious. The minute you caught my attention, I was at your mercy."
Wait. The rain was pouring now, and I didn't want it to interfere with this revelation. "You mean you would have—" I bit my bottom lip.
"Yes, I should have taken you up on your offer to fuck you on that plane, but I was a jackass and too proper."
And now here we are, out in the country getting soaked. A second chance?
"I'm hoping it moves that direction. Until then, you're going to ditch my ass and head back to London if I don't make up for lunch? Come on, I have a better pub you'll enjoy just the same, and I'll even order the whole menu if that's what works to make it all up to you."
That kiss is holding me over. I said, as we both jogged through puddles, seeking some form of shelter. God, it's coming down.
It's England. Awesome, isn't it?
You're awesome, I thought, still enamored about the kiss, his personality, and the fact that I couldn't be mad at any of this. Even if he was pissed about the asshole who'd shoved us, that was cool. It showed his no bullshit side, and I liked it. I could take care of myself, but I imagined how Derek would have reacted in that same situation. Even if he weren't high, for some strange reason, he wouldn't have even noticed, much less gave a damn. I could have fallen into the stream and Derek would have laughed along with everyone else. That was how I was used to being treated. I wasn't accustomed to some knight in shining armor, sensing the rudeness of someone toward me and it pissing him off. All my life, I'd never had anyone come to my defense like that. I'd never had someone who gave a half a damn about how I was treated. I felt some anxious nerves creep up as we walked into the pub and he pulled my seat out for me, but I wasn't going to let my fear ruin this moment by overthinking it. Jim was a great guy. Jim said that I intrigued him? No, that was quite the other way around. I was the one intrigued by him and fortunate to have met him, even if England was all we'd ever have. Trust me, my story, it wasn't made to end happily. At least up until now, I didn't think so. Chapter 7. Avery. Jim and I enjoyed our lunch at the pub, me sampling the entire menu again. Well, not really. These places just served up their delicacies in the smallest portions, so I felt like I couldn't stop ordering. Of course, that was my never-ending appetite talking, because Jim was perfectly content with his sandwich and soup, all while watching me throw it down. Jim and I went separate ways once we returned to his estate. One thing was for sure about this castle: you didn't need my dumbass idea of time-traveling binoculars when you were here. The laundry room and a sitting room that had been transformed into a theater were the only two rooms in this place that weren't historically accurate. While Jim disappeared to play catch-up with pressing issues for his work, he showed me the laundry area, and I started sifting through my clothes. It was something that needed to be done, and I hadn't had a chance since I took off to the countryside with a complete and hot stranger. After dumping my dark colors in the washer, I ventured through the house. This place had it all. No kidding. There was an armory, bedrooms with antique four-poster beds, and even a library that spanned 3 bedrooms worth of space. It was like those libraries from movies with the 2-story ladder and all. Peeking into rooms and exploring the world of history that Jim had salvaged for this house led me to see the man had a love for England's past. It was magnificent here, from the floors, ceilings, carpets, drapes, every single thing. His armory even had knight suits, for Christ's sake. I smiled at the realization that, from the way he was attentive to my needs from the moment we met on the plane, he could definitely suit up in that shining armor. As cheesy as that sounded and felt, it was the truth. When it was time for dinner, we ate in the main hall at a polished table that could probably seat at least 50 people. He sat at the head of the table, and I sat at his left. I couldn't help but be amused by how funny we must have looked, the two of us sitting at a huge empty table. At least we weren't sitting at opposite ends, speaking to each other through megaphones like those comedy movies. "So," I said, slicing into my tender roast with delicious gravy spooned nicely over the top. I couldn't finish my sentence when the flavors erupted into my mouth. Damn, this guy could cook. At first, I was afraid to touch the plate. Smashed potatoes were placed delicately under the slices of roast beef. A Yorkshire pudding was over that, and the dark gravy gently drizzled over the top of it all. Off to the side were long green beans and carrots. "While I appreciate the compliment through your erotic moans," Jim interrupted my marveling at this dinner, "you seriously are about to have me dining in the other room?" I snickered while I picked up a green bean with my hand and crunched into half of its length. Jim's lips tightened in humor as he ate properly, and the pig in me acted like I was eating dinner with Addie. I covered my mouth. "Sorry about that," I cringed. You have this fancy dinner and I'm slopping it up like I'm eating out of a trough.
Never in my entire life have I been so aroused while dining with a woman, he mused, taking a bite of his roast. He swallowed and pointed his fork at me as I took another green bean with all of its robust flavors and chomped half the vegetable again. That right there is why I'm not into oral sex.
What? I asked. Why?
Jim smiled. The way you're eating those long beans and your sexual moans while eating them, well, let's just say everything is sexual at this point.
No, I said with curiosity. You just admitted you're not into oral sex. I went back to eating, yet curious at this confession. He shrugged it off with that handsome tightening of his lips.
Call it my fetish or whatever you like, but I don't trust a woman's mouth around my dick.
And I swallowed a bite of my Yorkshire pudding. What about the other way around?
He sipped his wine. Too intimate. I have never been tempted to go that route in my sexual desire.
Shit, I said with a laugh. So maybe I was right in our fake honeymoon argument this afternoon. You do suck in bed.
He laughed. Are you insinuating that I suck in bed because I'm not one to allow oral sex?
Allow? I emphasized that word. So are you a control freak in bed? He looked past me to the window, rain still pouring down and complimenting our dinner that just turned into inquiring about Jim's sexual preferences.
Is that a bad thing?
His voice was lower, his eyes searching mine now. You keep staring at me like that, and we can easily go find out, I said. But you cook so good that I'd rather finish dinner.
Jim's eyebrows rose in humor. What about you? He inquired. The way you're chomping on that green bean. Well, I'm quite surprised you haven't given your ex a blowjob and bitten half his dick off. Easy way to solve your problems with him.
I nearly choked on the 3 carrots I'd forked and shoveled into my mouth. Well, if Derek weren't constantly high, perhaps I might have. Dude hasn't been able to get it up since before I had Addison.
Sucks for him, I'm sure.
Sucked for me. I tried sticking around to make it work and was left to satisfy myself.
Jim's breath seemed to halt, and then he recovered quickly. You're telling me you remained loyal to him and haven't
had sex in 3 goddamn years? I finished that truth with a laugh.
Wow,
Jim said.
Yeah, we might need to rectify that.
He gave me a look that made me want to jump over the table and rectify it all at this moment. That kiss from earlier was still on my mind, the way his tongue teased mine. How delicious he tasted and smelled. And I wasn't a jackass either. He was feeling me out, and the glasses of wine we were having were helping it all come together for the better. To have this man of all people for the first time in years? Would I be able to contain myself in bed with him? I maintained my composure. We'll see, I said casually. You just mentioned you're a control freak in bed.
I've never had a complaint.
Well, the way you kissed me today almost got your ass laid, I boldly said, letting him know I was all in, and mainly to see if I was right about him feeling me out for more. Jim laughed, pushing his plate to the side, while I worked on finishing the last of my meal.
That video you showed me of Addison today, she's definitely your daughter.
What makes you say that? I answered. Maybe the subject change was a better idea. He sipped his wine.
Well, aside from her lively blue eyes and her black curly hair, she's full of life. Just the will of determination in watching her swim for the first time in that video, she's pretty remarkable. How long did it take for her to learn to swim?
That very day. I smiled at the memory. She was pissed at having to go through all of the technical life-saving parts. Then the next thing we know, she's almost swimming the length of the pool.
Adorable.
Jim smiled. Then we were interrupted when his phone rang.
Shit, this is Alex on my personal line. I'll take it in the other room.
Okay, I answered. I've got the dishes tonight. He smiled back as he left the room to take his call, And once the dishes were done and the kitchen was cleaned, he was back.
"Are you up for chilling in the movie room for a couple of hours with me? My friend Colin, you met him at the restaurant. Well, I need to check out some video he's in before it gets sent over to some documentarians. He's kind of a hotshot neurosurgeon. It's all very boring. Want to try to keep me awake?"
"Sure, I'll pop the popcorn," I said. Jim laughed.
"You're serious?"
"Well, something about that home theater and those couches that are longer than anything I've ever seen makes me want some popcorn."
"Well, you haven't seen long yet."
He arched his eyebrow in a way that made me hope he would follow through on that. "Funny," I said.
"Allow me to get the popcorn. Change into something comfortable. This might be a long, boring situation."
"Fuck," I said. "I completely forgot to dry my clothes."
"You can wear one of my shirts if you'd like. I'm sure they fit like a short nightgown."
"Lead the way, and we'll get this show on the road." We were up in Jim's room and going through his $1,000 suits and clothes. "These clothes are too expensive for me to even look at," I said with honesty. "Don't you have a t-shirt or something?"
"Here."
Jim pulled out a black and white pinstriped button-down shirt.
"I rarely wear this. The button-down will be warmer than just a tee. You can keep the thing if you find it loungeworthy."
"An ex-girlfriend buy it or something?" I taunted, taking the shirt.
"Nah, my design."
He stopped himself.
"It was made for me to wear at an event. I never attended it, and truthfully, I just don't like the coloring."
"Well, I think you'd look damn fine in it," I said. "Either way, I'll change," and I turned back before leaving the room. "Do we even have popcorn?"
"I'll make some,"
he said with that dark, sexy look, studying me. Why couldn't I be a mind reader? He was complex, to say the least, but that's what made him that much more enticing. An hour into leaning against Jim, my eyes were hurting from this dull interview. I was sitting here wishing we were exploring whether or not we'd enjoy having sex after our dinner talk instead. After 3 years of not being intimate, I was down for this guy to take all the control he wanted while fucking me. I'd take dungeon sex right about now.
"What are you thinking?"
Jim asked while both of us finished off the second batch of popcorn. Honestly, Jim chuckled. That I'd take dungeon sex right about now? I looked up, and his eyes caught mine. I was leaning against him, my legs stretched out on the couch that extended from wall to wall in this room. I guess it was the popcorn and the 2 glasses of wine that had me sitting next to him like we'd been a couple for years.
"I meant about this boring documentary."
He laughed, but his eyes were intently on mine. "Your friend is sexy," I started. "He kind of reminds me of Paul Walker. R.I.P., I said, thinking about the handsome man who'd left this world so tragically.
"Great. This shit is going to backfire on us too," he grumbled. "Well, damn."
"It's not bad. I'm just not into medical stuff, I guess." Jim's lips twisted as he stared at the massive screen like he could kill his friend himself. "You look pretty pissed." He shook it off with a sigh.
"Not pissed, just a bit frustrated,"
he said.
"We'll fix it. Glad I'm watching it, though."
The neurosurgeon said some of the questions he's asked most about surgeries are his patients requesting information about sex afterward.
"Most patients are young and healthy,"
Jim answered factually, still studying his friend on television.
"Stands to reason why they'd be concerned."
"Yeah, well, I have the solution to that."
"Oh?"
Jim looked at me.
"I'm sure Colin would appreciate a little input. He does get this question a lot."
"Well, not engaging in sex, but instead just the—" I paused. Jim tilted his head.
"Go on."
"Well, you're not into oral sex, but, handling it differently without engaging in the act." I exhaled. "It's probably not the solution, and who am I to talk? I've never had a guy get me off in my life." I shrugged at his mouth dropping open at my confession. Hey, you confessed you're not into oral, and I'm confessing that if I don't handle myself, sex with a dude is basically just a dick inside me.
You're fucking kidding me, right?
I could have responded the same way to your oral shit. I gave him a cheeky grin.
You've only climaxed by giving yourself an orgasm? What the hell were your partners thinking?
They found a place to get their dicks off and moved on? Jim pinched his lips together, and the voice of the interviewer and Jim's friend were now background noise.
I could give you, right now, an orgasm that will have you begging me for more, and I wouldn't stop there.
You tempting me?
I'm informing you, he said. I almost feel it's now my duty as your host to ensure this issue is fixed immediately.
We have to watch the interview, I teased with an arch of my eyebrow. Jim inhaled deeply and then brought his hand around my neck and pulled my face to his. He smelled like wealth. Whatever the hell his cologne was, it was assaulting me in ways that made me want Jim to show me what it was like to have a man get me off. His eyes moved rapidly back and forth, looking at mine. His lips grazed over mine, but he never went further than that. He smoothly maneuvered me to lay against his firm chest, my back against him, and now I was reclining between his legs. His lips touched my ear.
Would you like me to fix this blasphemy of not being properly taken care of by your previous lovers?
I was breathless as his hand grazed over my nipple that swelled at his touch through the soft shirt I wore. Yes, I said, drunk on this moment with this hot-as-fuck man who was willing to do something that no one had ever bothered to care about. I was already worked up just being this close to him, his sultry and smooth voice and his hand massaging over my abdomen. His lips grazed along my jaw, and he gracefully slid his hand over my panties. Shit just got real. I could have an orgasm right now as he massaged over my clit, slowly but firmly. I melted against his chest, letting out a whisper of a moan, and now my aching clit was swelling for more. Thanks to the alcohol still working in my system, I was so relaxed and didn't have an ounce of concern about Jim getting me off like this. Actually, it was the main reason I was down for it in the first place, and thank God for that. Jim's lips went to the top of my head while I moved my hips and spread my legs to grant him permission and full access to me. I slid my panties off, going wild in sudden ecstasy and molding myself back into Jim's arms.
Jesus, you're sexy as fuck,
he said as the shirt I wore fell completely open, and now Jim had a full visual of my horny-as-hell body. Jim brought his hand back between my legs and massaged over my swollen and heated clit. I gripped each of his legs, being so easily brought to ecstasy by his touch as he gently rolled my clit between his fingers, increasing pressure against my sensitive point. Having a man doing this, having him doing this to me, I was going to explode when I came. My breathing picked up as I rolled my hips while Jim conjured a deep sensation coiled up in my belly, working like sparks in my bloodstream. As I rode his hand, Jim gripped my abdomen, pulling me up to where my head rested against his shoulder. His lips pressed against my neck while his tongue gently caressed my skin. While he tasted along my jaw and neck, he dipped 2 of his fingers into my wet entrance, using that to massage alongside my aching clit. God damn, I groaned as my fingers dug into his legs. I fisted his jeans tightly, feeling more buildup than I'd ever felt before while having an orgasm. Jim's free hand went to my breast.
You are so fucking hot,
Jim said, his fingers twisting my hardened nipple, adding to the ecstasy of my sudden bliss.
I know you're close. Your pussy is dripping wet. Fuck,
he said in a raspy voice. This is fucking amazing. It's all I could mutter while I groaned again. Shit. It was like there was a dam that was preventing the rolling sensation of climaxing and my entire body going into a spasm under Jim's control. This guy could control my ass all he wanted. My breath caught when his fingers began to roll my clit into circles.
You're holding back. Let it go and come on me, gorgeous.
he said, his lips touching mine when I turned to look up into the eyes of the man who was giving me a ride into ecstasy that most women would die for. His tongue traced around my lips that were slightly open. After hearing his breathing go ragged, I had to see his face. I opened my eyes, feeling so fucking high on Jim working my body like this. His eyes were a swirling green. Or maybe that was just my vision going while begging my body to ride out the orgasm Jim kept building deep inside of me. I gripped his legs tighter, opened mine wider, and nipped at his bottom lip. I needed that kiss from earlier today. Jim only teased my lips with his tongue and his mouth tasting me while I sighed and moaned with every move he made with his hands, waking all of these sensitive parts in me back up again. Aggressive kissing or not, the way he was doing all of this was so insanely hot. The perfect amount of motion and pressure to my clit, his other hand cupping my breast and using his fingers to roll my nipples between them. And fuck, his lips and warm breath on my neck, behind my ear, my jaw, and then brushing over my own lips. He was a master at this. I was his to do with as he pleased at this point.
Let it go,
he encouraged, nipping my ear. Tell me you want to fuck me, I begged, turning my lips back to his. God, I need to be fucked. Jim brought his lips to my forehead.
I am definitely going to fuck this tight pussy,
he said in a low voice.
But not before you come in my hand,
he said, slipping his fingers inside me again. Fuck. Shit. I felt like I was exploding in ecstasy, my orgasm so powerful that I arched my ass into him, his fingers chasing my entrance and clit. Holy... I couldn't even speak. Did this guy just find my G-spot like he knew where it was all along? I'd heard of this, read about it, but it never happened to me. The pressure swirled in my belly while his fingers strummed inside me, and his other hand now worked my clit. I felt his hardness as I stiffly arched into him. Jim's lips nipped behind my ear. His tongue gracefully tasted my neck, and the surge of power I didn't realize I carried while climaxing was now coming down on me with more intensity than I could ever imagine.
Fuck yes,
Jim said, my hands like claws on his legs, and my heels dug firmly into the couch.
You're the sexiest woman I've ever fucking met, Avery. I need to fuck you more than you know.
That's it. Just like that, I screeched as the dam of sensations erupted out of my pussy, giving Jim everything he conjured out of me. I'd never known my body was capable of having an orgasm this powerful. Jesus, you are so good, was all I could get out through pants of pleasure. Jim's breaths were more ragged, and I felt his hard cock press into my back as I whined and moaned through the hardest and most intense orgasm I'd ever had in my life.
I'm going to take you to my room and bury my cock in you, he said. You want that?
I couldn't respond. My eyes were rolling into the back of my head, trying to respond to Jim sucking on my bottom lip as his hands worked every last sensation of this orgasm out of my body. Holy hell, I said, finally coming down and sensitive as fuck. I pulled Jim's hands away and managed to turn my limp body to lie on him. I thanked him by aggressively attacking his mouth for a delicious kiss. Jim's response was his hands pressing against my back, pressing me tightly against him. His hands cupped my bare ass as his tongue and mine danced in pleasure together. I moaned into his firm and possessive kiss, and his hands came up to massage my back.
Your body is mine,
Jim said, pulling away while I kissed under his chin and down his neck.
I'm taking it. Right fucking now.
As Jim pulled us both up from where we lay, making out while my body did another internal aftershock shiver, his phone rang.
Fuck me to hell,
Jim said, looking at the caller ID.
It's Alex. God damn it.
That was the best orgasm I've ever had. You can go to work now, I teased.
I'm not done with your sweet little ass, gorgeous, he said. I have to call him back. Things are trying to go south at work. I'll handle it quickly.
If you'd like, I'll make sure I have plenty of condoms and I'll join you in your room. I'll certainly make up for this fucking distraction. Don't make promises you can't keep, I said, sauntering past him and heading up to my room. I was aching for more, and shocked my body was in a state of needing to feel Jim inside me. I needed to know what it was like to be fucked by a man who, I had a pretty good feeling, knew exactly what he was doing. I looked out the double glass doors in my room, watching as the rain poured down onto the balcony before I flipped on the flat-screen TV. I had to do something, or I'd be in misery as I waited for Jem to get back and give me more than the sample he gave me in the theater.
Chapter 8. Jim. It took Alex calling in to instantly remind me of my conversation with Avery that my company could go to hell in less than 3 seconds. It was a fact, and here I was reading an email string with a fucking asshole who was trying to back out of what he practically begged us for, acquiring Knights Aware, a new gaming company. This dickhead was lucky I even considered this acquisition in the first place. It took Alex's convincing nature to get me to focus on their first, mind-numbing presentation to us. It wasn't sound, it wasn't catchy, and it wasn't going to fucking happen without serious help. I had no idea how they secured a meeting with us in the first place, but they did, and Alex urged me to challenge Mitchell and Associates by taking them on. We had our teams put together a decent portfolio on them, and once my PR team delivered the new pitch to me, I was more interested. The investors didn't bat an eye at the idea of this new gaming company that was exploding with high-profile gamers. So we made our pitch, the goddamn $1 million acquisition deal, and now these sons of stupid bitches were backing out? I think there's more to it. Alex's words kept replaying in my mind as I continued to read the email string about their senseless reasoning for wanting to back out. All of this shit was almost as dry and witless as their first pitch to my acquisition team members and me. I pinched the bridge of my nose, my eyes burning from staring at small words from dumbass college kids in an excuse to turn down our investors in my company. Then she, Avery, and those glossy blue eyes came into my mind. I didn't believe what she said about a man never getting her off until I watched the woman climax. It wasn't until I felt her clawing into each of my legs, watching her body stiffen and seeing it in her eyes, that I realized she wasn't lying about assholes fucking her for their own selfish desires. The thought of that pissed me off. Sure, I was a man who was uninterested in relationships, and I had a bit of a history of bringing women to bed and moving on. But at least I made sure the woman got off too. Jesus Christ, all men were selfish bastards, weren't they? Part of me didn't want to fuck Avery because I knew exactly what I was doing. I was used to satisfying my own needs of wanting to get laid and never attaching to women beyond having sex. A commitment was a big-ass thing for me to consider. I knew all about it. That's why I wasn't up there in her room. Instead, I was sitting here staring at the number one commitment in my world, Mitchell and Associates, and someone trying to fuck us over. My thoughts shifted back to when I kissed Avery in the village before lunch. I didn't kiss women like that. Ever. That particular kiss was right up there with my personal reasons for never having oral sex with women. It was all too fucking intimate. I could never lead a woman on to believe I was a man who could take care of them or do more than just fuck them. Then there was Avery. I felt myself drawn to her in more ways than I ever deemed possible with a woman. I watched her take in the sights of the village like she was a celestial creature who'd brought me into this wave of bliss by examining her beauty and listening to her laugh. She'd freed my soul from these strange bondages of work that held me hostage, whether I wanted to believe my company did that to me or not. She hit me with straight facts. She smiled so beautifully she took my breath away. Everything about her was making it extremely hard to fight against these new and raw emotions I was having now. I should have never let it all go as far as it did tonight, but I did without thinking. That's when, even though I knew it was a terrible idea, I kissed her when she asked. Her moans and bringing her lips to mine while her body was writhing in pleasure to my touch, that was part two of falling victim to this blue-eyed beauty. There was a cautious and caring way that I engaged in kissing her. It was intimate as hell, and I knew it. I savored her taste, her moans against my lips, and her body moving beneath me. God damn, I had to have her. Now. I pushed back from my desk, got up, and trotted toward my room. That's when I realized it was 3 a.m. Fuck me. Had I been staring at that email string for that long? Shit. I grabbed one of the boxes of condoms I took with me from the States. I knew I'd get laid on the trip here, and 2 weeks' worth of condoms should have been enough, except the person I thought I'd be fucking turned up married. My phone buzzed before I opened the door to Avery's room to check if she would accept my promise of fucking her before I lost track of time. What the fuck is it now? I thought as I opened up the new text from Alex. Alex, check your email. Dunlap and Son are pulling their investment and dropping stock. Fucking Julia. Jim, I'll handle it. And her. Son of a bitch. I knew turning that married bitch away in my office would spark this. First, we're on the brink of losing these college dipshits and their gaming company, but compared to losing Julia's father's company, that was inconsequential. I wanted to text Julia and go off on the bitch for hitting me exactly where she knew she could. The woman could knee me in the balls and get away with it, but crying some bullshit to her daddy or goddamn brother? Unfucking believable. Now, we were losing a lead investor because I wouldn't fuck her. I must have spent an hour going through the email and hearing their bullshit reasoning for pulling out of Mitchell after having been with us since my father recruited them, and also deleting my potential response email 100 times. I was too fucking pissed to respond. Julia's brother, Greg, was being groomed as the next in line to his father's company, and he was the fucker who sent the damn email. I had to get in front of that smug little son of a bitch, and I would. Once I got home, I would handle this shit face to face and remind Gregory that his company depended on Mitchell and Associates, not the other way around. A whole box of condoms? The sexy voice of Avery broke through my thoughts, and I had to look to see if she was really there or if I'd fallen asleep at my desk. Was there a party down here I wasn't invited to? Avery walked toward me, her full breasts partially hidden by my shirt she still wore, and her perfectly groomed pussy was still on display, without her lace panties from our interlude in the theater room. She walked in front of my chair, pushed my laptop to the side, and brought my face into her hands. "Chained down with work?" she asked, her blue eyes vibrant. "Just ensuring you had a little cat nap after that orgasm," I said. "I'm fully rested," she said, pulling herself up on my desk to sit in front of me. I ran my hands along the outside of her thighs. Her soft skin was silky smooth, and my dick responded to needing more with her. If just the touch of her skin wasn't enough, she opened her legs, and that's when I saw how wet she was. "I could fuck you so goddamn hard right now," I said, my thumb rolling over her inflamed clit. She let out a soft, scratchy moan, and then her darkening eyes met mine. "But this desk is not the most comfortable place for that." "You could fuck me on the floor," she said, biting her bottom lip. "I've wanted you ever since you started me off tonight." I licked my lips, and I had to taste her kiss again. Fuck me, why can't I resist this woman? In a slow, fluid motion, I gripped her ass and pulled her closer to me. She ran her hands through my hair when I took one of her full breasts in my mouth. Feeling her nipple rise and harden against my tongue was building me into a desire to do things I didn't do with women I fucked. "You're mine, gorgeous," I said as I rose up and lifted her off my desk. She locked her arms around my neck and crossed her legs behind my back, then teased my lips with hers. As I went to take her to the closest room outside of my office, she pulled her lips from mine. "Fuck me on your desk, Jim," she ordered. "I don't fuck. I won't let you fuck me any other way," she said, covering my mouth with hers. "If you want me, you'll do it my way." Was this really happening? Did she mandate sex her way or no way? I'd never been told how I was going to have sex with a woman. I just did it, and any woman I'd been with never argued. "You forgot the part where I told you I controlled the way sex went down," I reminded her with a partial grin. Her lips twisted up. I didn't forget, she said. If you want me, I want it on your desk. Why is that? Because you looked sexier than hell sitting there, and it seems like it would be more than arousing. She ran her fingers through my hair. Don't tell me this is another I don't do sex that way rule like your oral confession. I pressed my lips against her chin. I don't fuck women where I do business. She laughed. Jim, I will let you have a pass on your preferences against oral sex, but I have a fantasy, and it's you fucking me on your desk. I believe you mentioned something along the lines of when you want something, you don't stop until you get it. Well, you wanted me? I said that, and I meant that. But I'm calling the shots now. I want you on a bed, not on that goddamn desk. Well, a little insight about me. She massaged her lips against mine. When I want something, I fight for it, and I get it. I saw fire light up her eyes, and I was getting more turned on by the second with this woman once again taking control over my stubborn ass. Really? I could hear myself concede in the sound of my voice. That's when I couldn't handle my aching and throbbing cock being denied her warm pussy any longer. You win, I said, and guided her back toward my desk. She promptly went to work in helping me shed my clothing and stopped when she freed my cock. Fuck me. She looked up at me from her long lashes. I'll have to convince you of oral before this week is over. I closed my eyes when she used my pre-cum to lubricate her palm and began stroking my cock. That feels so fucking good, I groaned. Her lips were against my stomach and trailing up to my neck. Imagine my lips wrapped around your long cock instead of my hand. I smiled through the ecstasy of her stroking me. Not after watching you eat that green bean, gorgeous. She transfixed me and placed me under her spell, and I seriously couldn't remember how I ended up laying back on my desk while she brought her fingers to her lips. You taste amazing, she said, licking my pre-cum off her hands. I went to lean up, but she held me down. I'm not giving you a blowjob, she said, tearing a condom wrapper open. I'm going to ride your sexy ass into the same ecstasy you showed me earlier. I'm fucking you, Jim. What the hell was this sexy woman doing with my mind, body, and, dare I say the word, soul? There was no way I could be this fucking submissive to a woman. I couldn't be. I could never allow a woman to have any control over me. And yet here I was, watching her roll on the condom and putting way too much trust in her. I was at her mercy, and there was nothing I could do about it. And hell if I wanted to. She climbed up on me while I pulled myself back on my desk. Thank God it was unusually long and nearly the size of a dining table, or this sure as hell wouldn't work. Are you done with this? She asked, reaching toward my laptop that was close to falling off the side. Depends. You don't know if I can multitask or not, I said, feeling more vulnerable to a woman than I had ever been in my life. I'm moving this shit and fucking you, she said, her scratchy voice sultry and irresistible. I smirked. We'll see about that. My eyes closed, and I was silenced while she rubbed her slick entrance over my abdomen. Your body is sexy as fuck, she said, moving back to where my cock was fully erect. You failed as my host, you know. Is this my punishment? I asked, trying to act like I was not under her seduction in more ways than one. Her lips were on mine, and her kiss started with her gently biting my bottom lip and running her hands through my hair. My hands skimmed up her straddled legs, and I cupped her perfect, tight ass. I drank from her tasty kiss, and then her lips roamed to my neck, and then my cheek, then back to her enthusiastic kiss. I wanted to be pissed as she pulled away, but in reopening my eyes, she was positioning herself to slide down on my dick. I was going to come at the sight of her. Her blue eyes were daring and her lips turned up slightly while part of her long hair fell over her shoulder. I watched her gently rub my dick back and forth over her clit. My breath caught at the sensations of her bringing my tip to her slick entrance. Avery's eyes met mine when she slid the tip of my dick into her. Hell, I said, bracing myself by gripping her legs. You're tighter than fuck. I said, knowing I probably wouldn't be all the way in before I lost it early. Think about the goddamn docu-series, Jim. The boring as fuck docu-series. It's been longer than I want to admit, she said. You're about to loosen this tight pussy back up again. You up for that job? She asked. More than gorgeous, I said, not knowing if this would turn out to be the worst failure of my life. I'd fucked enough women to keep this premature ejaculation shit at bay. Now here I was begging my cock to ride this out so I could enjoy the first time of letting a woman take control. She bit her lip as she slid further down my cock, and I groaned as I held back the cum that was at the brink of exploding out of me. This felt better than any fucking thing in the world. Her tight, warm pussy was clenched around my hardness, and her expression was indescribable. You're so fucking huge, she panted out, moving her hips in circles and me coming out of my skin in sensations of pleasure and internal shivers of maintaining supreme control over myself. God, you feel so good. My lips were parched while I watched this beautiful woman plant her hands on my chest and move her hips up and down along my shaft. I fell into a daze of being high or something like that while watching my shirt she wore, now my favorite shirt in the goddamn world, slide off her shoulders and reveal her breasts, bouncing as she moved herself faster on my cock. Her eyes were dark after she found comfort riding my dick, and her breathing picked up. She was so beautiful it was almost as painful as holding back. Fuck, I stammered, and closed my eyes in pain. I want to come so deep in you, Avery, I said as she started moving faster and her waist in perfect circles to ride me better than any woman had previously done. I reached back and gripped the edge of my desk, writhing underneath this woman, taking advantage of my dick in the best way possible. I was in a state of bliss as my cock felt everything inside her. I started pumping myself up into her, needing to be deeper. Oh my God, she moaned. Harder, I begged with a groan of pleasure, yet still the pain of holding myself back. I was going to come so fucking hard that I would most likely pass out from the sensation. Hell yes, lover, she said with a smile, and her eyes closed. That pet name almost ended this that second, and not because I was throwing her off me. No one used that name on me. It was always James, Jimmy, or some other name. But lover? Strange how that coming out of her mouth was more sensual than anything else. It was the way she did it, too. Her scratchy voice was sexier than anything, and it strangely made me feel more apt to ensure this woman enjoyed my cock for as long as she needed. I reached for her clit, and she batted my hand away. She stopped moving and rose up. I want you to watch me get myself off with your dick buried in me. Deep, she said with an arched brow, and what I assumed was a nervous bite to the corner of her lip. Fuck yes, I said. Get yourself off on me, gorgeous. When you come, I'm taking you to that couch and I'm burying my cock so deep in you that you'll scream for more. Oh yeah? She taunted, holding a breast, licking her lips and working her clit. She started moving slowly, working my cock however she wanted. Damn, you're beautiful. How many times could I say this truth? Did she have any idea how fucking sexy she was? Her confidence, her energy, and now her head rocked back with her mouth open. I glanced down at her as she rubbed herself harder, and I reached down to feel that perfect ass while I watched her moan into a climax again. She cursed and practically howled while breathing out her spasm that was pulsating around my cock. That was all I could fucking take. She was mine now. I sat up and kept my cock from slipping out while she dropped her face onto my shoulder, her teeth clamping down softly on it while she groaned. I could make it to the fucking sofa, couldn't I? You feel so amazing, Jim, she said, coming down. You ready for another one? Can you come on me again? I asked, pressing our bodies together onto the sofa in my office. I started thrusting myself into her hard until I saw her wince. She's still sensitive. Settle for a kiss. I did. I worked all of my energy into the kiss, forcing her to moan while I slowed my dick, sliding in and out of her still throbbing pussy. I pulled away, breathless, and our eyes met in some moment of pure ecstasy. You're still coming on me, aren't you? I want it harder, she answered with her hand on her clit again. "Fuck me deep, Jim." "That's my girl," I said with a smile while she claimed my bottom lip and sucked on it. I pumped harder and deeper. Avery let me go at that point, gripped behind her knees, and spread herself fully open for me. "Fuck, Avery," I said, pumping harder. "You're unreal." Her arms locked behind my back, and her lips were suckling under my chin as I found my greedy rhythm to claim this pussy unlike any other I'd ever fucked. I would never be able to outdo this. At least I didn't think so. So long as I was fucking Avery, I think anything would be possible. She was so tight that it had me pushing to bury myself as deep as I could. Avery confirmed this is exactly what she wanted, her lips sucking hard against my neck. "Come inside me, Jim," she begged with a groan. "Fuck, I'm still going. You feel so good." There was no more restraining my need to come hard inside her. "I'm there, gorgeous." I drove my cock deep into her, the release more violent than I'd ever experienced. "Fuck, you're so tight." I kissed her forehead. "God damn," I said, catching my breath while her lips swept across my collarbone and back up to my neck. I felt another internal shiver of release and moved my cock in her to feel the last of the sensations of her pussy clenching it. This woman not only had me by the dick, given the current situation, but she also had me ultimately at her fucking mercy. Holy hell, what did I get my ass into? I wouldn't be able to go very long without needing this or her again. Her groans, expressions, tight pussy, and even her beautiful tits that I now sucked on while slowly pushing in and out of her. I was coming down but still feeling like I was coming inside her. This shit just wouldn't stop. It was like my dick was in control and I was giving it the pussy it had waited too many fucking years to find. Avery intrigued me at first, her endurable and robust personality, her sexy as fuck scratchy voice, her smile and dazzling eyes. I knew I'd eventually wind up fucking her, but never imagined the sensations to be this incredible. I definitely knew we'd most likely wind up fucking each other. I wasn't that big of an idiot. We flirted too much, and our sexual conversations seemed to steer us in this direction. Even at that, it's not the sole reason I brought her out here with me. If it never happened, thank God it did, I would have been just as satisfied with having her company. Her personality was something I was becoming more and more drawn to since meeting her on that flight. I found it soothing to my tired soul to be around her, no business talk and not being treated like I was some god because of my position or my money. It sounded arrogant, I know, but I'd surrounded myself with women like Julia, God help me with that one, or fucking Lillian, who was insane and virtually planning our marriage after only a few nights together. This was the lonely life I'd carved out for myself. Then I met Avery. It's as if my mind were starved to be around a woman who was down to earth and, most of all, she was lively, strong-willed, and had a mind of her own around me. I was just Jim to her. It was as simple as that. Not the intimidating CEO, the man who had so much wealth that rumor circles constantly questioned what I did with all my money. Avery never once made me think of that part of my life. She made me experience the normal part I'd been missing. The Jim I'd lost after taking over Mitchell & Associates. With all of these thoughts and feelings surfacing, I felt like she should be afraid of me because, as of this moment, I wouldn't let her go. Not if I could help it, anyway. Chapter 9. Jim. When I woke up, I should have jumped from the bed and questioned what the hell did I do. I'd slept in, left my phone in my office, and had a dark-haired beauty draped around my body. Our bodies were still molded together where we'd both finally fallen asleep after being fully satiated with fucking each other. Instead of fleeing from the bed in a panic, I did the opposite. I shifted to where she rested her cheek against my shoulder so I could pull her in closer. After more rounds of sex than I deemed possible, and for the first time in too long, my mind was at rest. I shrugged off the immediate concern that was threatening to creep into my peaceful, rousing mind, and only thought of this woman who made the impossible happen for me. Last night was one for the books. She was a wild cat all night, and for the first time since renovating the manor, I put some of these museum-like rooms to good use. Aside from fantastic sex, the woman had a spark of energy that I didn't think anything could put out. This is what I needed in life, I suppose. A fun, wild, adventurous, and fearless woman. Don't go down this road, Jim, I thought. But perhaps I could try to keep this going if she was interested. A relationship? I felt my stomach churn at the idea of letting her down. I pulled her in closer and kissed her forehead. I honestly didn't know if I could handle the commitment. I didn't know if I wouldn't hurt her and, needless to say, her daughter. Don't think for a second I'd forgotten she had a child while I lay there, contemplating if this could actually work between us. I would never shy away from a single mom. In fact, I wanted to meet her daughter. That little girl was filled with so much life, and it made me smile when I saw her in the swimming video. She and her mother deserved so much more than a manipulative druggie in their lives. I was going too fast and too far with all of this. It was how my mind worked, though. I had to consider everything before I took a risk on anything. With my company, it's who I was. I weighed everything before I allowed an acquisition to play out. It wasn't Mitchell and Associates first, though. A lot of CEOs wouldn't see it that way. But I did. I didn't run this business based solely on what was in it for us, but what was in it for the other company. Would Mitchell and Associates carry them into success or let them down? If the chances were that the business would fail, even with my company at the helm, I wouldn't allow the contract to take place. So, shit. Here I was, weighing my newfound feelings like a business transaction. What was I going to do next? Call up my risk assessment team and ask them if the relationship would work? I had to get up and get my day started. I slid my arm out from underneath Avery and watched her pull up the covers to her face and smile behind closed lids. She was gorgeous even while she slept. I wanted to stay in bed with her all day. It was still raining outside, and I had plenty of other rooms to explore sexually and honor her request of fucking in every last room of this place before we left. Who knows? Maybe that could be done. That was the easiest request out of all of them to honor. After a vigorous run in the rain, a hot shower, and plenty of time to reset my mind while baking a quiche for breakfast, I was determined to enjoy my time here and ignore the bullshit that awaited me when I got back to the office next week. "Hey, handsome," I heard the voice I'd been waiting for since waking at 6 this morning. "You let me sleep in." I had just finished eating my breakfast and was working on a fruit dish I'd put together while heading toward my office. "I figured you'd need the energy for taking on the rest of the rooms in the house," I said with a wink. She took the plate of food on the counter that I'd made for her. "I was going to wake you with that in bed," I shrugged. "So much for that one. I completely forgot having too much shit on my mind this morning." "So much for the breakfast in bed kind of guy I built you up to be," she said, smiling, her eyes still sleepy, yet more beautiful every time I stared into them. "No shit. It looks like the honeymoon's over, gorgeous." She covered her mouth as she took another bite and swallowed. "Last night told me the honeymoon better not be over. This quiche tells me we need to renew our vows, too." "But we were only just married, darling," I teased. "Yeah, I think we should remarry, and this time no annulment." "You're still after 90% of my business, eh?" "I might relax and just take the whole company, like I took its owner last night," she teased with an arch of her brow. "It's a double-edged sword, sweetheart," I said. "The money isn't worth selling your soul, and you might have had your way with me last night, but this company would definitely have its way with you." "God damn," she said. "Maybe I'll stick to divorcing you, take all the money, and leaving your butt to run the place." "So long as I still had your sexy ass to fuck?" She shrugged. "I guess. The sex could stay, too. You're pretty good in bed." "Well, now that all of the legal issues are out of the way, perhaps we will remarry." My phone rang and it was Alex. Poor asshole tried calling me 10 times and I still hadn't gotten back to him. "Better get that," she pointed at my phone with her fork. "I need a reason to divorce your ass, taking the money and keeping the sex." I grinned as I left the room and called Alex back. "All right, did you handle the shit with Brad and Mark?" he asked, breathing heavily, and I could tell he wasn't taking things well. I couldn't blame him. I usually shouldered all of this bullshit, leaving Alex to hunt down and maneuver his skill toward advancing business deals. Handling dumb random shit like sudden pullouts and our top investor backing out because of fucking Julia wasn't in his wheelhouse. It was in mine. "Alex," I said steadily, "take a breath. You sound like you're having a panic attack. What the fuck do you expect me to say? I'm not comfortable sleeping one more night with Knights Aware and Dunlap going to hell on us, and for no good reason." "Calm the hell down. I'll handle it. Jesus, Alex, you act like this is the first time someone's tried playing games with us. We're not responding to this until I get back." "Have you lost your goddamn mind, Mitchell?" "No," I said in a lower voice. "But I will lose my goddamn mind if you keep this shit going. Calm the fuck down. If you want to keep them on the line and dangle the fucking carrot of wealth in front of their faces until I get back, then go for it. Until then, go to bed. This is not the James Mitchell that I know. You'd normally be ending your trip to London immediately and sit these people on their asses to fix this. I'm not taking that route with either of them. You and I both know there is no better company than ours for either of them. They're playing games, but I'm not playing along. I'm getting off this phone, and unless you have a fucking medical emergency or the building burns down, I want you to relax and not call me." The other end of the phone was silent. "Are you still with me, Alex? I'm wondering if you were still with me. Can you just trust me on this? I'm not allowing anything to harm the company. If I felt concerned that everything was going to hell, you know I'd be on this." "Right," he exhaled. "Go to bed. I'll check in later and stay up to date with any bullshit they try and come at us with." "All right. Then I'm going to get off the phone and do something I've never done before in my life. Not give a fuck. You do your job, and I'll do mine. Right now, these fuckers can wait for my intervention on this bullshit when I get back. The ball is in our court." "You're right. All right, I'll call if anything comes up. I'm checking emails, and then I'm out. Get some rest, man, because when I get home, we'll be going at this hard until it's resolved." "Got it. Later." Alex was pissed, and I knew precisely why. I wasn't acting like myself. As the words left my mouth, though, they made sense. If we reacted to this like we were desperate, it would only make us look like the fools these dicks believed us to be. They weren't getting responses until next week when I had them in my office to figure out what the fuck they were trying to pull on us. I finished up as Avery walked out of her room dressed in jeans and a sweater. "You up for a little tourist day in Gloucestershire today?" I asked. She eyed me. "A tourist day? I think the question is, are you up for a little tourist day today?" She pulled her hair into a ponytail. "Last time we tried to go out, we almost got fake divorced." "I have a driver waiting," I said with a smile. "I think you'll like this tour. It's about an hour away." "Don't you have a car of your own?" she asked. "I mean, the whole driver thing seems a little over the top for us newlyweds." My lips twisted. "I use my driver so I can handle business on the road," I answered honestly. "Then I'll be the driver," she said. "Avery," I smiled. "Are you forgetting that they don't drive on the same side of the road as Americans? The steering wheel is on the right side, not the left side of the vehicle. Your instincts will be completely turned around." She met me with that challenge I saw all night last night. "I think if I can handle you and that long-ass dick of yours after 3 years of not having sex, I can handle a drive. Do you have anything other than the rolls that brought us here?" "You want to go without a driver that badly?" I asked. "I want it to be just you and me," she said with a smile. "It sounds fun, and your driver needs a vacation too. Why does he have to wait in the car while you and I go play?" "He does whatever he wants after driving me." I stopped myself, seeing her roll her eyes at my excuse. "All right. I have a few cars to choose from. I never drive the damn things, so maybe they could use some attention." "Do they just sit out here?" she asked with a laugh. "Will they even start?" I smiled. "My driver lives on the property. He handles all the maintenance on my vehicles while I'm in the States. They work. I'll even let you take your pick. I'll grab my purse, and we can get out of here. Damn, she said. I should have taken a run before this. I looked at her in confusion. She seemed to have a look of panic flash across her face. It's raining. Would you rather go for a run first? I can join you. I'm good. Taking off for a drive sounds like fun, she smiled. I need to take the edge off somehow. Edge? Forgive me, but I'm a bit confused. I could tell something was on her mind and didn't want to add to whatever it was. Yeah, it's the fun life of dealing with shit, she grinned. I talked to Addie this morning, and it was lonely, but my ex was on one again last night. Long story. While I usually run this shit out of my system, a drive through the countryside sounds like it'll do my wound-up nerves some good. Perhaps we should get you behind a little horsepower? I was planning on taking you to Thornbury Castle. Her blue eyes widened and her smile radiated excitement. Shut the hell up, she said. I saw that place in a brochure. It's a Tudor castle. And supposedly haunted, I teased. Show me the way to our car, and let's go see a place that doesn't require my time-traveling binoculars. Oh, I said, stopping her. If you can pack an overnight bag, do so. Or perhaps I might rephrase that. Would you care to stay the evening there with me? She narrowed her eyes. Will there be sex? I smiled and slipped my hands into my pockets. I believe I might continue our evening, minus you screaming out my name through the castle corridors, of course. She looked at me in a way that I couldn't discern. Her eyes seemed to gloss over as she bit down on her bottom lip. She sucked in a breath, smiled, and walked away in what I assumed was happiness that we were taking this last-minute trip. Chapter 10. Jim. I took Avery's and my duffel bags to the garage, and I started to load them into the trunk of the car that I had hoped she would enjoy making the 1-hour trip to Thornbury in. Holy mother of... She covered her mouth as she walked toward where I was placing my briefcase in the back, which was insurance in case I needed assistance if shit went down that Alex couldn't handle alone. That's a classic Ferrari, isn't it? And my bride is a car enthusiast. If I would have known that, I would have married you earlier. She rolled her eyes and snatched the keys from my hand. Do I still get to drive this baby? She dangled the keys in front of my face. I felt my godforsaken phone buzzing, and I knew some company shit was busting loose again. I slipped it out of my slacks, which I'd put on out of habit. I could change into my jeans at Thornbury Castle. Is that phone buzzing in your pants the reason you need a driver? Avery questioned with a devious smile. It is. I ran my hand through my hair, then smiled at her. It also means that it appears my driver is now going to be you, since I just informed my driver that I wouldn't be using his services today. She planted her hands on both hips and shook her head. You're missing out, man. You have this classic car, and sadly you can't enjoy it because if you don't answer that call, you most likely won't be able to keep and afford it. Just get in the driver's seat, gorgeous, I said, unable to resist brushing my hand over her tight ass. I hit the callback button. What's going on, Dave? I asked my public relations assistant, and the man could hardly get 3 words out before we were buckled up and Avery brought the low growl of the engine to life and peeled out of the driveway. I laughed at first and then lowered my phone from my ear as Avery drove like a bat out of hell with its ass on fire. The other goddamn side of the road, I tried to say as calmly as I could. Christ, forgot about that, sorry, she cringed with a sympathetic smile. Forgive the interruption, Dave. I went back to my phone once Avery got her bearings. What can I help you with? They need to know your take on the docuseries before presenting it to the London offices. Alex handled this, I said. No, I rubbed my forehead. Forgive me, you are correct. We'll be putting it on hold. I'm not entirely convinced this is the route I want to go. I glanced up, forgetting about the roundabout that Avery was entering. Fucking... I held on to the word after we were nearly sideswiped by a car and were now stuck in this roundabout driving in circles. Hell! I let out a breath. Dave, I need to handle some shit. Cancel any further viewing until I give the final word and get more info back from Dr. Brooks. Anything else? I asked as Avery continued to look for a way out of the roundabout, but remained safe in the damn thing by the grace of God. That was it. Thanks, Jim, he answered, and we hung up. Avery, I said, watching her keep the car in low gears and us looking like the jackasses we were acting like. You need to take that exit. I pointed at the upcoming turnoff. Burford Road. How the fuck do I get out of this goddamn thing? She asked with frustration and a laugh. I hope the business is doing swell, but we're in this position because I have no navigation and these people drive like lunatics. Avery, I said calmly, merge onto the exit. Burford, shit, it's 429. Right here, take this road. Avery, right here. Here, right here. I was vomiting out directions like an idiot. Avery threw her head back and laughed as she took the exit. We survived Avery's first roundabout in England, but we weren't finished yet. I knew the next one was less than a mile away. Jesus almighty, she sighed. That was insane. She sped up while I held her phone to her face and unlocked it. Hey, she said, trying to focus on the road. What the hell are you doing with my phone? Loading your GPS in case the office calls. Oh, cool, good idea. What the fuck, not another one of these bastards? I glanced over at her. Just merge into it like you're getting on a freeway in Southern California. This is no worse than the crazy drivers there. The GPS was spouting off demands as Avery panicked in the second roundabout. Shit, Jim. Maybe the road to this castle wasn't the best route for me to drive. My driver handles these just fine, I said smugly while watching her frustration rise, trying to get out of this roundabout. However, we didn't need him, remember? I feel like a goddamn hamster in a wheel. Every time I go to get out, a fucking car gets in here. Slow the car and take the exit that your GPS is practically glitching as it screams at you. Good idea. Yeah, Leadfoot, it might help to keep it at low speeds to navigate. Hold on. Shush, I have to think, she said with a laugh as she turned the polished wood steering wheel and led us off on the exit. There's another one coming up. You're just going to merge this like you're getting on the freeway and hang a left onto Swindon Road. What is this? A fucking tilt-a-whirl for cars? She blew her hair out of her face. Hang a fucking left? How do I hang a damn left when I'm driving on the wrong side of the road and I'm in the wrong seat, too? The same way you hang a right when you're driving on the left side, I suppose, I said as she flipped me off from my comment. Hey, I was going to call the driver. You're the one who grabbed the keys, gorgeous. I chuckled, seeing another email pop in from my assistant in my London office. Holy shit. She raised her hands off the steering wheel and danced in her seat. I fucking dominated that bitch. Only 3 laps this time, I smirked. If you can shut the phone off, you could be behind the wheel and driving this car. It's the most glorious thing in the world. Fine, you can pull over, I said. Seriously, there are more roundabouts and I'm in the mood to get to the castle, not spend my night going in circles. She reached over and lightly punched my arm. See, I knew I could get you driving again. She eased the car off the main road and stepped out. It just took my pretending I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I met her at the trunk and pulled her into my arms. You weren't pretending. I lifted her chin to press my lips to her smiling ones. Besides, it's raining and the last thing we need is the GPS shouting, you laughing, and windshield wipers adding to all of that while we're dizzy from going in circles. Just drive my ass to this castle, she said with that damn smile that intrigued me from the first moment I met her on the plane to London. At least I learned something new today. When in England, don't drive like a crazy American. She laughed. We sat in the car, settled, and took off. How long had it been since I'd turned it all off and drove one of my cars? This was somewhat healing to my soul. It was so relaxing. What do you know about Thornbury? I asked, maneuvering the next roundabout a bit less theatrically than Avery would have. Well, from what the flyer said, it is haunted, and also you can stay in the same rooms as Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn when they stayed here. She gripped my arm. Do you think if we play into this lie, they'll let us stay in that room? As much as the Tudor dynasty is fascinating with the market left here, do you truly want to stay in the room that man stayed in? When he was with Anne, he was cool, remember? So he was only not cool after he beheaded Anne Boleyn? I think Catherine of Aragon would disagree. I don't know when he went nuts. I know he suffered injuries and went crazy. Do you think that's why he killed the Duke of Buckingham and seized this castle? I know his uncle Jasper Tudor haunts the bottom floors of Thornbury because he hates women, she answered. Henry killed the Duke? You seem to have a fascination, as most do, with this particular king. Can you guess why he charged him with high treason and had him beheaded at the Tower of London? Well, if I'm honest, I got my obsession with the king because of a TV show. She bit her bottom lip. Interesting, I laughed. Do you find it fascinating outside of that particular series? It piqued my interest enough to know I wanted to see sights of the Tudors when I was out here. Little did I know I'd be going to a real castle, that is, a hotel, and staying there with a hot guy, she said, and placed her hand over mine on the gear shift. I loved the gesture. Tell me why he killed the Duke. On top of the fact that Buckingham was going behind his back because he believed he had a stronger claim to the throne, owning nicer things than Henry wasn't something the king appreciated. Thornbury was just something else to stick in Henry's craw. I arched my brow at her, at ease from enjoying driving my car that I never took out. I was missing out on so many things in life, no matter how simple. Dude was a dick, sort of like Jasper Tudor haunting the bottom floor. I still need to learn why, though. That I don't know, I answered. I've never gone down the paranormal route to the history of ghosts of England. This is the coolest thing ever, though. She unbuckled and brought her lips to my cheek. We have to have sex there, and this will beat out every cool memory I have in my visit. We're most definitely having sex, gorgeous. I'm not that fucking stupid. I smiled at her. Once we arrived, Avery was in awe of everything. Even I stood in amazement at the 500-year-old castle. The history poured out of this place, but the only history I was attentive to was the history of the stunning woman who held tightly to my hand as we walked toward the main entrance. I secured the room that Henry and Anne stayed in, believing that would add to the memory of Avery's visit. While she started taking pictures of the castle, our bags were taken to the Duke's suite. I finalized our dinner menu, knowing these plates were deliciously smaller than Avery liked, and ensuring our dining table was well situated. I wanted her to enjoy the candles, the ambiance, and the feeling of being back in time that she was so fascinated with, all while the chefs took care of her appetite. As we walked into our room, I saw that it was situated to overlook the best views of the gardens and lawns that, if this rain let up, Avery would be able to explore. I watched her take in the grand room, unaware this was the room that Henry and Anne had stayed in for 10 days to avoid an outbreak of the plague. Then my phone buzzed. Alex, you're either in the hospital or every last employee quit on us. The opposite. I have news you need to know. Jim, Avery said, picking up a booklet. This is where Henry and Anne stayed. In this room. I'm literally in Henry VIII's room. She held the leaflet to her chest and walked toward the window. Did a woman just bring up Henry the fucking Eighth? Alex asked, his mood lighter. What the living hell are you up to? Don't worry about it. Say what you called to say. Stay on topic. Henry VIII? He repeated. Alex, I said, moving across the room. What the hell did you call for? Oh, that gaming company we lost? Yes. Julia is married to one of the punks. You're fucking kidding. You're not surprised, are you? She's a fucking predator, man. Dipping into the college-aged kids now? I mean, these kids are in their early 20s. She's 32. You got passed over for some gaming kid, Alex laughed. They're scared that leaving Mitchell & Associates might damage them. Good. Let them sit on that until I get back. Julia's answering your request to attend the meeting. You think I can't handle that crazy bitch? No, I just want to be there when you do, Alex said with a smile in his voice. After fielding all this shit while I'm trying to stay off for a bit, you've earned the right to watch that show. All right, sweet. Who's the chick? Alex pried. The woman I introduced you to at the restaurant. Oh, no shit? God damn, my mind is shot. Have you slept at all? I asked, worried he might be burning the candle at both ends without my help. I did. I just woke up to this email and couldn't believe what Scott found after I had him do a little digging. Well, tell him I appreciate it. Good call in not reacting and going off. You're right. Let's let them sweat it out. Glad that after all these years you're taking my word on shit. You can't blame me. You were acting massively out of character. Yeah, perhaps. All right, we good? Yep. I'll hit you if any other bigger news breaks. Got it. See ya. Well, well. Avery walked up to me and wrapped her arms around my waist. I think we start this all off by getting busy in that bed. I arched an eyebrow at her. Thank God I took over driving, or we'd be off the optimum time I allocated for this all to work out with fucking first, tours, tea and cakes, then fucking again, roaming the grounds, fucking again, and then dinner. Avery stood on her toes and kissed my chin. I might need to walk tomorrow. I'm already sore from last night. Quit fucking with me, I said, and she fumbled with my belt. We need to get on your optimum time schedule, Jim, she said with a sultry voice. And I've been aching for this dick of yours since I woke up. I captured her lips at that moment. This shit was fun. I was staying at some historical castle I'd never given any thought to, and there was no call from meetings and business for me to do while I was here. Avery was somehow getting into my mind and soul and changing me. Now it was time I showed her how desperately I missed being deep inside her. The day was young, and it was time to christen the room and move along to teas, cakes, and tours of Thornbury Castle.
Chapter 11. Avery. I still couldn't fathom the fact that Jim had pulled off this trip, and I couldn't grasp why he would do this for me. I knew it wasn't right for him, but the smile on his face during the tour, the look of being the smartest kid in the group, had me wondering if he was enjoying this as much as I was. Then came dinner. I felt like I was a queen in my own way. We had a lavish table set for a king and her queen. I was so caught up with the Henry and Anne theme and all of this. Jim succeeded in having the entire menu served. At least it was enough food in my mind for a whole menu's worth. Jim stuck to eating scallops and vegetables while I had to sample it all. I should have scared the guy off by now with this constant appetite, but I hadn't. That evening, Jim and I snuck into the downstairs library. We held hands, only doing it as a joke after Jim announced we were husband and wife to everyone in our tour group. But damn it felt real. It felt so real that it started to fucking scare me to wonder what it was all going to be like when this week was over and we went our separate ways. My mind was stolen from those thoughts after Jim walked me away from the doorway and pulled me against him for a kiss that I devoured like dessert. His groans were beyond sexy, and my body ached to ditch our library tour and head up to our room. His hands were cupping my ass, a sensation I couldn't get enough of while we had sex. "Can we just head back to the room?" Jim asked, pulling away. I smiled, breathless, with the tall man leaning over and kissing along my neck. I ran my hands through his hair. "It was your idea to tour the library," I said as his hand grazed over my breast. He rose. God, he was so fucking gorgeous. His emerald eyes, this new smile, his lively expression, everything. "I only determined the library to be a good idea because you wanted to see a ghost." "That's what you get for determining things," I said, both eyebrows raising to challenge him. "So?" He took my hand in his. "We can get the fuck out of here?" "Only if we play by my rules," I said. He tucked his bottom lip between his teeth. "And those rules are?" "I decide how the sex goes down the entire time." "You want full control?" he asked, eyes dark. The Jim is going to tear my ass up with his perfect fucking techniques look. "Full control." "With limits, of course." "Limits?" I questioned. "You know what I'm not fond of," he said with an eyebrow arch. "Oh, the oral stuff," I said with a laugh. "Fine, I'm down." I thought I'd tease this to see his expression. Poor guy had a fun day, fielding calls and still managing to play the part of my newlywed husband. "Okay," I said softer, Jim's expression so hot I should just end the games and get our asses to the room. "Anal instead." I pinched my lips together and did everything in my power to hold back the laugh after seeing Jim's eyes go wide as silver dollars. "Anal?" He choked out.
You're serious.
Am I?
I have no fucking idea,
he said.
Listen.
He tried to level me with that voice I heard him use on the phone when he answered his calls today.
Perhaps that might be something we think about.
Jim. I brought my hands around his waist and looked up at his concerned expression. Are you afraid of it?
Are you not?
You seriously sound like we're both virgins, and we're deciding whether or not to have normal sex.
Well, this is one situation I might think, or hope. Shit, I don't fucking know. Are you into that?
I started laughing. I'm into having your sexy ass in any way I want it.
Well, gorgeous.
He ran his knuckles along my jaw.
I think I will fight you on this.
Don't say that, I said, walking away from him, or I'll suddenly have a headache and not want anything but rest all night.
You're a goddamn tease,
he said, following me out of the room. His phone buzzed, and the older gray-haired couple who were on our tour, giving us shitty looks all day, mainly Jim, walked with us toward the spiral staircase.
You know, for a newlywed couple, he sure doesn't treat his wife right,
the woman said under her breath.
What the fuck?
Jim got off the phone as quickly as he could, and I was confident that if his coworkers knew why he had been so short with them the past few days, they'd hate me. What did you just say? I asked, stopping the couple walking near us.
Excuse me,
the woman said.
Avery?
Jim questioned, looking at me as if I'd lost my mind. I just heard you whisper something about my husband to yours. What did you just say about our marriage? She narrowed her eyes at me.
Maybe it's none of my business, but I think your husband needs to turn that device off and pay more attention to the woman he vowed to love.
Wow, I said, seeing the fire in her eyes and feeling horrible for Jim. That's honestly a very nice thought. However, you don't know us. You shouldn't judge him.
I'm not judging. I'm just stating a fact about what I've seen with you two all day.
Well, I'm glad we were more interesting than the history of the castle, I said.
You both ruined our tour, young lady.
Excuse me? Jim's business voice leveled the woman, and I swear I watched her snotty face cower under his scorched earth glare.
You heard my wife. Your phone distracted our tour.
The woman's husband piped up.
Then I'll reimburse your stay,
Jim countered. No, darling, I said, holding his hand. You won't reimburse their stay. They're two nosy old grumps who need to mind their own business.
Old grumps,
the woman grumbled. What the hell else should I call you? You're out of line, and you both owe my husband an apology. You have no idea why he was taking calls all day, do you?
Seems like it was more important than paying attention or worrying about others on this tour.
I looked at Jim's livid expression. I had to end this, and the only way I knew how to do that was to freak these two rude-ass people out. Actually, it was, I said. He's filing for a divorce. The woman had the nerve to smirk.
Not surprised about that.
You shouldn't be. Your wild imagination probably has him pinned as a man who fucks his secretaries and realized 3 days into our honeymoon that I'm some lowlife that he shouldn't have married.
You should watch your mouth, darling,
Jim said, and I can see he was engaging because these people were out of line. That's another thing, I said with an exasperated sigh. He's all about control, censoring my foul mouth, knowing you both probably can't handle it. I embarrass him too.
A shame,
the man said.
I'm the one trying to control things? Last I recall, you're the one who is trying to control our sex life.
Jim smirked. Oh, you're going to bring that up again? I turned to Jim. Are you that afraid to fuck me in the ass?
Good God in heaven, young lady. This is disgusting,
the woman scolded, nearly shrieking. I looked at her. Hey, it's something I find arousing. I want it. I looked back at Jim's shocked expression. He's just the one who calls all the shots. Not that it's a bad thing, but you've always got to be in control, darling.
This is why he's filing for a divorce, young woman,
So crass, the man said. Honestly, I had no idea why the couple was still standing here. The anal thing should have had them running the other direction.
No,
Jim answered.
You see, I caught her screwing my brother on the eve of our wedding. I'd just gotten off the phone with her OBGYN because...
He looked at me with an arched brow.
It's been going on for a while, and I didn't trust her stating she wasn't pregnant.
I grabbed Jim's arm. What did he say? I feigned excitement. Am I pregnant? Are we having a baby?
We?
Jim said.
How can we have a baby when all you want from me is anal sex?
I just wanted to know if you were better than your brother. I'm not raising this child with the lesser of the two sex gods in my life.
I won't listen to such filth a second longer. Howard, let's go. This is worse than the tour interruptions.
No shit, I said, my eyes following her scowl at me as they shuffled off. Probably you shouldn't talk shit about people unless you want to really hear their story, eh? Jim grabbed my arm.
What the fuck was that?
He half laughed. I can't stand gossip drama-fueled bullshit. That woman and her husband insulted you over nothing.
My phone calls may have ruined their tour, Avery.
Don't come at me with Avery in that boss man voice. It was bullshit. I enjoyed the tour and you didn't interrupt jack shit. That old bag just felt she had to whisper her opinion loud enough for me to hear. I'm not okay with that.
Well, I definitely think you scared their asses off.
He shook his head.
Wow. Anal fucking sex. You really down for that?
Are you? I taunted him. He pursed his lips.
I think that might be pushing it.
Then we play by my rules when we head up those stairs and get in our room. At least the first part.
Okay. Again, what the hell are your rules, my lovely bride?
I bring you all the way to the end. No jumping up and finishing yourself off by, and don't take this the wrong way, but nailing my ass while you're on top. I get to ride you and watch you come inside me while you lay on that bed.
That's what you want?
He seemed to sigh in relief. I want to watch you come while I bring you there. Let me make you come. He pulled me against him. This was a thing I was learning quickly he seemed to enjoy doing, and I loved being swallowed up in the muscular man's arms.
Very well, then. You can ride me into ecstasy if that's what you want. You could have just said that instead of scaring that poor couple out of their minds.
They deserved it. It's not fair. You're a good man, Jim.
I'm not your husband, and we're not on our honeymoon.
He answered more seriously as we walked up the spiral staircase to our room.
I fear you'd agree with them if you were.
You sell yourself too short, I said as we reached our room and Jim unlocked the door. You're a good guy. You didn't have to do any of this shit for me, yet you did. I still don't understand it.
I'm extremely attracted to you like no other woman I've ever known,
he said. He was getting too serious, and I felt like the next words out of his mouth were going to fuck up the night ahead. I reached for his face after he closed the doors behind us. I want to watch your expression when I fuck you and bring you over the edge. I want to see your expression just the same as you've been fixated on watching me come. His face turned into a smile.
I'm all yours.
I want it on a blanket, I said, and on the floor in front of that fireplace. He brushed his lips over mine.
I only hope my expression lives up to this fantasy of yours.
I have a feeling it will. I was in heaven. My pussy clenched around Jim's cock, but damn it, if I couldn't bury all of him in me. The guy was fucking huge, and I was still being broken back in. That's what I guess anyway. His body was perfect, and I loved watching his rigid and perfect muscles flex as I rode him. I loved his groans, but I'd never seen his face at his climax. He always seemed to bury his cock deep and then his face in my neck. Not that I didn't love that shit, his sensual kisses while he slowly pumped into me while coming off the orgasm high. Even so, after all these interludes, the one thing I never saw was Jim's face. I knew he had to look even sexier than this look of holding back, this painful yet satisfied look of being fucked. But I wanted to see it all. Fuck. I'm close. Come inside me, Jim. I urged, rotating my hips on him, his thumb massaging my clit with slow and perfect pressure. He'd learned how to manipulate it in a way that sent me over the top, and he knew it. I pulled his hand away when I felt the energy release from my spine and rush down to my pussy. Fuck me. God damn, I love riding your huge cock, I said while my release came hard and fast. Tell me you're coming in me. I was breathless, still feeling my orgasm clamping down on his dick that stretched my pussy with insane pleasure.
Look at me, gorgeous,
Jim said, sliding his hands from my tits and along my hips. He groped me and pumped his dick harder. I leaned over on his strong chest while his hands went to my ass. I gripped his broad shoulders and watched his eyes fade into bliss. God, he was motherfucking sexy right now. Jim pressed down on my lower back, all while he thrust himself deeper into me. A sexy grunt of pleasure erupted from him. I watched Jim's beautiful emerald eyes while he slowly closed and reopened them with each smooth thrust of his cock into me. His eyes returned to mine, and for the first time since meeting Jim, I saw where the man was truly and wholly, for this moment, at my mercy. Come in me, Jim, I whispered.
Fuck.
He exhaled, eyes rolling back. He bit into his lip, lifted his chin, and pushed his head back into the pillow.
You are so damn tight,
he whispered while pumping harder and gripping my ass as he worked to come inside me.
Your pussy is...
He stopped, licking his lips. I watched his upper body flex every last muscle, his mouth fall open in ecstasy, and then exhale the last of his orgasm of pleasure. Damn, he was more handsome than ever right now. His dazed eyes returned to mine as my breathing picked up, another smaller orgasm rippling through me.
Your pussy is pulsating around my cock. It feels amazing.
He and I both collapsed. You're the sexiest man alive, I said, molding my body on his chest, looking over into the flames in the fireplace we were lying next to. I felt him kiss the top of my head while pulling my hair off of my sweaty back.
You're a wild cat, gorgeous. I've never just laid on my back and came like that in a woman.
Oh, I smiled. A first. How did it feel?
Strange, but amazing to give that to you.
I felt his hand stop rubbing my back, and he held me.
I don't give up control like that in any part of my life.
He smirked.
But I just gave that control to you. Jesus Christ, you're fucking amazing.
I'll take the compliment, I said. We're going to have to trade off, watching each other climax like that. He brought my face into his hands and kissed my lips.
My God, what are you doing to me?
I'd like to ask the same about you. Let's go soak in that tub. What do you say?
I say if I'm not careful, we're most likely going to fuck there too.
Is that another sexual thing you're afraid of? He sat up, bringing me with him. He locked eyes with me.
I don't fear shit. Nothing. I do, however, have my reasons for certain things. Fucking in a bathtub would merely be another first for me, but not crossing a line sexually for things I will and will not do.
I eased myself off of him. You're a hard nut to crack sometimes.
Perhaps you don't want to crack this nut,
he smiled.
Instead, you can just bust.
No, I held my hand up with a laugh. Don't fucking say it.
Bust a nut?
I exhaled. Go run the bath before you destroy my image of you coming with your cheesy phrases. I watched his tight ass cross the room after a quick kiss to my lips. There was something up with him and his sexual preferences. It wasn't that he didn't like them. There was no fucking way that was the case. I followed him in, looking at his perfect posture while feeling the warmth of the water in the large clawfoot tub. This man was a sex god. He'd proved that at his home and the 3 other rounds we had here today. He did everything that would make any woman climb the walls wanting more, but he had his limits. It's partially the reason I wanted to watch the man come. I wanted to see him climax and watch the beautiful beast of a sex god give me his most vulnerable side. I have no idea why, but I did. I wanted more now. Jim was a challenge, and it was beyond fucking weird that I would press for more or treat him like we were on a honeymoon. He was a kind and caring man. He took an interest in me, and he fucked like a king. He was all of that, but something hid behind all of this. It probably was me blowing things out of proportion because we didn't honestly know each other. Did I want more from him, though? Was he the kind of guy I could introduce to my daughter and trust him never to hurt us as her dad did? Those were the tough questions, the deep questions. I wasn't sure if I was ready to ask those or just live out this week and look back one day and thank God I met this man and enjoyed a week in England's countryside with him. That was the road we were on. Enjoy the week and be okay separating, yet holding on to fun memories. That's why I had to be careful. This man was becoming my dream guy who was saving me from a world that was nothing but cruel to me, a world that treated me like trash and made me feel even worse sometimes. I knew I deserved better, and what Jim was giving me was what I deserved, but was Jim a guy who could fall in love with a girl like me? I had hardcore baggage. I had severe issues with my druggy ex alone, and part of me never wanted to bring anyone into the world of shit I'd gotten myself into. Fuck it. I was going to enjoy this bath. I slid in and reclined against Jim, and he started massaging my body and kissing my ear. This was the first time I felt him adoring my body as if it were his to cherish. His hands were gentle, and his kisses seemed meaningful. Then he said the words, "God, I never want to let you go, Avery." Chapter 12. Avery. The stay at Thornbury had me over the top with its Tudor dynasty histories, and I was obsessed more than ever with King Henry and Anne Boleyn. I didn't care, though. I was having a blast. Jim and I traveled through the countryside on our way back, laughing and teasing each other, and it seemed that we'd easily fallen into some exciting, should I even curse myself with the word, relationship. As hard as I was pushing back the stirring feelings that I had been slowly developing, part of me wanted to think I didn't have to. Why the hell couldn't I have my cake and eat it too? I deserved someone good in my life, and I knew I wasn't the only one feeling what was happening between us. Jim felt the same. I could see it in his eyes and felt it in his touch and kiss. It wasn't just me conjuring some wishful dream to come true, right? Was I fooling myself? Was this too much too fast? I woke up at 5 and all of these thoughts were on a loop in my head. I needed to get out and take a nice long run. That would help me get my head straight. I wasn't surprised Jim wasn't in bed. It was about an hour ago that a text came through and he'd had to wake up and deal with it. So I got up and put on my running clothes and shoes before I ran downstairs to let him know I was heading out. "I already told you that it's none of your fucking business," I heard Jim say from inside his office. "Can we get off the girl I'm with and back on topic? I sent my corrections after going through the issues." Okay, I'm just saying that you sound like you're breaking all your Jimmy doesn't commit rules," I heard the man tease him. I stood, frozen, in the corridor outside his office door. Something told me that I wasn't going to like what Jim had to say to whoever was on speakerphone. I wasn't the type to eavesdrop, and I really had no idea why I was starting now. But here I was. "I'm not breaking shit," Jim said, his voice seemingly arrogant and unashamed. "Fuck it. Maybe I have, but..." "But?" The man laughed. "Did Jimmy finally have oral sex? Have we made it to second? Wait, is it third base?" "Fuck you, Jacob," he said. "Is that any way to talk to your brother after everything I've been doing to help Colin with your demands for this film? Listen, there is no commitment. Henry VIII?
Glad that made it to your highlights for the night. Imagine my surprise to find out you're taking time off at all, man. Then I find out you have some chick at Adelaide and you're researching England's monarchy. I had no idea what the fuck to believe. A body snatcher could have gotten to you for all I know. It's nothing. It's a fucking fling, Jim snapped. Once I get back to the States, I'll handle all the shit I let slip through the cracks while I enjoyed a little time off. It's okay to fucking let yourself go. I'm glad for you. My big brother is always taking care of everyone except himself. Yeah, well, maybe that's what I'm doing here too, Jim said. Because it's sure as hell not like me to shut it off and do these sorts of things. You guys are always telling me I'm picking up charity cases. You ever stop to think we're just giving your sorry ass a hard time? Jacob, he said to who I understood was his brother. There is no relationship. There is no commitment. It's a nice week with a hot chick I met on the plane. She's got her own shit to work out, trust me. And fuck you for nosing into my sex life and bringing up oral fucking sex in the first place. I don't do that shit unless I'm in a relationship I know will last. I covered my mouth and turned to run up the steps quietly. Fuck. My heart and stomach sank. Why? Fucking why? I'd never felt more naive in all my life. Here I was, minutes ago, trying to convince myself that this man felt the same way I did. I tried to justify play acting as though we were a couple, and we shared the same feelings. I couldn't have been more wrong. It was a slap across the face and a harsh reminder that I wasn't the type of girl who got a happy ending. Avery, I heard Jim call as soon as I reached the top step. You're awake? I'm wide awake now, I said as I spun around, furious at him, but angrier at myself for letting my emotions get the best of me. Looks like you're heading out for a run. I'll join you. You know what? I started as calmly as my temper would allow. I'm going to be honest with you and get this all out. I heard you speaking to your brother just now. Shit. I watched the man run a hand through his hair, and for the first time, Mr. I don't fear shit looked a bit scared. Avery, half of that shit. Save it, I said, holding up my hand. I couldn't listen to any possible excuse that would make what he said okay. You were dead on. I was the dumbass single mom who let myself get caught up in a fantasy. We both know this isn't real. I knew that, and I was too swept away to notice the fucking red flags you were throwing up for me. Oral fucking sex. I laughed and shook my head. Of course. That's why you weren't into that shit. You assume it's too intimate. Avery, it's not like that. Really? I cocked my head to the side. Then what's it like, Jim? I do really like you. I like you too, Jim, but it's best to end this now before things do go in a direction where you're in some fucked up position to feel like you need to commit to me. I've got a little girl depending on me to make better decisions in my life than going off alone with some goddamn stranger and fucking him all over his house. Games are done, and I need to get the hell out of here. I appreciate everything. You did give me memories to bring home from my trip to London. Oh shit, I felt tears bubbling up. I'll always be grateful to you for that. You don't need to leave, he said, his voice low. Shit, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm just confused. I smiled, feeling tears of sadness for me and, strangely, for him too. There's nothing to be confused about. I need to go, and you obviously need to start being more present with your job. I'll send for a driver and be out today. My driver will take you. I don't need your help, I said, more bitterly than I should have. I don't need anyone's fucking help. I'll find my way out of here on my own. I've crawled out of a lot of worse places than a beautiful museum in England's countryside. Please, drivers can be... I said I'd handle it. His phone rang. You should get that.
Thank you. The tears were at bay, and thank God they never surfaced. I mean that. You helped me shut out the noise for long enough. I needed the distraction.
I feel the same about you.
Then we helped each other. We each know that even if somehow, in a perfect world, we wanted this to work, it's like you said at that castle. We aren't married, and we aren't on our honeymoon. I think that's the most confusing part. We pretended too much, don't you think? We acted like all of this was more than what it was.
And what was that?
Jim's darker voice surfaced.
What was it, Avery?
It was a facade that we both played into. It was fun. It was a distraction. That's all it fucking was.
It was more than that.
No, Jim, I said. It wasn't. I heard enough of your conversation to know that.
You also didn't hear the entire phone call, Avery.
Did I need to? Was there more evidence of reasoning as to why you can't commit to the chick you met on a plane who has issues to figure out?
Fuck me.
Already did that, I said, and turned to pack it up, pull it together, and get the fuck out.
Chapter 13. Jim. Oscar Wilde once said, "We are each our own devil and we make this world our own hell." He was right. I had created my demons a long time ago. When my father died, I became the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar industry, and I focused on ensuring my father's legacy never fell. I loved my father dearly. He was the only one who made sure Jacob and I were shielded from our addict mother, but I wanted to do better than he did. I was old enough to remember my mother's selfishness and neglect, and from a young age I promised myself I would never be like my dad, chasing around a woman who inflicted maximum damage everywhere she went. I would never put my family through that. I often wondered how my father got himself into that position in the first place. Certainly, he didn't show up at the nearest insane asylum and pluck her out of the bunch. Something had to have happened for him not to realize the woman he loved was the same kind of woman who would cheat on him and lock her sons outside in the cold, just to name a few significant offenses. I wasn't going to pretend that my mother wasn't the reason for my commitment issues. Anyone within a 1,000-mile radius of me could point that out. I hated the woman for it too. The damage she inflicted on me and my father was immense. Luckily, Jacob couldn't remember most of it, but she still robbed him of having a mother, whether or not he could remember the bad stuff. I'd never minded the personal hell that my devils had created for me until now. I saw the look in Avery's eyes after she'd heard my phone conversation. I hurt her, and I lost her. I'd led her on, trying to hang on to the first authentic woman I'd ever met who could be worth my trust and more than just casual sex. I'd been guarded for so long that I didn't know if a commitment to Avery would work. One thing was certain, she had a massive effect on me. She was different. I never once heard her mention my wealth or pry into my business other than noticing how chained to work I was. Every other woman I'd encountered inside or outside the office saw a wealthy CEO and treated me as such. When I thought back to my pursuit of Avery, I realized all it took to win the woman over was food, not money. It was so much more than that, though. Without even trying, she proved she wasn't the type of woman I should be afraid of committing to. She wouldn't be the type to hurt me as my mother had. I knew that because she was fighting the same battle my father had fought when he was trying to keep his sons from his druggy ex. She was living the same life he did. Even with all of this knowledge, I couldn't manage to keep my particular demons from ruining it all for me. I destroyed what was probably my only real chance at happiness. Call me crazy, but something about her sang to me from the first time I laid eyes on her, and that was a fact I couldn't look away from, no matter what the reasons for subconsciously blowing it all up. Had she overheard half the conversation between my prying brother and me, and then figured out I was a piece of shit for not wanting more than sex? Yes. Half of that conversation was enough to let her see the asshole I truly was. Maybe that's why I let her walk out the door without any further explanation. The worst fucking part was when she left. She hugged me and thanked me with all sincerity. She held nothing against me. She only realized what I thought I knew at the time. It was never supposed to be anything more than us enjoying each other's company for a little while. So why couldn't I let it go? The weight of regret that hung around my neck was suffocating. Fucking hell, I muttered at my desk while I rubbed my forehead. Focus, Jim. Damn it. I sat up and stared intently at the spreadsheet in front of me. I needed to straighten things up with this fucking gaming company. I was not in the mood to deal with this shit today, and that's precisely what this was. Bull fucking shit. I'd finally agreed to meet with Julia and the woman's college-aged husband today. I'd put their asses off long enough, and now it was time to face the bitch and listen to her stupid-as-fuck demands. A fun bonus? She was bringing fucking lawyers with her. I had already handled Greg with Dunlap & Son as soon as I got back. It didn't take much convincing to let them know the millions of dollars they'd lose with the 3 companies Mitchell & Associates owned, and if they left us, they lost that investment too. So for Greg to keep his cheap-ass Rolex and all the fun toys that went along with being one of the world's youngest multimillionaires, he'd be dumber than he looked if he left Mitchell and tried another company. He was only doing this because his sister called crying after I refused to fuck her. Thank God she brought her husband and lawyers, because the double doors to my office were never going to welcome her ass in through them again. I stepped into the elevator and hit the button to get me down to the 10th floor. That was the floor where we had the largest conference room available to entertain 2 assholes, a manipulative witch, and their army of lawyers. I walked past the glass, seeing dark suits and one shrew served up ripe and ready in a red dress of all colors. To my left, heads were popping up and then ducking after I made eye contact with them. Shit, right. Expression. I must have looked like I was going to fire the whole goddamn floor. I let out a breath and relaxed before walking into the room. Janice, darken the windows to give us our privacy from the others on the floor, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Mitchell.
An exasperated sigh came from Julia, staring at me while sitting upright like this battle was already won.
You'd think your staff would have given us the privacy we needed when we first walked in, since you've kept us waiting for 15 minutes, not to mention the additional 2 weeks since your return from London.
Janice, send for Alex, please, and you may leave, I said, looking down at the portfolio she'd prepared for me. It took only a cursory glance for me to determine this was going to be over a lot sooner than anticipated. This whole thing was a waste of my time, and if I wanted to waste my time, I'd be scouring the United States for Avery. All that time with her, and I never even asked where she lived. Good God, why pine over something I'd fucked up from the beginning?
Just Alex, Julia answered. What happened to your acquisitions team?
I leveled her with a stare that Avery informed me was my scorched earth look. There is no need to waste their time. Alex requested to be present, or I wouldn't be wasting his time either. Fuck, Jim. Lawyers are present. Watch your fucking words. Allow me to rephrase that. I mustered a smile. The acquisitions team is not available at the moment as they are working with another partner. Alex will be here shortly.
And the powerful executive caves under the pressure of the lawyers, she snapped.
The last time we spoke, I looked at the tall, lanky, overgrown child wearing his comic book shirt, sitting between Julia and his gaming company partner. You and your associate requested that we refer to you with first names only. Is that still what you prefer?
Brad is my husband,
Julia said before the blonde-haired guy spoke up. Jesus Christ, he and his buddy looked like they'd just rolled out of bed. How could she take this shit stain seriously?
He and I are Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Very well, Mr. Jones. I looked at his annoyed expression. That is what you'd like to be called, correct?
Actually, Brad is just whipped, the other bedhead spoke. We're fine with you calling us Mark and Brad. Remember who bankrolls your stuff, Julia.
He said her name as if he resented the fuck out of her. I guess I had more in common with these doofuses than I thought. I pinched my lips together and closed my eyes at the mismatched pair, and I wished with all my heart that we could be recording this shit for Colin and Jacob to see with their own eyes. Alex walked in just in time. All right, 5 minutes early. Let's get this meeting going. Brad, Mark, Alex acknowledged them as he sat to my right. Julia, he finished in a dry voice. Getting directly to the point, I said before Julia could respond to my vice president and best friend. Your company desires to withdraw from Mitchell & Associates investment. At first, I thought this was a joke, but here we are. We've changed our minds about that, both gamers said in unison. What? Don't listen to them, they're children. Julia clamped her mouth as soon as she admitted what she thought of her husband. The shock on Julia's face was priceless. These goofy little sons of bitches had amused her. I officially wished we had this exchange on tape now. Judging from the look on their faces, I had a feeling this was going to be fantastic. Children? Alex said, clasping his hands and stretching them out on the desk. That is quite a bold statement, considering your marriage and their wealth. If you've changed your mind, may I ask why we're in the presence of your lawyers? I asked. Yeah, Jules. Maybe we can use them so Brad can get that divorce from your gold-digging ass. Mark cut off Brad by glaring at him with a look that was mixed with fear and confusion. What a bunch of dipshits. I'm not trying to be rude, I started. But can we not bring personal matters into the business at hand? As much as I loved what was happening to humiliate Julia, I wasn't one to fuck around when it came to business. This unprofessionalism was wildly inappropriate, and it was ultimately affecting my business. And that I would not tolerate. Now, Mitchell & Associates are willing to grant you your exit from our company. We are sad. Dude, come on. Mr. Mitchell, Brad said, elbowing Julia as she tried to stop him. We can't lose you guys. If we lose your company, we lose the largest sponsors out there. I understand that. It is why I was genuinely confused about why you were leaving. We were covering all of your public relations and your marketing as well as all advertising for you. We were also pitching you to even more investors and pushing you out further to more of the online gaming community. Due to our efforts, the gaming community has now taken more of an interest in your product as well. We believed when we reached this agreement, Alex said as I watched Julia squirm next to her man-child, that it would help not only gain you money, but you would also be able to work on development with our hired staff. The building we just acquired for you to work with. We don't want out, goddammit. Mark slammed his fists on the table and stared at Julia. Tell us what we need to do to make this right. Our offer was pulled after your letter of rejection, so we must draw up a new one, I said, eyeing Julia. Mitchell will offer $500,000 as an advance now to start. We will also keep the same agreements with investors, etc. After the advance, we expect 70% in earnings for Nights Aware. Will this work? Alex looked at me with some fear. This was a bullshit offer, an insult, really, to these two. An advance? No one took advances, and Mitchell & Associates never gave them. It was a goddamn joke, and I couldn't give a shit. They insulted my company and had the nerve to cross me. We'll take it, Brad said. Damn it, Brad, Julia snapped. Can I speak for a moment? No, you're the one who told us to back out, Mark said. Well, who the hell told you it was a great idea to take an insult for an offer to come back? We're here for more money, last I checked, Julia argued back. Greg told us we were stupid for pulling out, Brad said. Julia rose in a fluster while I covered my mouth, trying to keep my shit together. Nothing had ever happened in this room that had given me more pleasure than this entire exchange. I'm so done with both of you. She seemed to have hit a level of outrage that was reserved for 50-year-old men who were stuck in traffic. My brother told you that? After he spoke with Mr. Mitchell and decided not to pull your family from investing in this company, he said to stop listening to you. You're costing us money, Julia. What the hell? She said. And I watched the woman almost melt where she stood. You know my brother stole my family's company from me. Why would you speak to him behind my back? Again, I said, personal matters aside. Do you agree to our terms? Yes, both gamers said at the same time. Alex, have Alicia drop the new contracts. I'll sign them this evening. I stood. Thank you, gentlemen. Good day. I walked out of the office while Alex dialed Alicia to print up the new agreements. James, I heard Julia snarl from behind me. I kept walking. There was no way in hell this nut was going off on me on this floor and in front of half of my employees that I'd never met. What? I said, jerking my elbow from her as I quickly stepped into the elevator with her on my heels. What the hell was that? What are you doing? I hit the button to take us to the lobby level. And why are you following me after trying to fuck my business over? Should have thought that shit through, Julia. This is crazy, she said. This is crazy, I questioned. You have gone off the fucking edge. Was this because I wanted nothing to do with you as a married woman? No, I have no idea. You disappeared on me all week in London. The elevators opened, and I stepped out, Julia following me. You may wait here for your husband. I believe you're finished. I'm not even close to being finished with you, she said. I believe you played your best hand, but please, be my damn guest in trying to finish me, Julia. Will that still be Mrs. Julia Jones or the former Mrs. Julia Jones? Best to go beg for your husband back. Why? Because he wouldn't listen to me? You gave him a bullshit offer and you know it. You offered him less than half of what your team offered the first time. Really? And now a shitty advance for him to sign with you? What the hell? The new terms are with your team of lawyers if you'd like to go read what your husband is signing for your future. I glared at her. You're a bastard, Jim, she lashed out. And here I believed myself to be a fine ex of yours who escorted you off my upper floors and directed you to the exits personally. This is the end of us. You know that, right? Jesus, she's all over the place. I understand completely. I stepped back into the elevator, leaving her staring, mouth agape, as I hit the button to bring me to my office on the top floor. I was elated to be rid of her, and was now even more motivated to find the one woman I couldn't shake. If only there were second chances. If only life were that kind.
Chapter 14. Avery. I came to pick up Addison from her preschool, and I smiled when she held up her artwork while waiting impatiently in her class line for parents to greet the teacher and check out their children. I gave her 2 thumbs up, watching her small group of friends laughing and giggling at my daughter's enthusiasm. Thank you, Janine, I said when Addie jumped up into my arms. Was she on good behavior today? Always, the young teacher said. See you on Monday, Addison.
Bye, Miss Janine,
Addie said, hugging me tightly.
Mama, I made it for you.
I took the finger-painted project and smiled at my daughter's multicolored, scribbled artwork on the course paper. Wow, Addie, what is it?
Guess,
she said in her sweet voice, trying to pique my curiosity by sounding mysterious.
You have to always guess, Mama.
I let Addie down and held her hand after shouldering her pony backpack. Well, I said, walking swiftly toward our car to beat the parent pickup traffic. I think it's a beautiful picture of palm trees and the ocean.
No, silly,
she scoffed.
It's your castle that you played in.
My stomach tightened. I thought I could come home with memories and move the hell on from what I shared on my vacation with Jim. In fact, I did pretty fucking awesome. And that's why my daughter knew Mommy got to play in a castle in England. I shouldn't have been surprised that Addie held on to that. We'd built enough sand castles on our beach days for her to be excited that I stayed in a real one. Why did I have to remain emotionally attached to it all, though? I think it looks more like the sand castles we make at the beach, I said with a smile.
Can we go to the beach?
You get to go to Papa and Grandma's this weekend.
Ugh,
she said in annoyance.
I want to go to the beach.
You'll mind your manners, young lady, I said. Addie pointedly ignored me after that. The one thing she hated hearing out of my mouth were those words. I missed you today, Addie, I said, bringing her over to the beat-up Volkswagen Rabbit I owned. Poor car was barely hanging on to dear life.
I missed you, Mama.
I buckled her into her car seat, and we went for our usual Friday treat before I dropped her off across town at Derek's parents' house. Derek hadn't been on a bender for at least 2 months, and thank God for that. I didn't need his bullshit. We pulled into a drive-thru and got soft-serve ice cream cones to last the 15-minute drive across town. When we pulled down the street to where Larry and Annette lived, I saw a brand new, lifted, full-size truck. Fucking asshole. I thought, knowing this dick still lived with his parents, didn't pay child support, and this was probably an underhanded move to try and beat me out for custody if we finally did make it past threats and into court.
That's Daddy's new truck,
Addie said. I gathered that, I answered, but immediately feigned excitement. I wasn't pulling Addie into my drama. I bet it's a lot of fun to ride in.
Daddy says it's $60 billion for it.
60 billion, eh? I said, getting out and pulling Addie out of her seat. Wow, I didn't know Daddy had that kind of money. Addie laughed.
Daddy says he bought it for me. It's big and fun.
Hey, Avery, Larry said. There's my baby girl. He squatted down and held his hands out to Addie.
I'm a big girl, Papa, she exclaimed.
Everything cool? I asked, wanting to get the fuck out of here. Then out came my ex. He looked like death warmed over. His face was swollen, his once muscular body was overweight and bloated, and his formerly tanned skin looked pasty, almost ashen. Hey, Dad, bring Addie in the house, he said, kissing our daughter on the head. We'll go get ice cream later. Addie didn't question her dad blowing her off. She happily went with her grandpa because the truth was that she hardly ever even saw this asshole. If he was at home, he slept all fucking day. How his parents hadn't kicked his ass out of their house yet, I'll never know. Addie only knew him as Daddy, and I could see by her lack of wanting to hang back and reunite with him since my sister dropped her off for his birthday last Friday. She didn't give a shit. She'd rather be with her papa. He was more of a dad to her anyway. He was also the only reason I played along with this custody arrangement. Like the truck? Derek asked. It's a truck. If it keeps Addie safe, then yes. It's also a nice way to bury yourself in debt while living with your parents. Do you always have to be a bitch to me? What do you want? Your daughter is here for exactly 48 hours and the clock is ticking on that. Who'd you fuck in London? He asked.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
What the fuck did you just ask me? You know what I asked. Brittany said you were off with some man whore in London. Who the hell was it? You lost the right to ask those questions after we broke up 2 years ago. I'm leaving. You bring shit like this up to Addie, and it'll be the last time I play nice, dropping her off. So you did fuck some stranger then. You're such a fucking slut, Avery. I'm not listening to this. That's always the easiest way out for you, isn't it? Well, I hope you left that baggage in London because I'll kick anyone's ass you bring around my daughter. Our daughter, asshole. And I think I can make those calls in my personal life without your drug-induced absent brain. Yeah, whatever, slut. That's how I left the asshole, once again. Now here I was, driving back to my apartment, my hands trembling, knowing that Derek was never going to let our relationship die. Ever. I called out to my phone and asked to call Derek's mom. Annette, I questioned once she answered. Avery, everything okay? Keep an eye on Derek, please. He's already flaring up over my trip to London. Don't let him around Addie, or just call me if he starts acting weird. Everything's fine. You know Derek? He gives you trouble because he knows he lost a good thing. I'm just saying it never ends well like this. We'll watch him. Besides, he's going out for some work party tonight. Wow. You can't be serious. He gets his daughter for a weekend and takes off on her? He's playing with her right now. Good. Father of the year. Bye. I hung up. Fucking liar. He's going out to get his fix tonight and get loaded. All he needed was to think I'd slept with someone to validate him going off the rails. At least his dad locked his ass out if he was like this. I hated being stuck with him, and I hated being paralyzed by my fear that the court would deem us both unfit and put her in the system. I pulled into the driveway and saw my sister's BMW. She popped out as soon as I parked in my designated space. The place was a shithole, but my OCD tendencies had my apartment so damn clean you wouldn't know it. From my unit, at least. I have good news, sis, she said. Excellent news. I need all the good news I can get. I just had to deal with Derek finding out I slept with that gym guy in London. Oh, God. She rolled her eyes. Well, I'm sure he's excited about that. My daughter is at that fucking house. If he loses his shit on drugs and booze over this, and Annette and Larry would call the cops if Addie were in danger. You know them well enough to know that. Just because they don't like that you left him and aren't trying to help him overcome his addiction doesn't mean they'll allow anything to happen to Addie. They adore that child. True. I exhaled. What's this news you have? Let's get inside. No offense, but I hate this neighborhood. Sorry that my rich sister wouldn't hire me into her blooming business. Shut up, she laughed. However, that's what this is about. You're hiring me? I questioned. No, she said. But the company that acquired mine is hiring. I just got out of a meeting, going over reports and shit, and on my way out, the head of their PR department, Stephanie, she uses my products, of course. She asked if I knew anyone who would be interested in being her administrative assistant. Where is this place? Isn't that company Mitchell Incorporated or whatever? Aren't they in downtown LA? Yes, she said as we walked into my studio. Listen, they have an advance they give to all their employees to help move them closer to the office. Their wages pay more than that company you work for. It's called Blessed Hearts Living, I said. Right. The convalescent home. You'll have 8 to 5 hours and... She pushed the paper across the desk. Starting pay for the position is $5,000 a month. What the living fuck? I answered. I don't have a degree to warrant this sort of pay. You don't need one. I talked to Stephanie already. She even said that they have a preschool and daycare there. It's for working parents. That's wonderful, I said. But Addie loves her school and friends. Avery. Brittany stared at me dryly. These offers don't come around all the time. Call me your fairy fucking godmother. The only reason I have this for you is that Stephanie is a friend and she hasn't posted the job publicly yet. Yet. Someone will take this position in a heartbeat for the on-site preschool alone, not to mention the fact that most people with 4-year degrees don't get paid this much. You have got to be out of your goddamn mind for even thinking of a reason you might not want this. She joined me on the couch. Listen, this is life-changing for you and Addie. I even looked up living costs. Torrance is closest, and it's the best deal for you. It's also farther away for when Derek goes on benders and shows up here. Which could be tonight, now that he knows I screwed Jim. I looked closer at the brochure that she handed me about this building, the company, and its CEO. Holy mother of fuck, I said in disillusionment. Pretty hot for a CEO, eh? I've never met him, though. I'm sure I'd fall apart then and there if I had. God, look at his... Britt, I said, stopping her as I pointed to the handsome man in the photo who was labeled the owner and CEO of this business. This is Jim. My Jim, from London. James Mitchell? She laughed. Like, fuck. This is the guy you slept with for nearly a week? The guy who spoiled your ass? The very damn one. Her eyes widened. Get the fuck out of here. Do you know who that man is? I'm getting a clear-cut idea, and pretty quick. Jesus Christ. I guess I should have done the math on how important he was as a businessman. The security detail he had follow us out of London. The castle he owned as a vacation home. The suits, cars. It was all in front of my face, but I was too fascinated with him and not all the company bullshit he was chained to. Yeah, I can't work there. Not for him. The hell you can't, she said. You'll never see him anyway. Trust me, he works on the top floors. I haven't even met the guy, and he acquired my business. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but who cares if you see him again, she said. You both ended it, right? On bizarre fucking terms, I said. You need to do this for you and Addie, period. You haven't had an opportunity for a win like this in a long time. Take it. You're right. There are 2 massive skyscrapers that Mitchell and Associates own. His office is on the top floors of the Howard Tower, and like I said, even if you worked in the same building as he does, you'd never see him. The place is massive, like 60 or 70 floors. Hotels are on the lower levels with amenities like coffee shops, restaurants, and boutique stores. Shit like that to entertain international travelers. It's enormous, so you won't see him. Trust me, they have those buildings set up to entertain, and you'll be in a world of your own, on your own floor. You do see how gorgeous the man is, right? I asked. She laughed. God damn, do I ever. Now I really want to know what the sex was like. He was amazing. I smiled at the memory of seeing this face, laying back on the table, his look right before he came while I wrote him. All I can say was that the man I spent a few days with, I pointed at the picture, smiled a lot wider than this, and he didn't look like such an arrogant dick the entire time. Brittany covered her mouth. What if you see him again? We ended it, remember? You keep talking like that, and I won't take the job. Get the fuck over yourself. You're doing this for Addie. Now, housing is so hard to find, but there is a studio available. Let's go look at it. I'll cover the down payment, and we'll get the process underway. What if I don't get the fucking job? I already told Steph you're in. She trusts me, and I know you'll be a perfect fit. You're more than qualified for this anyway. There's no way I would let you pass this by. Stop trying to do shit for me, I growled. I'm helping you, Avery. Stop fighting people who want to help you. There's no weakness in saying yes. You have said more than once that you want out of this shithole and a job that could fucking pay the bills. This is a golden ticket and you know it. I slumped against the couch. Well, as long as you put the deposit down, you're out the money if I don't get the job. I pursed my lips. What am I doing there anyway? Mainly paperwork and computer shit. You'll probably be setting appointments for Stephanie and doing personal shit for her too. Easy stuff. Fine. Let's go look at this place in Torrance you're raving about. Chapter 15. Avery. I went out with Brittany and some of our mutual friends that night. We started with sushi, and then the celebration went on from there. Brittany had reached some crazy-ass milestone with her company, and Mitchell and Associates were now helping her to open her first store in some ritzy area with an outdoor shopping mall. If I was honest with myself, somewhere in the back of my mind, I think I'd always wanted my sister to bring me into her company. However, I figured that part of her still viewed me as the runaway who gave our mom hell when Jill fostered me, which is partly why I was surprised she'd name-dropped me to this Stephanie woman at all. "Hey," Brittany said. "You're not drinking." "4 shots aren't enough for you?" I smiled at her. "We have the party limo, and you're turning down a night where we can let loose?" "Come on, Avery," Sarah said. Sarah, the straight-up perfect wife, until she got away from her husband and kids and drank with the girls, of course. "You're normally leading the way." She's probably fantasizing about her new job over at Mitchell & Associates. My sister winked at me. "She fucked the CEO, you know." "Shut up," Michelle said. Our lawyer friend's eyes lit up as she choked on a cocktail. "Mr. Fortune 500? Mr. Sexy himself, James H. Mitchell, you fucked him?" "Yeah." Jim and I were pretty good at lying to people while screwing off together, so what was the harm in playing along when it was the truth? These girls were heading to blackout drunk. They wouldn't remember this anyway. "We fucked all over some castle in the middle of England's countryside." "Oh, God." Michelle rolled her eyes. "You almost had me, girls." She started dancing in place. "Let's go. I want to dance." Typically, I was the one to lead the pack in a fun night out, but tonight I felt off. I hated that Derek knew I'd been with another guy, not because I was afraid of him, but because I knew this shit would probably send him off the deep end. And he had my baby. "Britt," I spoke up over the music. "Why did you tell Derek about Jim and me?" I asked, the girls already on the dance floor. "Oh, Jesus," she said. "You're letting him ruin your night, aren't you?" "I don't like it when he gets pissed off like he did when my daughter is there." "Then why did you admit that you did when he asked you? Why did it even have to come up? Why do you always feel like you have to intervene in my goddamn life? Shit like this always stirs the pot with that asshole." "Sorry," she said, half drunk and half remorseful. "I guess I should have just told him you enjoyed touring the sites alone. You didn't need to tell him anything at all, but that version would have made my life a bit fucking easier. You need to find a way to cut his ass off. You say his parents enable him, but you also do. You don't see it, but you do." "I'm doing the best I can with what I have," I snapped. "If my daughter gets..." "We all know, Abe. If she gets thrown into the system like you, right? When are you going to stop lying to yourself and face this head-on for Addie? When I know for a fact that he won't bury me with his bullshit and lies? And what dirt does he have on you to do that with? The fact that I have a DUI on my record and jail time for that shit. I was a runaway. The fact I did drugs, too, and that's why I was stupid enough to get with him in the first place. He'll bring up all my history and paint me to look like the piece of shit he is." Britt rubbed her forehead. "If you get a good lawyer, you'll be fine. They'll see that it was all 6 or 7 fucking years ago." "Are you paying for the lawyer?" Michelle already made it clear that she wasn't getting involved, and she knows Addison. "Michelle is a bitch," Britt said. "And no, I'm not paying for your lawyer. I paid to retain one for you already, and you fell for Derek's bullshit and trusted his stupid ass again. Never used the lawyer after he manipulated you the last time." "Fuck this," I said, shouldering my purse. "Listen, thanks for the job offer, but I'm out of here. Tell your friend that I'm happy where I'm at." "Don't do this, Avery," she said, stopping me from leaving. "Take the job. Take it for Addie." Throwing that back in my face again? When you get pissed like this, someone has to help you see things clearly. "Well, I'm half drunk and fucking pissed. I'm going home. I need to cool off." I turned to leave, and there he was. "So, I get our daughter, and you go out looking for someone to fuck tonight?" "Get out of my way, Derek," I said, glaring back at Brittany. "You smell disgusting. Drinking pills and smoking the good stuff again, dirtbag?" "I've got your stupid ass doing it on video." He slurred his words. Tell me you narrated it, because you sound like you belong in a hospital. What the fuck? How did you know I was here? He waved his phone at me. Cell tracker genius. You're still on my plan. Couldn't track you in London because you went international and Britt gave you another phone, but I knew you'd be out looking for your fix tonight. I thrust my phone in his chest. Take the fucking phone. You offered this for me to stay in touch with our daughter. Now I think I'll find a different phone. I looked at Brittany. Forget about what I said earlier. I'm taking that position and I'm getting the fuck out of this godforsaken town. A week later, and my interviews were out of the way. I was officially in as Stephanie's assistant at the company whose CEO I'd screwed like a wild woman, and today was my first day. I even used my iron and ironing board for the first time in a year when I had to get the wrinkles out of all of my pencil skirts and button-down shirts. Stephanie's office walls were lined with magazine covers where the company had been featured, all of which had Jim's face plastered on them. If I was honest, I only recognized the sexy black wavy hair, the emerald eyes, and that scorched earth look in his photos. That was it. These magazines didn't do much to bring up happy memories of the times I'd shared with Jim, the man I'd had a blast with in London. Addie was set to finish out the week at school, and we were going to be moving into our new place, the studio Britt showed me, over the weekend. Everything was in place, and Addie would be coming to work with me next week. I was feeling a lot of pressure fading just by moving this far from Derek. I'd like to see that asshole make it past security and come in here throwing a raging fit. Cameras were planted everywhere, and for a good reason, too. The place was fancy as fuck. I was going to be working on the 12th floor, and that helped me feel more protected. I would get my own cell phone with my first paycheck, and I was sucking it up with that one in the meantime. It wasn't as hard for me to do as it might be others. I'd lived without one for almost all my life, and I'd rather take my chances with my POS car breaking down and leaving me stranded than having Derek stalking me on the other phone. He had no idea where I worked, where my new apartment was, and I finally felt free of the abusive relationship. There. I fucking said it. Abusive relationship. Would Derek be out of my life forever? Not likely, but at least he couldn't stalk my ass anymore. One step at a time. My desk phone rang, and I ran my clammy hands over my neatly pressed skirt before I picked up the phone. This is Avery with Mitchell & Associates, Public Relations Department. Hey, sis, Brittany said. I just wanted to make sure I could reach you. How do you like the job? It's fine so far. I've been answering phones and directing calls to others on this floor, and stuff I can't handle goes to Steph. Sounds adventurous, she chuckled. Listen, I just wanted you to know that Derek's trying to pressure us into telling him where you're moving and the new job. Pressure? Why is there any pressure? I asked, almost growled from my desk. I lowered my voice. We went over this. Unless he holds a gun to your head, he gets zero info. Understood? I know that. Does Mom know that? There's a reason I'm not telling Larry and Annette anything. I don't trust them. If I'm going to start over, it's not going to get fucked up. Chill out. Can people hear you? I glanced around, seeing my first fun coworker, Amir, smiling at me and shaking his head. He already met the foodie and sailor language woman in me today at lunch. He was so damn cool that I'd actually want to date his ass if his preference weren't for men only. Amir says hi. I smirked at him. He leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow at me. You need to play nice. Sounds like you've made a friend already, Brittany said. I looked over at Alyssa, whose jade eyes reminded me of some eye model, or any model for that matter. The girl was gorgeous, and as usual, she was in LA to become an actress. She was super cool, too. How I made friends so fast was beyond me, but I was genuinely happy about it. Maybe it was my fearlessly eating everything in sight, like I had done with Jim, that drew people to me. Hell if I knew. Hey, sorry, but I've got to go, I said. Stephanie's on her way over. No problem. I'm glad things are going well. Talk later, Brittany said before she ended the call. The week went phenomenally well. I couldn't have asked for a smoother transition into a new job, a new life. Amir and Alyssa were sort of my new crew, and I caught all the gossip on the floor from them, which was more than I expected. I guess a lot of behind-the-scenes shit went on down here. There were 2 managers above Stephanie on our floor, but I hadn't had any encounters with them so far. They were stuffed away behind glass walls down the hall from my desk, where about 30 of us sat and did the grunt work for the bosses in the PR department of this company. Addie and I had officially moved into our new apartment, and it was her first day to come to work with me. I held Addie's hand, walking her into the daycare and preschool unit. "You excited?" I asked, seeing all the kids starting to take notice of Addie, who'd dressed herself this morning. "It's a big day with new friends," I said as a woman approached. "Can I help you two?" the gray-haired woman with a meticulous bun asked, while another younger, beautiful red-headed woman trailed her. "I'm here to bring my daughter in while I head up to work. Stephanie told me she was starting here this morning." "What's the child's name?" "The child's name is Addison Blake," I said. After a whirlwind of bullshit, me turning over Addie's birth certificate and all the other documents that came with enrollment, the woman refused my daughter. The sweet-looking younger redhead, she was a total bitch who helped escort us from the area. Addie looked up at me, confused, and I did my best to keep it together. "The only way to get you into class is to give you a little experience, kid," I said with a smile, thanking God that she didn't get her feelings hurt.
"Experience?"
She tried to say the word. "Yes," I said, punching the elevator button. "You need to learn a little bit about what Mommy does, and then you can go play with the rest of the kids and tell them what you learned about at work with Mommy." I wanted to cry. What the fuck was I supposed to do now? I pulled her out of a school with teachers and friends she loved. We were officially an hour away from that place now, and Stephanie had fucked me over by saying that I could just show up, and so long as I had my paperwork, Addie would be allowed in. Now there was no fucking room? We'll see what Steph thought about that while Addie worked on her floor as a damn distraction all day. "Hey," Amir said. "I bet you're Addison. You sure look like an Addison. Am I right?"
"Addie,"
she said, climbing into my seat.
"I have to learn work,"
she stated thoughtfully. I smiled at Amir's confused expression. "Apparently there's no room for extras. That would have been nice to know last week," I said. He frowned but kept his lips clamped while Addison looked at him. "Well, we can use your help here with us, Addie," he said. "Oh my God, she is your mini-me," Alyssa said, coming around in her tight-ass dress, long gorgeous legs and breasts threatening to spill out of it. "You're a doll."
"I'm not a doll. I'm a person,"
Addie corrected her. Alyssa looked at me and laughed. "She's got your strong personality too, huh?" "Yeah, and imagine 2 of us working up here together." Everything was moving smoothly until 3 in the afternoon. Amir had even gone out and found a coloring book and colored pencils to keep Addie occupied. Then Steph came onto the floor after being gone all morning. "In my office, please, Avery," she said, half smiling at Addie, who was sitting at my desk in a chair I'd rolled up next to mine. I followed her, knowing the woman was pissed. "Do you mind telling me why there is a child on this floor?" "You might want to ask the lady in the daycare admin department who rejected my kid," I said, annoyed that this was blowing back on me as if I was trying to get away with something. "You've got to be joking," she said, obviously irritated beyond belief that she had to deal with any of this. I wanted to say the same thing when they wouldn't allow Addie into their class. The last thing I wanted was to have my kid with me at my new job, but this completely blindsided me and I had no other option. I was under the impression that this wouldn't be an issue. "I'll handle this. Just get back to work. Supervisors will be on the floor." I watched the woman scramble for her phone and try to work to fix the preschool problem. As I went back to work, I heard whispers and oh shits coming at me like friendly fire. I glanced around, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. It wasn't an earthquake. Addie was unaffected, scribbling on pages of a magazine, and I just shrugged it all off. That's when, from out of my peripheral, I saw a mob of suits. "Amir," I said, and he looked over. "Are the men in black here, or what?" "Just work," he mouthed. What the hell is happening? I rose while everyone ducked and stared at their computers as if to beg the machine to pull them physically into it. That's when I noticed the tallest man out of the group. The onyx-colored hair that hinted at the slightest natural curl, if not tamed. The hair I ran my hands through and gripped in utter ecstasy. Holy fucking shit. Our eyes met when he caught me staring at him in disbelief. Shit. I thought he never came down here. I broke eye contact with his emerald eyes after he gave me that look I thought I'd never see again. It wasn't a look that he was going to fuck me in every room in this building, but it was the look that he remembered fucking in every room in his castle. I looked around at everyone who was hiding from him and the army of suits trailing him. What the hell? Was he that terrifying? Did I get out of that fake relationship just in time? Why was everyone working like they were robots? I looked back at Jim, and his face recovered from the knowing grin and that glint in his eye that made me resist running out to him and holding the man who made me so happy in England. The dick look on his face now was that fucking scorched earth look. Was I supposed to sit in my chair as he conversed with his men in suits? Was this his fear the badass CEO look? What the hell ever. I sat down. I couldn't forget I had my kid here, and Steph was more than likely having a coronary attack, that Addie was here too. That's when Steph went to Jim, interrupting him from his power suit talk, and pointed in my direction. What a goddamn bitch, I thought, knowing she was ratting Addie and me out. Now here I was, watching Jim try and level me with that look I swore I never wanted to be on the other end of. Too bad that he was up against me, protecting my daughter, and I wasn't going to allow him to say shit about her being here. I feared fucking nothing when it came to protecting her, even this CEO, who was sexier than fuck with the look on his face, heading my way. Time to meet the bastard side of Jim head on, especially if he was kicking my daughter off the floor.
Chapter 16. Jim. For the first time in my entire life, there was one employee in my building who didn't hide or giggle to their coworkers while I was in the room. Except Alex, of course, but he didn't count. I know the usual expression I carried when I was in a room of employees that I'd never met nor intended to faded the moment she stood, and I saw those eyes that had never left my dreams. Those eyes that glossed over when she climaxed while riding me into ecstasy. I recovered whatever expression I held when our eyes locked and forced it all down. I missed this woman more than I imagined. Holy shit. She worked here? How long had she been working for me? Did she know who I was in London? There's no fucking way. She did roleplay well with me, though. Maybe she knew who I was the entire time. Then I saw something I never thought possible. On top of realizing Avery was working in my building and I never fucking knew it. I saw the black curls of a little girl who I assumed was her daughter Addie, and I pinched my lips together to hold back the humor of what in the hell could have transpired to make Avery bring her daughter to work in her cubicle with her. "Mr. Mitchell?" Perry, my senior manager on the public relations floor, caught me as soon as I spied the adorable child scribbling on a magazine, ironically the magazine that did an exclusive write-up on me and Mitchell and Associates. "I assure you that we do not allow children on the floor." I ignored Perry and went over to Avery's desk. Avery's eyes were fierce, and I knew why. She made it perfectly clear that no one fucked with her daughter. "It's fine, Perry," I said, moving toward where Avery was staring me down like a mother bear watching over her cub. I looked down at the magazine, which was written about my success as a young CEO of one of the largest companies in the nation. Addie wasn't aware of my approach, and I saw where she was intently scribbling over my face, and it was taking all I could not to laugh at how Avery must have loved her daughter doing so. "Is something wrong?" Avery asked. I didn't know how to respond to her. Shit. Who was afraid of who? "Mr. Mitchell," Stephanie started. I assumed Avery worked for her, given the placement of Avery's desk. "We're going to fix this issue of the child." Addie looked up at me. Her bright blue eyes blinked slowly because I must have looked like a giant in her presence. "Hi," she said. "Your face." She looked at the magazine, then back to me. "Avery, I need to speak with you about your daughter," Stephanie said. "That will not be necessary, Miss Blythe," I said, and knelt next to Addie. "Hi. I see you must not like my face." I smiled and pointed at the sharp lines drawn across it. "Your face is pretty," she said. "Why are you in my book?" "I guess I got lucky," I mused. "My name is James. My friends call me Jim, or Mitch." I felt the anxiety of everyone in the room, and it was thick with fear and annoyance, all geared toward my being here and this sweet little girl. "I like Mitch," she giggled and popped 2 dimples in each of her cheeks in doing so. "I'm Addison." She went back to coloring. "My friends call me Addie." "May I ask why such a sweet girl like yourself is working today? You should be playing with the kids in the children's center, I would assume." "Mommy said I have to learn work before they let me play," she said. My eyes shifted over to Avery's, and hers were still ablaze. Though it was a short amount of time, I'd remembered these beautiful blue eyes as well. All memories of this blue-eyed beauty pushed aside, I knew something must have happened to piss her off. "Is Addie here because you do not trust the preschool? Perhaps a sick child wasn't sent home?" "More like the preschool wouldn't allow her in," Avery shot back, eyeing me and everyone standing around me. "I told her that she was lucky and got to come to work with me instead." I rose up and glanced around to locate Alex. "Mr. Grayson," I called out to my vice president. "Right here," he said, walking over from speaking to someone in an office down the hall. "Wow. Hey there," Alex said, his eyes meeting Addie's. "Hi," she said, still working on dissolving my face with her colors. "Nice to have you working in our public relations department, young lady. Alex, handle the issues with that video file and the advertisements that failed to send. I need to speak with the women in the preschool facility." It didn't take much for Alex to do the math at that point. Typically, I would have called down and handled matters, but I didn't. His eyes went from Addison to Avery, and then his features went soft, and he nodded. "We'll fix the problem," he said, then rounded up the herd and left me to speak with Avery. I looked back at Addie and Avery. "Would you both mind joining me on a field trip?" I asked, trying to make this exciting for Addison. I didn't even need to. The kid wasn't frightened of any of us. I loved that fearless nature. "Where to?" she questioned. "Addie, don't be rude. This nice man who you demolished with your colors is going to take us down to where your school is." "Good," she sighed. "Your work is really boring, Mom." "I couldn't agree more," I answered Addie with a smile. "I'll join you," Stephanie interjected. "Again, I'm so sorry about this, Mr. Mitchell." "Why are you sorry?" Addison asked before I could dismiss the woman. "Addison Jane," Avery scolded her daughter and took her hand. "It's rude to talk when adults are talking." "Ms. Blythe, please stay, thank you," I said, before the woman eyed Avery and rushed back toward her office. I nodded toward Avery, then smiled at Addison. "I believe our field trip awaits the 3 of us." "Yes," Addison's smile beamed. Avery and Addison followed me into the elevator, and I hit the button to the lower level where our daycare and preschool was located. "How long have you been working for us?" I finally broke the ice of quiet awkwardness. "A week," Avery said flatly. "Listen, I don't need your help." "I understand that. However, would you rather Addison work? She's already informed me it is quite dull, and there's the whole child labor law thing." Avery narrowed her eyes at me skeptically. "Fine, then. Maybe you can convince those women who run your cute little preschool and daycare to take her. I had no idea there would be a problem." "Her records were turned in, correct?" I asked. "Of course. I brought all of that. I'm not a She stopped herself, and I smiled, knowing the woman cussed like a goddamn sailor. "I brought everything required." Then let's find out why this super smart little young lady isn't in preschool.
I need experience, Addison spoke up. Mommy said that's how I get in.
Ah, I pointed toward her magazine. Looks like you gained enough experience. I looked at Avery, hoping I grabbed the right word for Addison's excuse for not being in preschool. You colored my face out like a champion. I laughed. Addison giggled, and it was the sweetest sound.
I'm sorry, Mitch, she said. Your face looked mean, you know?
I need to work on that, don't I?
Yes,
Addie said.
You look pretty right now.
I'm smiling, I responded.
Smiling is pretty.
It most certainly is, I answered. After the elevator opened, we were soon around the corner where our children's center was located. When I walked in, Janice Spokes and her intern turned 3 shades of pink. Her eyes drifted from mine down to Addison, then Avery. That's when I felt Addison clutch my hand. I was shocked at the gesture, but then livid that the little girl would think to hold on to my hand in the first place. Was she scared of these two? What did they do to make her reach for my hand?
Addie,
Avery whispered.
Come stand with Mommy.
I gave Addie a reassuring smile. I'll take care of this. I knelt to where Addie stood quietly at Avery's side. Should I use my smiling face or the face you scribbled on in your book? I inquired when I saw her serious expression wasn't wavering.
Scribble face,
Addie answered, and then looked at the 2 women who had plastered smiles on their questioning expressions. I rose and turned to the women. Their faces were curious and confused, as well as they should be. Ms. Spokes and Ms. King, I said. Did Miss... Son of a bitch, I forgot Avery's last name.
Miss Gilbert,
Avery said. Yes, thank you. Did Miss Gilbert have any difficulty with her daughter's paperwork today?
No, Mr. Mitchell.
I looked at Addison. It appears the children are having snack time. Would you like to join them? I glanced to Avery. Any food allergies?
None, she said, though she eats like her mother does.
I smiled, but Avery remained indifferent. There's plenty of food. Try not to spoil your dinner, though, I said. If I hadn't turned and knelt back down to reach Addison's eye level, I would have never had the smell of coconut and blueberries hit all of my senses after she hugged me. I patted her back. Better hurry. Addison scurried off, and I stood to bring my full attention back to the women. While the aides assist the kids, I would like to meet with the one who refused one of our employees' children.
That would be me,
Ms. Spokes boldly spoke up. I'd never been in this room, and I only knew the woman through staff meetings when we decided to open the preschool, but it was evident that the woman thought she owned the place. Very well. Where's your office so we can speak privately? I didn't fail to observe her glare at Avery before she motioned for me to follow her. Come with us, I said to Avery. Avery didn't need the invitation. I could tell she wanted a piece of this woman herself.
You will wait outside, Miss Gilbert,
Ms. Spokes said.
You're fucking kidding, right? That's my kid in there, and I'm not leaving a decision about her to be left up to you or him,
Avery snapped.
Excuse me?
Ms. Spokes countered.
You do realize you're in the company of Mr. James Mitchell,
Avery finished for her.
Amazingly enough, Mr. Mitchell is CEO of the company's preschool that wants to reject my daughter.
Avery, I said, knowing I should have kept it formal with last names, but that slipped. Please allow me to ask Ms. Spokes why Addison was... I paused to ensure I heard correctly. Addison was rejected?
Yes, rejected,
Avery confirmed. What is the meaning of this? I asked Ms. Spokes in a demanding tone. Do not even think about giving me any excuses either, Ms. Spokes, or this will be your last day watching over this department.
We don't have enough staff, she said indignantly.
How long has this been an issue? I asked.
At least a month.
I've heard nothing of the sort. I haven't had any requests to expand this department. Did I miss something that you may have sent my way?
No,
she stood solidly. This woman was an old crow.
We told the parents we were full.
That is not your duty, ma'am, I said sternly, and the woman finally broke and sat in her chair. Those are not merely parents. They are my employees who depend on my company's children's center for numerous reasons. I kept my gaze locked on hers. I must know exactly how many children are in other daycares or preschools due to you not informing upper management there was an issue with a shortage in staff.
8, maybe.
8? Maybe? I questioned. Maybe is not a word I like hearing from a woman that my company entrusts with our employees' children and their safety.
I can't remember,
she whined. That is no excuse. That is 8 parents, my employees, might I remind you, who have had to scramble to make other arrangements despite what was promised would be made available to them. I should have had something on my desk informing me that more staff was required before the first child was turned away. I'm not quite certain I can trust you in such an important position, one that requires someone to look out for what's best for my employees and their children. You will be replaced.
I'm fired?
She covered her heart. You will be transferred to a different role if that satisfies your needs. Currently, I do not care for your callous attitude or negligence. Until your replacement has been hired, I suggest you will work with your temporary replacement, I said. An official announcement will be emailed to all employees announcing their children are welcome back to our Children's Center. We have more than enough room here, so I know that space is not the issue. That is all, Ms. Spokes.
I am so sorry, Mr. Mitchell.
You might say that to the employees you've shunned. However, I do not see you as the type to apologize to the parents who've been placed in difficult childcare situations. I am thankful I found this child on one of my floors with her mother, or I would have never known there was an issue. I will be working with Human Resources and our child development recruiters to find your replacement, and I do hope it's immediately.
And where do I transfer to, Mr. Mitchell?
I turned from where I was leaving her office. Well, that's a question you might want to ponder for a while. Sleep on it tonight, perhaps? You see, the fear I see in your eyes is most likely the same that was in the parents' eyes who depended on this daycare and preschool for their children. It's in all of their offer packages, and yet here you are turning them away and making a liar out of me.
My Lord in heaven,
she sat in her chair, frazzled. There are plenty of internal transfer positions available within the company, I said, seeing the woman was about to become my brother's heart patient if I didn't slow it down some on her. Look them up.
Thank you,
she muttered. I turned and felt Avery on my heels. Ms. King, I called out to the other woman who seemed to work alongside Ms. Spokes.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell?
She popped over to me as a young college intern would. We will be making changes to this department. Until then, no child will be turned away. You will find a way to ensure they're taken care of. The additional staff will be hired, trained, and working by the end of next week. You will also be reporting to someone besides Ms. Spokes. I saw her expression fall. If you'd like to resume working here, I would like to know here and now.
Absolutely, Mr. Mitchell.
Her eyes darted from Avery to me. Very well, then, I said. I should have never needed to accompany one of my employees down here to find our child care facility wasn't operating correctly. The blame falls squarely on Ms. Spokes. But for the future, please know that there is a chain of command that ends with me. I decide the fate of every department, and I need to know what everyone needs. This all will be fixed, and I do hope you are more than welcoming to little Addison. I left with a certain amount of bubbling rage inside that the old bag had made decisions for my company without telling me. Bullshit. It was unacceptable and a horrible fucking way to reconnect with Avery. God only knew what she thought of my company after this debacle.
You almost gave that woman a heart attack.
My brother's a heart surgeon. He would have saved her miserable life, I said, angrier than when we left the daycare, but feeling more than familiar with Avery. I wasn't like this with anyone but Alex when I was this fucking pissed. I was, however, holding in more shit than I was letting Avery know. Avery laughed.
She reminds me of that old bitch who gave you trouble on the tour.
I tried to smile at the memory, but I was too busy wondering how many other departments in my company were fucked like this. Possibly, yes. I looked at her. It's nice to see you again, Avery. I hope Addison enjoys her new preschool. Avery was stiff. and I knew she was probably pissed off at the curt way I was responding to her. I couldn't mask my irritation, though. I couldn't bring her into my arms like I wanted to. I couldn't steal her over to the elevators that led up to my office and tell her I regretted everything, that I now made exceptions in fucking my employees, and that exception was her and her alone. I couldn't do anything but get my ass involved with these department heads and fix all of this shit. When I was back on the top floors, Alex met my short fuse. I want more surveillance on that daycare until a replacement is found. On it. Everything cool with Avery and her daughter? He tried to probe, but I wasn't interested in small talk. Addison is in the facility. I need someone on those cameras. We can talk more about it later. I just pissed off the woman running that place and I want her watched until she's replaced. I'll handle it now, Alex said, leaving and knowing we'd catch up after I cooled off some more. What a fucking joke. In order to fix this, I would assemble a new team to inspect all of my departments. Never again would something like this go undetected. Of all places for things to go wrong, I couldn't believe it was with our employees' children. Good God. I was embarrassed, pissed, and now fucking furious that I couldn't give in to what I really wanted, to express my apologies to Avery, to beg her for another chance. No, the asshole CEO had to leave and do his damn job instead.
Chapter 17. Avery. My mind was a shitstorm of a mess about Jim. Period. I was ready to rip his throat out when I assumed that he was pissed when he spotted Addie in the office with me yesterday. Then he knelt next to her. The James Mitchell facade that he carried, and everyone seemed scared shitless of, faded, and the Jim I'd been with in London knelt to talk kindly with my daughter. I watched Addie interact with him, all while observing Stephanie appear as if she was either going to pass out, cry, or hug me. I mean, I got it. Respect your boss and follow the rules. It's as easy as that. At least, that's how I envisioned working a job. I could say with 100% certainty, however, that even if I didn't know Jim from my vacation, I wouldn't have behaved the way everyone else seemed to when he entered a room. I wouldn't have hid him behind my computer, freaked the hell out if he approached me, trembled when I talked to him. All the shit I watched everyone except for the suit crew do. I thought it was fucking weird, but maybe that's how all big businesses ran when the owner was around. So he came to your floor, Britt said. And then what? Finish your thought, Avery. Sorry. He brought Addie and me to the preschool that rejected her. He seemed pretty pissed that old lady had sent more kids than just Addie away. You think he remembered you? She lowered her voice on the phone while I finished making Addie her breakfast. Finish quick, Addie, I said, wanting to get our breakfast dishes in the sink before we walked out the door. We're going to be late. Avery! Jesus, Brittany, I don't know. I'm trying to get out of here on time. Good Lord, he had to have remembered you. He probably wouldn't have done what he did if he didn't. Would it have mattered? I said. I mean, yeah, he remembered me. How could he not? He stared at my face for almost an entire week, so unless he's senile, he knows who I am. He asked how long I'd been working there, so it must have crossed his mind that maybe I worked for him all along. Addie got up from the table and slid on her red sequin ballet flats. She wore them with everything, no matter how much they clashed with her outfit. It was pretty adorable. I don't have time to talk about it right now, though. I'm sorry. I'll call you later. Gotta go. Okay. Have a good day and call me later, Britt said before I ended the call. Let's hit it, kid, I said to Addie. We are seriously going to be late if there's too much traffic.
I work with you today, Mommy?
Addie asked as we walked out the door, and I locked it behind us. No, I don't think so. That nice man, my big boss, he helped you get promoted yesterday.
Mitch, she said. My friend.
We were at the car in record time, and Addie didn't give me any hassle when I buckled her in. He's the boss too, Addie, I said, kissing her forehead and moving toward the driver's seat. You piece of shit, car, start already, I internally demanded. Please, God, do not let me get fired because of you. I slammed on the steering wheel. You stupid car.
This car is stupid,
Addison said. Don't say stupid. It's a bad word. Mommy shouldn't say it either.
Oh, Mom, you say bad words. I don't.
The car started. Thank God, I said.
I know. God is happy that I say good words.
God doesn't like Mommy saying the bad ones. I gave her a sheepish look while backing out. I need to work on that. I'm sorry.
I won't say stupid.
She covered her mouth.
Sorry, that S word.
Don't say any S words. How about that? I smiled.
I can't say silly?
You can say that one, I said with a laugh. We were close enough to work to avoid freeways, which was a miracle in itself. We pulled into the parking structure, passed all the fancy cars, and found a place on the second level. Sweet, right by the elevators. That's when I saw the sign. Reserved for management, I said in defeat. Well, maybe Mom will be promoted to manager one day, and this will be our parking place.
Mitch will promote you. He promoted me.
Addie, you don't even know the word, I laughed. However, we need to work on our big words. We haven't done that in a while. So our word for the day is promote, or promoted.
Mitch does it,
she answered. Yes, he probably does. Other people do it too. It works in different ways and has different meanings. But for you and me, it means to get a better thing, to do a bigger job, or to make more money.
We need a new car, Mommy.
You don't like Bunny anymore?
Bunny is so tired, Mommy.
Yeah, well, I'll need a really good promotion to get a new car.
Daddy got one.
I rolled my eyes and slipped the keys out of the ignition. He sure did, I answered, trying not to sound sarcastic. I was a lot of things, but I wasn't the type of parent to badmouth the other. He didn't need my help to look like a deadbeat dad to his daughter. Come on, out of the seat. Where's your backpack?
Oh, no.
Addie clamped her small hands over her mouth and closed her eyes.
At home. Oh, no, Mommy.
My fault. I rushed us out. It's no big deal.
Will I still get promoted from Mitch?
She asked. I don't think we'll see your friend today. We got lucky yesterday, I said. Now grab my hand. Let's go. We headed toward the walkway that was erected over the street, leading us from the parking structure to my building. We always entered on the 9th floor, and today we made it just in time. Instead of using the elevator, we breezed down the flight of steps to where the children's center was. When we got there, the kids were seated, and the old ninny was still present and in charge. I see you've forgotten your backpack, she said to Addie. How do you expect to learn if you can't remember basic things, young lady?
I won't.
Addie started making excuses for herself. A fucking 3-year-old toddler, as the old woman towered over her intimidatingly. Addie, it's okay. Go sit with the others, I said, holding my arm up to back the woman away from Addie. The fact that this bitch thought she could flex on my kids sent me through the roof, and I felt my self-control slipping away as Addie joined the group. I took a long, slow, deep breath before I brought my furious gaze to meet the woman's eyes. You have the fucking nerve to speak to my child as if she's the one responsible for her things? What the hell is wrong with you? You're already getting fired for acting like a miserable bitch, and you still can't help yourself. The look on her ashen face would have led anyone else to believe that I'd just ran over her cat. Are you threatening me? She said, flabbergasted. I am serious as a fucking heart attack, lady. I can see the look on your face. Scolding a 3-year-old for not bringing a backpack? Really? It's not like you sent her home with homework, is it? Did I miss that part after I picked her up? Maybe you did. Bullshit. Listen up, I said, pointing at her. If you so much as look at my daughter sideways and I find out about it, you're going to regret it. You have no idea what I'm willing to do to make sure my daughter is safe from predators like you. Well, listen, this is a complete misunderstanding, Miss Gilbert. She straightened her posture and held her head high with some level of righteous indignation that I had no idea how she had the nerve to muster. You're right about that. I looked over at the children and the aides who sat with them. Aside from this old nag, they seemed well taken care of, and that was the only reason I didn't march Addie out of that place right then. I trust you'll make sure my daughter has a good day. I'll check on her later. I turned to leave, and there was Jim with the young Johnny Depp-looking friend of his who I met at the restaurant in London. My eyes widened, and the Johnny Depp guy seemed to be covering his grin while Jim was looking past me at the hag. "Excuse me, gentlemen." I plastered on the best smile I could. "I have to get to work."
"Is everything okay, Miss Gilbert?"
Jim asked, eyes still on the woman.
"Miss Spokes?"
"No problems at all, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Grayson," she responded. I stood at the preschool entryway and leveled the woman with my glare, and she didn't say another word. I should have left and headed to my desk, but I didn't want this woman spinning anything.
"Mitch!"
Addie screamed, running over to greet her new friend.
"I'm promoted today."
"Hey there, Addie,"
he said as he knelt to greet her. Certainly a good call, or he would have been doubled over by my daughter ramming into his balls. She squeezed his neck, and I covered my mouth when he patted her back with one arm and remembered her name. Maybe he did remember a lot more than our fake role-playing. Wait, he was just good with names. Oh, hell, he didn't have to do this at all. It was the gesture alone that had me watching and wishing Jim was in my life for a moment. If only to see this smile on Addie's face.
"Promoted?"
he asked after greeting her.
"So that means you'll be working up in the top boring offices with me now?"
"No, silly,"
she said.
"I get to go in there."
"Why, yes, you do,"
he answered. He pointed up to the man I stood next to now.
"This is my friend. His name is Alex, and he's going to make sure you have fun teachers today. Sound good?"
"It does."
She hugged Jim again and patted his cheek sweetly. "Addie, go to class. Jim needs to go to work too," I said, and then nearly choked when I realized I'd said his name in a way that didn't fly around here.
"His name is Mitch, Mom,"
Addie said, and then spun around and went into the classroom area.
"Jim and Mitch, eh?"
Alex said, looking at me with a knowing smile.
"I'm Alex Grayson."
He reached his hand out to mine.
"I believe we've met before."
I smiled after Jim walked with the woman into her office. "Yes, in London, when we all played musical dining tables, I think." He chuckled.
"Do you always curse out old ladies?"
"Just the ones who screw with my kid," I said. "I'm sorry, but I have to go. It's great seeing you again, Alex." I left the man who'd blown Jim up the entire time I was with him in that castle, leaving him standing there and looking at me with great curiosity, I'm sure. "Amir," I said to my coworker, "are you going to eat those fries?"
"God, what have we done all these years without you here?"
he said, sliding the fries over to me. "The crows are going to be pissed when they starve to death," Alyssa teased. "You want the last of this milkshake?" "That's where I draw the line, my friends," I said, crunching into Amir's still piping hot French fries. "I don't drink after others. Total germ freak on that one."
"Not like you'd have room for it anyway. All this food, girl,"
Amir said.
"Your body can't process this food. You're too tiny."
"Guys, we have to get back. This will be the second time I would be late today," I said, checking my phone and seeing the time. "Can't have that," Eliza said. "Oh," she added like a mystery was being revealed. "Want to know why the execs were on the floor yesterday?"
"Someone mentioned something about footage being erased from the company cameras after a sales manager got caught screwing a rep in his office,"
Amir said. "Shut the hell up," I said.
"That's the rumor. I also heard the reason Mr. Mitchell was with him was because of the documentary on his doctor friend. I think he's a brain surgeon or something. They've been recording bits and pieces, but I heard it sucks. That's what Carrion Media Production says anyway. Don't say I told you,"
Amir said. Jesus. And here we were talking about the boring video Jim was watching in England, which led to him getting me off in the most glorious way I could have ever desired. I had to shut these thoughts down, and now my body was already aching for that sensation again, and only from him. Good Lord, you two. Does the gossip run that thick in this place? I asked, changing my mind's gears. When Mr. Mitchell comes off the top floors, yes. Everyone looks for some sort of reason he's on their floor. God damn, I said. He's treated like a god here, isn't he? He sure looks like one. A Greek god, Alyssa giggled. Try seeing the man without his clothes on, I thought with a smile. It was a lame way to compare a man with a perfectly chiseled body and a beautiful face of perfection, but hey, sometimes you had to call it what it was. We were stopped when Stephanie met me at my cubicle. I have no idea what's going on, she said. Maybe it was yesterday, with your daughter being here inappropriately, or something else. What is it? Am I fired, Stephanie? I asked, cutting her off. Why would you think that? Because you look like you're going to pass out. Well, I wish I could give you more information, but I can't. Mr. Mitchell would like to see you in his office, she said. Follow me, please. I'll show you to the executive elevators. Should I be worried about this? He's possibly addressing your daughter being on our floor. If he has a problem with her, maybe I do need to pay him a visit, I said, to which she eyed me in response. I rode up to the 64th floor silently, and I walked out to floor-to-ceiling glass windows that overlooked downtown LA. I'd bet that without smog, you'd see the ocean from up here. It was exquisite. Speaking of exquisite, so was the woman who stood in front of a massive reception desk, looking at papers on the counter. She wore a form-fitting business suit with her red-soled stilettos and had perfectly coiffed hair, skin, and manicure. It was a much different world up here. Was Jim lying about not screwing secretaries or anyone who worked for him? This chick was drop-dead gorgeous. Her eyes were a brilliant blue, and they lit up when she spun around and saw me. Or so I thought. She was actually beaming at Alex, who'd gotten off the elevator next to mine and was approaching me from behind. Alex offered up a grin to her. One of those grins. And if this chick had been in a shitty mood before, Alex had changed it instantly. Miss Gilbert is here to see Mr. Mitchell, the elevator cop told her as he held the doors from closing. How's your day, Miss Flores? Great, Mike. Thanks for sending up Miss Gilbert. She took papers she'd been examining near a keyboard on the other side of the desk before turning to face me again. Miss Gilbert, please follow me. That was it for the sweet talk. I was walking the Green Mile down a hallway where fancy, English-looking artwork hung. The only artwork I'd ever seen anyway. It must have been the hallway to Jim's office. 2 double doors opened after Miss Flores ran a security card over a security pad. She knocked as the doors opened. Mr. Mitchell. Yes, Summer? He asked distantly. Miss Gilbert is here at your request. Thank you, he said. I looked at her in confusion, and she just kept her poker face and walked away, leaving me to meet Mr. Mitchell in all his glory. I held a hand over my heart, and it wasn't because of how gorgeous Jim looked, sitting in his dark gray 3-piece suit either. The red tie set off the striking features of his face, but this corner office, surrounded by windows overlooking Los Angeles, was enough to bring me to my knees. Jesus Christ, I said softly, looking to my left, right, and back to where Jim's large, exquisite desk was. No wonder England's countryside is in pictures out in that hallway. Where the hell would you hang a picture with windows instead of walls? Nervous chatter. Jim's voice quietly rang into my ears. Since the first moment I met you, I would have never pinned you for having a nervous bone in your body. I looked at him and grinned. This is so beautiful, I said, ignoring him, calling me out on rambling. How do you get anything done with these views? Jim rose from his desk and pulled off his jacket. My eyes widened when I saw the shirt he was wearing under his black vest. That was the shirt he hated. He fucked me in. Well, I fucked him in. Shit, you need to chill out, Avery. Nice shirt, I said. A little bird told me that you hated that shirt.
Was that little bird chirping through a magazine article you read?
He smiled, the Jim smile.
Perhaps it was in a gossip column?
No, I think the bird told me firsthand. I arched an eyebrow at him.
A real-life speaking bird, huh? You must know a lot of parrots,
he said. Then he grew serious, and that scorched earth look was creeping its way up.
Will you please have a seat, Miss Gilbert?
He pointed toward the luxurious leather seats across from where he sat in his $1 billion, most likely Corinthian leather chair. The scorched earth look doesn't work on me, I said, crossing my legs and trying to determine why I was here. What do you need? Stephanie is pretty much packing my desk up right now. He ran a hand through his hair and pursed his lips.
Did you have to cuss out Miss Spokes this morning, Avery?
He asked, half humored and half annoyed. She was a bitch to my kid, Jim. Sorry, Mr. Mitchell, I said, my irritation beginning to grow. That woman deserved a stiff slap across her face. She's goddamn lucky I didn't give her that instead of a few harsh words. Jim glanced down at a piece of paper.
It also states here that you threatened to kill her?
He shook his head and licked his lips.
Why am I not surprised?
I saw the look on his face. This was him holding back laughing, but trying to remain serious. Kill her? I rolled my eyes. I'm not in the mafia, for Christ's sake. I told her she'd regret messing with Addie again, though, and I meant it. That bitch was completely out of line.
You can understand why that might sound mafia-like to an old woman from Santa Monica, Avery,
he said, trying to hit me with that look again. I noticed him rereading the paper in front of him, and then I saw that tick he seemed to have when deep in thought. He touched each fingertip, one by one, to his thumb while he read.
You've been here for nearly 9 days, yes?
Yes, I said, angry that I'd fucked up a new and excellent job. Jim was too serious, and I was too pissed that I'd let that woman get the best of me today.
Well, I've never seen someone get reported to me in that amount of time. Honestly, I don't believe I've ever had anyone reported to me for their behavior ever. Not unless there's some sort of sexual harassment charges, but in your case,
he looked at me,
it's regular harassment charges. It takes a hell of a lot to bring an employee past my HR team and directly to me. Would you know why that could be in your case and after only 9 days working here?
I don't know. Tears were welling up in my eyes now. Why don't you just tell me?
Avery.
He came across the desk and sat in the chair next to me.
I see that you are quite protective of Addison. I would have hoped you trusted that I was taking care of that woman after I talked with her yesterday. I didn't need your threats toward her this morning to add to my removal of her.
He smirked.
I'm fairly sure you wouldn't have followed through on those threats, too.
His eyebrow arched, and damn, I missed him.
But it makes my case to remove her from that preschool more difficult than it needs to be.
You have to understand something about me, I said, turning to face him and appreciating him coming to my side of the desk, perhaps as an understanding boss instead of the big exec standing imposingly behind his desk. I've been in too many positions to protect Addie from the BS that comes her way. That woman started giving her the 3rd degree for forgetting her backpack. She's 3. I wouldn't tolerate that from any teacher, here or at another preschool. He took my trembling hands into his large ones.
My lawyers.
Your lawyers? Are you suing me for this?
No,
he sighed.
Miss Spokes threatened to sue my company over your behavior today. The lawyers were brought in with Human Resources and Alex late this morning. While we went through the surveillance footage, we noted a behavior with the woman that, well, let's just say she's not suing anyone after the discussion we had with her. She signed off to leave the company.
What the hell was on those videos? I have a right to know. Did that woman fuck with Addison after?
No,
he said, rubbing the back of my tense hands.
She was negligent in her work. The videos also proved that she wasn't acting according to her job requirements. Thank God other teachers were in her company, or perhaps children could have been harmed. She was getting paid to play solitaire on her computer. She was given the option to pay us back for lack of working for the 2 years of having her with us, or leave without a fuss.
So I'm not fired?
Actually, no, he said. But I am kindly asking that if you are upset with staff, you do not threaten to make anyone regret it next time.
If they come at Addie,
you'll come directly to me,
he said with that CEO voice that was sexy until he used it on me.
I will handle it. We have security watching the preschool nonstop. No reason to go all Godfather and threaten to make anyone sleep with the fishes, okay?
All right, I said. Is that it then? He pulled his hands from mine and stood and smiled.
Yes, I would like to say that I don't ever want to have to see you up here in my office again.
He pinched his lips together as I stood.
But that wouldn't be true.
His face seemed pained, like he meant something else, but hell, I had no idea. He did that sexy lip pucker thing while he bit the inside of his cheek.
Avery, let me take you out or something. Give me another chance. I know I fucked it up with the senseless words you overheard on that call with my brother. Truly, I never meant them. The second you walked out the door on me, I realized I was a jackass to even think like that, whether or not I was frustrated with my brother probing into my life.
I have a hell of a life. You know I have issues. I'm a single mom who deals with a fucking drug addict for an ex. I laugh in disbelief that he was trying to have a shot with me. I can't bring you into that. You knew that when you were on the phone that day. It's not a life you want, trust me.
If it's too horrible for me, then why do you allow Addie to live in this life that is so terrible for you?
Good point. I blew out a breath. But I can't explain it. It would be worse for you. Trust me on that.
How much worse?
He waved his hand at his office.
I run this entire place. I have countless employees here and in my London office that I am responsible for, and all the shit that goes with keeping it all running smoothly. Why can't I have a chance with the one thing I feel might mean more to me than all of that?
You can't mean that, I said. It was a fling, and you know it. You saw the good side. You saw the Avery that wasn't living in an average bullshit day. And you never met the single mom, Avery.
I want to know that side of you as well. Just give me a chance and allow me to determine whether or not I want to be with the real you.
Yeah, that smile. I shook my head, smiling back at him. That cocky smile. It's going to screw your ass over, you know. I have a psycho ex who will despise you.
Most exes hate themselves for losing the best thing they ever had, then project it onto the one who took their place.
Oh, I planted my hands on my hips. So you took his place. You're quite confident, Mr. Mitchell.
Hopeful, he said. And for the love of God, call me Jim.
Okay, fine, I said. You want a shot at my shitty life? Being around the bullshit? Because you don't look like you get dirty. He held his hands out.
I believe I got this shirt quite dirty at one time.
He smirked. You have no idea what the hell you're doing, do you?
I just know I want a chance with you again. I can't get you out of my mind. What I did to you.
He ran his hand over the light growth on his chin.
I'm full of regret for hurting you and desperately sorry for those painful words. Allow me a chance to prove to you I knew I was foolish and wrong.
Okay then, smart guy. I smirked at his lightened features. Tomorrow night is Big Mac night.
McDonald's?
He questioned.
I can take you.
I held my hand up. It's Addie's night. You're welcome to join us if you want. She deems you are her good friend anyway. I narrowed my eyes at him. I will warn you now, Jim Mitchell. If you hurt her,
if it doesn't work out between us, I promise Addie will still be my friend.
I am so serious. She is not to be hurt in this. Her dad's already doing a fantastic job with that.
I understand. We'll take it all slow. I will prove to you I won't hurt either of you.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Let me just kiss you or something.
Jim's cell phone rang, then his office phone, while his door opened to reveal Alex. Jim glanced at Alex with the startling act of all communication for the man happening at once.
What the hell?
He said.
Is the goddamn building on fire? No, we just ran the first part of Colin's docu-series.
Jim looked at me, then at his phone, which was still ringing off the hook.
Do I even want to answer that?
He asked Alex. Alex laughed.
Let's just say Jacob will be quite jealous that he was a test subject. We were successful in ensuring better for privacy for Colin with the new methods used while airing this new series on neuroscience for St. John's. Excellent news. Go ahead and field that out to the PR groups while I handle these phone calls. Colin and Jake are meeting us at Kinder's tonight. Nice job, man.
He looked at me.
Nice to see you again, Avery,
he said.
All right, my job here is done. I'm clocking out.
Okay, I'm leaving too, I said. Jim's phones were going into ringing frenzies.
Tomorrow night sounds great, Avery,
he said, stopping me from following Alex out of his office.
So I guess it will be a Big Mac for Addie and me, and I'm guessing 3 or 4 of them for you,
he teased, his phone still constantly ringing.
Damn it, I have to get this call. Your department might be insane, but just ignore it, and know that I'm going just as crazy up here.
He winked, and I could tell he was my Jim from England again. I had a responsibility to myself, my daughter, and really any man that I dated, in that order. If I was a mess, it filtered in and hurt Addie. I never brought men around her, but right now she knew Jim as Mitch, her friend. So a little fast food get-together never hurt anything. Of course, I would ask Addie about Jim joining us first. She would have to be cool with the fact that we would have a new friend with us on her and Mom's midweek date night.
Chapter 18. Jim. I had no time to reflect on Avery being in my office or exactly what I'd said to encourage her to allow me another opportunity with her. This day wasn't any less busy than my usual routine in the office. Still, by pulling recordings on my employees and going over them with human resources, Alex, and the lawyers, it wasn't necessarily an average day in the office either. It also wasn't usual practice for an employee with multiple supervisors above them to end up in my office, but I had Alex's intervention to thank for that. Thank God Alex swiftly caught on to her being my Avery from England. Because of that, no one questioned Alex insisting that she was to report directly to me over her incident. In my opinion, Avery was justified in her actions toward the woman. How that old battle axe made it through background was beyond me. Perhaps a psychiatric evaluation would have precluded her from even starting. There was no empathy or consideration for my employees' children. That was obvious from observing the way she treated Avery when we brought Addison into the preschool. Then her behavior toward Avery this morning. How many parents and children had she treated so rudely? It was unacceptable, and it wouldn't happen again. I had Alex put together a strike force team that consisted of members that would begin internal investigations of all departments. This entire event with the Children's Center prompted me to ensure that all departments at Mitchell & Associates were functioning at optimum levels. After putting this new plan of investigation in action, I was feeling slightly better, knowing we were taking steps to improve the quality of employment here at my company. This day certainly did not want to end. Even after I packed up and left the office, my email was exploding. Thank God I had my driver today, or I'd be stuck in the office finishing this shit up. With my driver Blake at the wheel, I was able to keep my laptop open and answer pressing emails while he drove me to meet up with the guys for dinner. Even with traffic tagging on an extra 50 minutes to my commute, it felt like I'd just sat in the damn car when we pulled up in front of the restaurant. "Give me another second to send off this last email," I announced to Blake. "Not a problem, Mr. Mitchell," he said, getting out of the car and advising the valets that we'd have the Bentley out of the way promptly. I worked quickly, and once all the necessary items were taken care of, I stepped out of the car and headed into the restaurant. My muscles were tense, and I was ready for a drink now more than ever. "So," Jake said after I was seated at the table. "New rules for all of us, eh? No more fucking around in bars now that Colin has his docuseries out?" He shook his head at me. "Glad my documentary could be your test monkey to figure that out. You do realize that unexpected fame almost cost me my relationship with Ash, correct?" I eyed my brother's cheeky grin. "You did that shit to yourself and you know it." "Yeah. Thanks to Jakey here using and losing the ladies, that stupid title we were given backfired on him after his interviews went out to the media outlets." Colin chuckled. "Speaking of which," Alex pulled his menu open and smiled. "Does Miss Gilbert know about this little gossip club headline of which you are an esteemed member, the Billionaires Club?" Alex laughed. "It has such an alluring ring to it. I personally think she would be impressed with your being a charter member, Jimmy." "Order your goddamn dinner," I said, laughing off my best friend's remarks. "Miss Gilbert?" Colin asked while sipping his gin. "Do you have a woman we don't know about? What the hell, Mitch?" Alex chuckled and motioned the waitress over to him to ask about something on the menu. Meanwhile, I took a nice long sip of my bourbon, something I'd needed for hours. "Jimmy," my brother said slyly, "who the hell is Miss Gilbert? Are you fucking a teacher now?" "Miss Gilbert has definitely taken my ass to school, if that's what you're implying," I answered just before the waitress asked for my order. I glanced up and ordered my filet mignon, medium rare, with steamed vegetables, and handed my menu back to the waitress. "Just fucking tell them," Alex said when the server left. "Or I will." "It's Avery." "How in the hell did you manage to find her?" Jake asked. "Or wait, did she Google you and stalk you out?" "No," I said, rolling my eyes. "She actually works at Mitchell." "So she is a crazy-ass stalker then, eh?" Colin tipped his glass to my brother. "You both have no idea what you're talking about. It's not like that," I said. "I'll agree with Jim," Alex snickered. "The chick is definitely not a stalker, though. In fact, it was more than obvious that she wasn't that impressed with Mr. Mitchell at all." "You mean she didn't hide under her desk when he walked in the room?" Jake said. "Nope. In fact, Jim called me over to her desk yesterday while he talked to her daughter, and she looked like she was going to strangle him if he made one wrong move." "No shit? So what's the deal? Are you finally ready to commit yourself to a relationship with a single mom?" Jake shook his head and sipped his scotch. "Last you told me, commitment issues were the reason you two parted ways. I'm joining her and her daughter at McDonald's for dinner tomorrow night. How's that for a commitment?" Everyone laughed at me. "Let me guess," Colin said. "You can't afford to take another big risk by bringing her to a nice restaurant?" "Her idea. I'm going for it. I've actually changed some things in my life after Avery gave me a few reality checks back in England. And now meeting her daughter, Jesus, the little toddler is just as adorable and strong-minded as she is. I can't seem to turn my back on either one." "Okay, she's hot as fuck," Alex said as he looked at the guys. "She seems to be pretty feisty." Jake's stark blue eyes never left mine as he interrupted Alex. "Not turning your back on these two is a very nice gesture, Jim. However, it's bullshit when it comes to a relationship with a single mom. She deserves a committed man, and we all know that is your biggest fear." "Fact," Colin chimed in. "You're a chick whisperer, man, but that fucking company always comes first. Or at least you hide behind it." "The guy's all right," Alex added. "You might be out of your league with this one, brother." I should have been getting pissed by this point, but the guys knew me well enough to understand I'd most likely lost my mind. "That's an excellent way of putting it, Call," I said. "I suppose I've hidden behind the company for long enough. I can't explain this without looking or sounding like a fucking idiot. All I can say is, I trust this one." "Trust this one?" Jake said. "What the fuck does that mean?" Our conversation ended when our food arrived and our plates were placed in front of us. The waitress left after we were settled with our dinner, and I instantly carved into my steak and took a bite. Fucking hell, I was starving. Answer the question, Romeo, Alex said, cutting into his lobster tail. Trust this one? I can't explain it or I would, I answered, forking through my steamed vegetables. I'm a different person with her. At least I was in England. Okay, Jake said. She has a kid, dick brain. His tone was sharper, and I got it. Jake went through hell and back to keep Ash after the press went wild and a psychotic ex tried to ruin him. Ash was 7 months pregnant with their first child now, and Jake, the biggest player of all of us, had changed significantly because of their relationship. He was the one who grew out of this lifestyle of using women for sex and not committing. He knew the drill. I know. I answered him with as much annoyance as I felt that he would question me being that big of an asshole. You know, Jake said, taking a bite of his salmon. So, you know what comes along with that, right? You hurt her, you hurt the kid. That's major. Oddly, instead of fighting my brother's accurate words, I smiled. That's the thing, I responded. It's also the reason I'll be eating a Big Mac tomorrow night instead of taking the two to an Ocean View restaurant or whatever bullshit you all mentioned earlier. I took another bite of steak, and while I chewed, Alex spoke up. She threatened to kick your ass herself if you fucked with that adorable child. Alex laughed. Just like she did the woman that we fired today, I answered. Colin laughed. She threatened someone and you fired the person she threatened instead of her? It's not like it sounds, Alex defended me. Trust me, we had a long-ass day dealing with the old crone bringing in her lawyers and human resources. It's also the reason we're learning about Casanova getting his Big Mac date, too. Exactly, I said. And after asking her for another chance, we are both of the understanding that Addison comes first. If I am to try and make this work with Avery, I have to know it's not just Avery. It's Addison, too. And Addison is already best buddies with your brother, Alex elbowed Jake, who sat to his left. She calls him Mitch. You better know what you're doing, man, Jake said, ignoring everyone but me. A kid is involved now. That is a road none of us have been down. Then he smiled. I do trust you to know what you're doing, though. A single mom would have normally sent you running the other way. Instead, you must have really found something in her. Your dumb ass only needed to get over your insecurities to acknowledge it. And who knows better than me that when you lose them, that's when you find out exactly how stupid you were to doubt yourself in the first place. I tipped my glass to my brother. Thank God she's giving me another chance. I only hope she'll keep me around. Well, let us know how your McDonald's date goes, Alex said. You'd better pretend to love every last bite or Addison will toss you aside. I should probably have her order for me, I smiled, imagining I was sitting with them at McDonald's and not here getting my ass lectured. Good idea. Better dunk those chicken nuggets in the right sauce, too, Colin added. Hopefully Addison picks ketchup. Jake started laughing, dabbing the corners of his mouth with his napkin. That would be ideal. Disgusting, I answered. The one condiment you hate, Jake said. Can we move off the McDonald's food menu, please? So long as we get a detailed report from you, Alex chimed in. The rest of the evening went off topic from my personal life and back to business as usual. We mainly discussed Jake's video and Colin's interview, but my mind could hardly stay focused as I thought about Avery and Addison. I knew the guys meant well by bringing up the fact that fucking with a single mom was no joke, and I wholeheartedly agreed with them. If I couldn't go all in with Avery and her daughter, then I shouldn't do it at all. I had no idea what Avery's ex had put both of them through, but I understood well enough that if my bullshit got in the way, I could hurt them both. And hell if I'd do that to either one of them.
Chapter 19. Avery. This day seemed to last forever. I hadn't been able to get Jim out of my mind since being in his office yesterday. Aside from the fact that he was gorgeous and stole my heart from the moment he first interacted with Addison, he wanted another chance with me. I didn't even know what to do with that. I would have naturally turned it all down, but I couldn't get the way he and Addie interacted out of my mind. He treated her as if he'd waited all his life to meet her. He wore the same smile that I saw in England when I showed him the video of Addie swimming. So seeing him being so authentic and sincere, I was willing to give it another try. I missed him. I missed England and us together in England. But I was home and in reality now, so I had to be cautious and smart about allowing this man into my life with my daughter around. After work, I was highly interested to see how Addie's day went in school. I should have known it would be awesome when I arrived at the preschool's location. I stood silently in the doorway, my purse snug on my shoulder as I watched Addie rush around the preschool room cleaning up to leave. The young blonde woman who was now in charge of the area was a breath of fresh air, and seeing the old spiteful woman gone made this pickup that much easier. I smiled when I saw my daughter's loose curls bouncing over her shoulders, following her teacher's instructions with her delightful and animated personality. With this sight alone, it was obvious little Addie had worked her way into being the teacher's pet. If that wasn't enough to make my heart swell with pride, I sighed with happiness while I watched her and the other toddlers interacting cheerfully. This is exactly what I'd hoped for when I pulled Addie from her other school and brought her here. I was so thankful she was happy with her new friends and teacher. This week was going by too fast. Only 4 days until the weekend, and then it was her dad's turn again. I hated thinking about that. Why was I ruining this precious moment by thinking about her dad getting her this weekend? The kids flooded out of the room to the waiting parents behind me. Addie was holding the blonde woman's hand while they approached me.
"This is my mommy,"
she announced. I reached out to shake the woman's hand. "Hi, I'm Avery. I see you have a little helper here." "Addison is wonderful," she said with a smile. "It's wonderful to meet you, Avery. I'm Lucy Stills. I came from Heavenly Loves Preschool. It's my church's preschool from down the road. I have to ask, maybe beg." She cringed. "Go on," I said, glancing down to see Addie's devious smile. "I have a feeling Addie might have invited herself to your church." "No, actually we have a Christmas program that we're working on. After listening and watching Addie sing her heart out in the music portion of class today, I was wondering if you'd consider letting her sing in the musical. She's got some amazing talent," she said, smiling down at Addie. I looked at my daughter's begging eyes. "Do you think you can stand in front of a lot of people and sing?"
"I love singing to people, Mama,"
she said. I chuckled. "Well, Christmas isn't for 3 more months. When will you be holding your tryouts, or whatever you might call it?" "I'm the director, and Addison definitely has the part of our singing angel," she said. "That's, of course, if you're okay with her going to the church for practices and doing the program. We start our practices early for the program, so that we're well prepared for the big day." "I'm perfectly fine with that. God knows we all could use a little church in our lives sometimes."
"Mommy says lots of bad words,"
Abby said, while my purse dropped from my shoulder to the bend of my arm. She went on while she shook her head.
"God doesn't like it."
I forced a smile. I get a little wordy sometimes, and my mouth could probably use some holy water now and then. "I'll say," a deep voice filled with humor said from behind me.
"Mitch!"
Addison squealed, dropped the teacher's hand, and rushed past me. I turned back and watched as Jim knelt to greet Addie as she ran to him. "Hey, kiddo," he said, as if he'd known her for years. I smiled at how adorable it all was. Addie was sort of blowing my mind with the way she kept reacting to Jem. She was an outgoing child to begin with, but when it came to her being around men, it took her a while to warm up to them, if she did at all. I would easily say that my daughter knew an asshole when she saw one. In the end, her papa was the only male figure she reacted to like this. That's why I stood in awe as I watched the way she treated Jem. This whole scene made me feel so much better about being open to him wanting another chance. I stood there, waiting and watching as Addie showed Jem her scribbled artwork for the day. God, how I wished her father could be that man to her. A dad she would run out to and cheerfully tell him about her day. Every child needed that from their father, and Addie didn't have that with Derek. So, would that be a yes then? Lucy asked with a laugh, breaking through my daydreaming moment. I turned back and tried to get my mind back on track with Addie's teacher. When are the practices? She has to be at her dad's after I get off work on Friday. I can make an exception, though. We rehearse on Thursday and Friday nights. It ends at 7. Addie can come to see the stage, and we'll see if her outgoing nature is still up for it. No pressure. I think she'll love it, I said. 7 is fine. It keeps us from sitting in rush hour traffic when we drive out to her dad's house in Orange County. This is excellent news. I'll see you tomorrow, Avery, Lucy said. Good evening, Mr. Mitchell. She acknowledged Jim.
Good evening, Miss Stills,
he responded, rising up and smiling at her.
I trust your day with the children went well.
They were marvelous, she smiled. If you'll both excuse me, a few more students are packing up, she said, and then turned to meet with another student's father who'd just acknowledged Jim before he walked over to pick up his kid. I turned and folded my arms at Jim and Addie, both now in a heavy conversation about what Jim would be eating at McDonald's tonight. Well, are we all ready for our dinner? I know I'm starved, I said, interrupting the two. Addison ran back over to me.
You can ride in my car, Jim, she said.
Yeah, Jim won't fit in our car, I teased. It's the McDonald's right before the freeway. It's a brand new one.
Text me the address, he smiled. I'll meet you two there.
Sounds great, I said, whipping out my new phone. I need your number.
Excellent point, Jim said.
After I added Jim to my contacts, we headed to our respective vehicles. I looked up the address and texted it to Jim before I fired up my car and we headed out. The thought of seeing this man at a McDonald's made me laugh. He was sporting some fancy designer 3-piece suit, a white shirt, and a burgundy tie. His taller-than-average height, the suit, and the painfully gorgeous looks of the man alone sitting at McDonald's would certainly make for an amusing night. Nothing like seeing Richie Rich slumming it at a fast food joint. Everything else aside, I was so hungry I could order the entire menu. The sandwich I'd ordered at lunch sucked, and the chips that came with it were all I'd been running on since noon. Jim was about to experience my wild eating habits again, and this time it wasn't because of his mouth-watering gourmet cooking. Tonight I was pigging out on fries, burgers, and milkshakes. I think Jim was in over his head, no matter how fancy he was dressed. Part of me was riddled with excitement to share this time with him and my daughter. I had to admit it. I was more than excited to introduce Jim to dining out Addie's style tonight. We were parked and out of the car before Jim arrived at McDonald's. I would have been inside ordering while we waited for Jim to show up, but Addie insisted we stay outside just in case Mitch got lost. Holy shit, I thought when I saw the black Bentley roll up like the president was paying this place a personal visit. The car parked in front of where Addie and I stood, watching as Jim stepped out from behind the driver's seat like it was any other day.
You can't drive?
Addie asked with a laugh, poking fun at Jim as he walked toward us with a smile. Jim's face creased in a way I'd never seen before after Addie called him out on having a chauffeur and not understanding it.
I can drive very well, actually.
He arched his eyebrow playfully at Addie after taking off his aviator sunglasses. She pointed at the Bentley, slowly rolling toward a secluded area at the back of the parking lot.
Then why won't you drive your car?
Jim glanced to where his driver was, then back to Addie.
Well, I must admit, I get a little lazy at times.
He looked at me for help in his excuses while being questioned by a 3-year-old. I laughed and shrugged. The crazy ways children view the world, I said with a soft laugh. All right, let's go order. I'm starved, and Mitch is late for our dinner date tonight.
Let's eat.
Addie looked at me.
Be nice, Mommy. He said he's lazy. I think he'll get better, though.
Well, ladies, Jim said, since I'm late, I'll be paying for dinner tonight.
You are not buying dinner, I responded, walking behind where Addie was leading the way into her favorite restaurant.
A real gentleman pays for dinner no matter what,
Jim said, looking down at Addie, who stood next to him while we waited to order.
Never forget that.
He winked at her with a playful smirk. I smiled when I watched the two scouring the menu as if there were anything on it that everyone on the planet didn't know by heart. Well, since Jim is buying... Thank you, Jim, I said after he glanced at me. I'll take a Big Mac, a cheeseburger, a large fry, and a chocolate shake. Jim's lips tightened in humor.
You sure that will hold you down?
Oh, and a Coke. I smiled at him.
Your mother is an expensive dinner date,
he whispered down at Addie.
Mom and me eats lots of food,
Addie proudly proclaimed.
That's good,
Jim laughed.
It's healthy to have a good appetite.
I'm going to go find a table, I said. You two okay here?
We've got this, Mama.
Addie gave me a wink and a thumbs up.
Get a big table, too.
She finished before studying the Happy Meal toy display. I honestly expected Jim to look at me for help, being left with Addison, but instead the two ignored me leaving, and I laughed at how brave the man was to handle the ordering with Addie. I knew if Addie was wise to Jim, she'd order the entire menu and try to get away with it. While waiting at the table, I sat and thought about how this was turning out to be an enjoyable night. I was still in awe at how Jim was so taken with my daughter, and most of all, Addie was so accepting of him. I could sit here and think Jim was only doing all of this to get laid again, but I knew that wasn't the case. Jim wasn't acting as if that were even a thought in his head. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know this side of me and Addison too. My motherly instincts were definitely present as well, and I felt comfortable with him joining me and Addie tonight. Who knew? We hadn't started in on dinner yet. Addie and I could both easily send him running to that Bentley when we dug into our food.
We have 3 trays, Mommy,
Addie shrieked while she and Jim came back with our food. 3 trays? I asked with a laugh. I stood to help Jim, who was balancing 2 trays with drinks, milkshakes, and food. Then I turned to where Addie proudly held her tray that had 2 Happy Meals on it. Did you get a Happy Meal too? I asked Jim while helping Addison up to her seat.
Well, if I'm honest, we faced some difficulty having to choose between 2 separate toys.
He sighed and smirked at Addison.
Then the worst part,
he said dramatically. Addison giggled at Jim's theatrics. I couldn't imagine anything being worse than having to choose between Happy Meal toys. I popped a straw in Addie's drink.
Well, there was.
Jim smiled at me, his emerald eyes dazzling in humor.
Addie couldn't decide between having a cheeseburger or chicken nuggets. We determined the best bet would be just to order 2.
I rose my eyebrow when I looked at Jim in response. Careful, Mitch. She'll play you like a fiddle if you give in so easily.
Mitch is weird,
Addie said, ignoring me and smartly changing the subject.
Mitch hates ketchup,
she informed almost every family sitting around our table.
I had to try and break it to her gently, he said. I'm not a fan of the condiment.
It's sauce, Mitch,
Addison said, peeking into both Happy Meal bags.
It's good.
I offered to dip my fries in the barbecue sauce,
he said, while I watched in humor as Jim opened his Big Mac packaging and tried to examine it while Addie was distracted. Scared she might notice you turning your nose up at that? I asked, then bit into my burger. He smirked, then took a bite. I watched him, knowing this man had to have been adjusting his taste buds. He swallowed, then went for his iced tea.
Wow, Addie, he said. I'm glad I picked the Big Mac.
She dipped her chicken nugget into her barbecue sauce and chomped on it. She nodded in response, but was fixated on her meal.
So,
Jim shifted to face me, ignoring the burger.
She's a lot like her mother when food comes into play.
That's an understatement. I laughed. In fact, she won't notice you're even here until she's finished eating.
Fun date,
he grinned.
God, she looks just like you,
he said, picking up some fries and tossing them in his mouth. He swallowed.
She talks extremely well for her age.
Well, I've always talked to her like she's an adult. Jim's eyebrows rose in humor.
That could be dangerous, knowing how colorful your language can be at times.
We read, too, and I do my best to keep my colorful language at a minimum when I'm around her. Jim only smirked in response, and then I noticed he was sticking to the fries. Afraid of the Big Mac? I teased. I pushed my cheeseburger over to him. Here, eat this. Some people don't like the sauce on the Big Mac, but I love it. He opened the cheeseburger, and I laughed again when I saw the ketchup on the wrapper.
I'm not afraid of anything. I believe I told you that once.
He pushed the burger to the side and went back to the fries. Really? I smiled. You act like this food is going to kill you.
I wasn't finished.
He winked, and that did something to my insides. I'd seen that daring wink before, and after it happened, well, let's just say we were in a place where he and I could act passionately on it. Oh, excuse me for interrupting you, I responded.
I think that statement was true at one time, and then I lost you.
He took another sip of his tea, then his expression became serious.
It didn't take me long to realize that there's only one thing I do fear.
And that would be? I questioned while shoving some fries in my mouth.
I'm scared to death I'll lose you again. I'll admit here and now, that is my greatest fear.
I smiled sympathetically at him, still trying to keep my composure at this confession. Why don't we just play it by ear? I smiled, then nodded toward Addie, the one I had to keep at the forefront of my mind when it came to thinking about rekindling what we had in England. You're doing great, though. I think she's quite approving of you, Mitch, I reassured him.
I'm happy to learn that, Jim said. Hopefully this is a step in the right direction between you and me.
I studied his curious smile for a moment. I think it might be, I responded. I had to divert my eyes from his before we got too deep with the conversation and Addie decided to chime in herself. That's when I started popping straws into our milkshakes. Who got vanilla? I asked in confusion. Then I pinched my lips together and looked at Jim. Vanilla? Really? I asked him.
Addie advised that dipping fries in vanilla shakes is the best.
They are the best. Try it.
The word milkshake grabbed my daughter's attention while she'd been eating and coloring in her color book that came as her Happy Meal prize.
Do it, Mitch,
she giggled while taking off the lid to his milkshake. Addison, I had to slow her down or Jim would be wearing the milkshake. Don't be bossy. Jim doesn't have to dip a fry in the milkshake.
Sorry, Mitch, she said. You don't have to do it. It's good, though.
I'll give it a try.
He stuck the fry in the shake and chewed on it. I watched and smiled at him, finally enjoying a menu item.
This is quite delicious. I haven't had a milkshake nor a smoothie since my trip to England.
Fuck. He's thinking about us tasting food off each other's bodies. God damn, I missed this look on this man. I was doing great at keeping it together, too.
Mommy went to England and stayed in a sand castle,
Addie said.
A sand castle? That's intriguing,
Jim said, eating more vanilla shake fries.
Like we built at the beach,
Addie said, moving to dip her fries into her shake now. Addie, it was a real castle. I showed you. A king and queen from a long time ago stayed there, too, I said.
And from what I recall, they enjoyed their chambers so much that they didn't want to leave.
Jim's eyes locked with mine, and I knew we were both back in that room, and I'm not sure which sexual routine he was thinking about, but mine was seeing him on his back with the roaring flames in the fireplace, the flicker in his glossed eyes.
I could easily say they may have never wanted to leave,
Jim said, then broke our stare and looked at Addie.
You mentioned sandcastles, Addie. Do you enjoy the beach, too?
Good job changing the subject. I was starting to get worked up just thinking about our time at the castle and knowing that our memories had stuck with Jim, too.
Love it, but can't go this time,
she said, returning to her coloring again. She's going to her dad's this weekend. She only goes to the beach when I take her.
Well, I would love to invite you and your mom with me sometime. My brother loves to surf, and I might try it if you think it's a neat idea.
You surf? She questioned with excitement. I see the surfers too. They're cool.
I used to. Quite a lot, actually.
Mommy surfed a long time ago.
Well, then maybe if your mom thinks it's a good idea, we can all go to the beach.
Addie looked at me.
Can we go?
When? I looked at Jim, whose face looked so soft, so young, so happy. Addie did bring out the youth in people, even when she was a spitfire.
Whenever you'd like. I have a home on the beach. If you're okay with it, we can spend next week in there. I think it would make it all the more enjoyable.
Mitch,
Addie said.
Don't lie. No one lives on the beach.
Some people do,
he said. Next weekend works. I looked at Addie. Do you want to go stay in a beach house like we're on vacation, Addie? Jesus, was I doing this too fast?
Yes, Mommy, and surf too.
Jim laughed.
Wow, perhaps we stick to sandcastles for now.
He cringed at me as though he'd slipped up and started something with the whole surf idea. I grinned at how insecure the man was acting. It was another new side of Jim I'd never met, nor did I think I'd meet. I adored the concern and attention he gave Addie and me. He could have easily not given a damn about anything, but it was apparent he was trying hard to make it work with the three of us. I respected him on a new level than what I had grown to admire during our fun times in England. He owed neither one of us anything, and yet here he was in what I assumed was him trying his best to give us everything. Who knew? I never had anyone treat Addie and me like this. It was refreshing and a feeling that made me feel warm inside. The armored walls that I'd had up since before Addison was born seemed to come down more and more the longer I was in his presence.
So the beach next weekend,
Jim said after we finished our dinner, and Addie went to work on dipping cold fries into her milkshake. Addison smiled.
Sounds so much fun.
She held out her chocolate shake toward Jim.
Try your fries and chocolate.
Jim was successfully eating cold fries and trying Addie's suggestions of dipping them into the flavors of the milkshakes at the table. Welcome to our world, I said, watching Jim play along with Addie.
Your world is colorful, tasty, and adventurous.
Jim nodded toward Addie, watching for his reaction.
I'm glad you invited me to dinner tonight.
I'm happy you came, Mitch, she said.
After we finished, we headed out to our cars.
So, next weekend then?
Jim knelt to Addie, and she put up a fist.
Fist bump,
she said. Jim chuckled and met her tiny balled-up hand and gently touched his fist to hers.
It's a sealed deal.
While Addie climbed into her seat, she worked on showing off for Jim, trying to buckle herself in.
Thanks again for tonight,
he said, reaching for my hand.
This was quite a treat.
I watched as he held my hand, staring down at it with that concerned look on his face again. I'm glad you didn't run out of there after we started in on the French fry and milkshake experience, I said with a laugh. He looked up at me.
I'll admit, I enjoyed the fruit smoothie I had with you in England much more,
he said, his eyes searching mine. I stood there speechless, knowing what he was implying and remembering. He brought the palm of my hand to his soft, full lips.
I do wish to try that again, and soon. Good night, Avery.
He looked back at the car, where I definitely needed to help Addie with the harness of her car seat.
Thanks for a fun dinner, Addie,
he said, and then he slipped his sunglasses on, smiled deviously at me, and I watched him walk like the million-dollar man he was to his waiting car. After I buckled in Addie correctly and sat in my seat, we took off and headed for home. That night, thanks to Jim bringing up the smoothie from England, my eyes fell closed to that memory. The smoothie that started it all with us tasting delicious sweets from each other. Then I taunted him by spilling the smoothie on myself, and his eyes grew dangerously hungry in his kitchen. One thing had led to another, and it turned out to be the most arousing and delicious sex I'd ever had. I had shivers of desire to feel his lips over my abdomen, my neck, my breasts, everything, while he took and embraced my challenge of licking the smoothie off my body. God, I sincerely hoped this all worked. I loved how Addie had taken to him. I adored the way he interacted with her, and I still couldn't get over the fact that we were reunited like this. I loved being with him in England, and now back in my reality, being with him like this at home. This was the real test for the man I walked out on that morning at his England estate. Mostly, this was the test of commitment, because there was a lot Jim hadn't seen on my side of the fence. I was a single mom, yes, but there was more shit in my life, and I wasn't quite sure that was something Jim would be willing to take on. We'd find out soon enough, I'm sure.
Chapter 20. Jim. My 6 o'clock meeting was going late as I expected it would. We were working with a challenging client trying to go over final details for acquiring their boutique clothing line. Friday nights could be the worst, but as usual I was prepared for it. In my selfish interests, I would have liked to have skipped the meeting and asked Avery to spend tomorrow together, doing whatever she wanted. I didn't care what. I just longed to be in her presence and learn more about the side of her I'd met at dinner with her and Addie. Her daughter was an absolute gem and Avery's mini-me for sure. I had nothing of great importance going on this Saturday and was hoping that with Avery not having Addie for the weekend, she'd be free too. If this meeting ever could end, I'd text her and see if she was open to doing something together. "Listen," I finally said, regaining control of the room. "While I would like to sit and continue the slides and presentation, I've noticed the expressions on your faces," I said to the two businesswomen. "I believe we've lost you both somewhere." "We just don't feel comfortable having a company buy us out like this," one of the ladies responded. Alex and I exchanged knowing glances. After going through it, I knew this presentation would hit a raw and very wrong nerve with these women. The presentation had not been properly researched and it was not catered to their specific needs. Whoever came up with this needed to be fucking fired. Alex read the expression on my face and instantly knew he had to find a better way to make this happen, and immediately. If the person who was responsible for this didn't help Alex fix this embarrassment quickly, Alex would be personally letting them go. We were a better company than this, and I wouldn't tolerate people half-assing it with their jobs. I watched Alex go directly to his phone, and until the solutions came in, I was speaking up. I couldn't sit in this room a second longer with these two women believing we were the bad guys trying to steal their company from them. We saw value and we wanted to invest and help them grow their business to what I already knew it was worth. They needed our help in expanding like they wanted, and it was my job to take over and relay this information to them. "I appreciate that more than you know," I said to both women. "While it may feel as though Mitchell & Associates are buying you out, I want to assure you that is not the case. In being upfront, it is my job to ensure you know that we will be taking some proceeds after investing in the Chic Gals clothing line. With that said, you need to understand that we will also be assuming the risk and full liability as well." They looked at me skeptically, most likely for sounding like a dick. "Hear me out," I said with a smile. I used the keyboard to pull up their numbers onto the screen at the front of the room. "Those numbers you're seeing on the screen will not put you in front of the clients you're aiming for. My company has a greater potential to do so. We are also willing to use our investors to help you place your line of work in higher-priced areas to gather the clients who desire to pay over $100 for a shirt. We work in this area more than you know." Now was the time to turn into the dick, but only to allow them to understand the value in their own company. "Both of you, Christine and Gabby, would not be in this room if we didn't believe your company was worth our time, our investors' time, or my time alone. If Mitchell & Associates believed your company would fail our idea for opportunity and growth, we would not have extended the invitation to meet with you." I pointed back up to the screen. "Those numbers aren't anywhere near what a business like yours should be. In my personal opinion, those numbers should be double to triple of what I'm seeing on that screen. I believe you both understand that, yes? Yes, they both answered. Yes, I repeated. Your business deserves to return you both hundreds of thousands in at least 1 quarter, as we have already projected. In order for this growth and for it to happen rapidly for you, it will only happen when we involve our investors, our sales teams, our marketing teams, and so on. You both saw how those teams would be working not just for my company, but mainly and exclusively for yours, yes? Yes, Christine's features softened more. Yeah, Gabby sighed. Okay, Gabby wasn't entirely with us yet. Very well. I would like to ask you both if you believe you're willing to take this risk and go into marketing on your own, search for investors on your own, etc. Allow me to warn you, if you choose to do this, it could cost you millions if you choose the wrong people. We have dealt with multiple clients who have sought us out after almost being bankrupted by falling into this trap. I'd personally hate to see this happen to either one of you. I believe your business should get off on the right foot with a company that uses investors who don't toy with their clients, a company that has your business's best interest at heart. I would assume you would believe the entire nation, to start, is missing out on your fashion line, yes? Yes, Gabby smiled this time. A solid yes from Christine, and I knew we were back in the game. I looked at Alex, who nodded in gratitude. The dumbass owed me a bottle of my favorite bourbon for saving his client. Then allow Mitchell & Associates to do the hard work for you, and you can focus on your creative skill. We will have the clothing line pushed out to the entire nation, your brand buzzing across headlines, and a client base that you deserve. My phone buzzed, but I ignored it while Alex stepped in from where I got the yes mentality going with these young and enthusiastic women. Buzz, 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 fucking hell. I pulled the device out of my pocket and glanced at it from hiding it underneath the table. Avery. Shit. I knew Alex could handle the rest from here, and I was more concerned about why Avery was blowing my phone up. I hadn't heard from her since the McDonald's date, so I had no idea what to expect, but the urgency with which she was calling my phone didn't make me feel at ease. My apologies, but you'll have to excuse me. I answered the phone and covered the receiver. I need to take this in my office. I looked at Alex and smiled at Christine and Gabby. I look forward to working with you both in the near future. Alex will present you both with more information that should help explain things further. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, Christine said. Yes, thank you. It's much clearer now that you've explained it, Gabby said. I'm thrilled to hear that. All I needed was that lively yes from Gabby, and we had this company on board. I smiled, happy we saved them, and I walked out of the conference room. Avery, I questioned, hearing her heavy breathing. Is everything okay? I'm so sorry about calling you, but I'm in a bad situation and I can't pick up Addie from her church singing practice thing tonight, she said, sounding like she was in tears. You're the only one I knew would eventually answer your phone because you pretty much live on the thing. I'm broke down. I was coming back from jury duty. Addie already likes you a lot, and I don't want her going home with another kid's parent if I can help it. Fuck, Jim. Are you there? I need you to slow down. Do I need to pick you up, too? I need you to pick up Addie from her Christmas pageant singing practice, she said. She's there for practice and has to be at her dad's like 30 minutes ago, too. And what about you? I asked, worried she was sitting on the side of the road while Addie couldn't have been safer being at a church. I'm fine. And shit. I'm so sorry to put you in this shitty position, but I'm getting a tow, so I'm good. But having you pick her up will save me from another parent or teacher taking her because I'm too far to Uber back to get Addie and then drive to Orange County where her dad is. So long as you and Addie are safe, I will handle it. Okay. Can you... Damn it. Do you mind picking her up and heading to her dad's house? I'm so sorry to do this to you. It's not a problem. Send me the address. There was a pause, then Avery's heavy breathing slowed some. Okay, I texted you the address. And I will be waiting at the house before you and Addie get there. I just need Addie picked up and heading this way. They're closing the church early tonight, too. Damn it, I should have started with that. Take a breath. I will handle it. I threw her on speaker, already packing my briefcase in my office and heading to the parking structure. I'm reading my text, and it's an address in Anaheim. That's where I'm meeting you in Orange County, right? Right. Hang on, she said. I'm texting you the church location now. Try to relax a little, I said. They're not going to leave a 3-year-old standing outside a locked church. I know, but still, I didn't want to call you. I don't want you to have to see or deal with Derek either. I can handle your ex, I said. Seeing the address to the church had me about 10 minutes or so away. I'll get Addie, and I'll have her call you when she's with me, and we're on our way to Orange County. She sighed a huge breath of relief. Thank you. Can I say I love you for this? You can say you love me anytime you want, I teased as I sat in my car, stuffing the briefcase on the floorboard, having no room for it behind the front bucket seats. I'll call you when I've got the special package. I can't thank you enough for this, she said in a softer, more relaxed voice. There's no need to thank me. You just take care of you, and I'll make sure Addie is fine. I'm pulling out of the parking lot now. We hung up, and precisely 15 minutes later I was pulling into a large church parking lot. Addie was swinging on a swing while a teacher stood by watching her and 3 other toddlers in the playground area. A minivan pulled in next to me, and I smiled, seeing that other parents also appeared to have been put in a last-minute predicament to pick up their kids. I stepped out of the car hoping Addie would recognize me. Thank God she did. I couldn't help but smile in response when she broke free from the teacher's hand and screamed my name with excitement. Sir, the woman called out to me after Addie came running into my arms. I loved the way this child seemed to admire me. I still had no idea what I'd done to gain her interest in such a way, but it was great. Yes, I answered the woman, taking Addie's backpack that she shoved into my hands. I will need your name before I allow the young lady to leave with you. I'm James, or rather, Jim Mitchell. Avery Gilbert should have called ahead informing you I would be picking Addison up in her place tonight. Okay, yes, Avery called to notify me. We must take safety measures. I'm sure you understand. I completely understand, I answered, while I opened the door to the passenger's seat for Addie. Hold up, that car, she eyed my Aston Martin. Darn it, I don't have time for this. But do you at least have a car seat in that? I'm pretty sure it drives itself and turns off the airbags, but it's illegal to drive a 3-year-old in any vehicle without a car seat. Oh gosh, Addie said, and I could have sworn she was trying to mock the woman. He's okay, Miss Shirley. Addie, I smiled at her. Allow me to work this situation out. She is correct. Why didn't I think of the car seat? I thought, trying to come up with the quickest solution to legally drive Addison to her dad's house. I have an extra car seat, a woman's voice spoke from the direction of the minivan. I still haven't taken it out since Connor grew out of it. I can use it and give it back, Addie said when the young woman came into sight. Addison was so much like Avery that it only made my smile broaden in the midst of this sudden chaos. I couldn't get over how she was so outspoken, commanding, and, well, just intriguing. This would be a lifesaver. What are the chances of this? Really, thank you, I said, following the woman to the back of her vehicle. She smiled back at me. Do you know how to put it in your car? Not exactly. Her chocolate skin glowed and radiated with her humorous expression. I understood why she found this funny, too. I looked like a total dumbass. Well, she started after I took the seat she offered. Safety first with children, of course. Always. She winked while the other woman seemed to collapse in some sort of relief. I tried to smile at the spectating woman, but that wasn't breaking through the stress I'd caused her after not being prepared to pick up Addison safely. She sighed loud enough for me to wonder what I should say to help ease her distress. She eyed my car like it was Satan's personal vehicle. Well, I hope her mother knows about this car. It doesn't seem too child-friendly, she said, rightfully annoyed. Miss Shirley... Addie planted a hand on her hip and faced the upset woman, while I tried to work with the helpful one that was occupied by installing the car seat into my car. Yes, Addison, she tried to smile past her stressful appearance. Addie kept her sass going. You've met my mommy. You know she'll yell at Jim if she doesn't like his car. Well, it's safety first and children first, I said, feeling like I would have to pass a safety exam next in order to leave with Addison. Hell, this whole thing was turning into a movement that was about to go up against me and this stupid car I'd decided to drive to work today of all days. Very good. I need to leave, and you are the last 2 parents. The woman, Miss Shirley, finally gave up. Okay, very good, I responded. Addison will be driven safely to her mom. Shit. I'd closed 3 multi-million-dollar investments today, and I dealt with bringing in a new investor to Mitchell & Associates, and yet here I was feeling like a total deadbeat who had no idea what the fuck to say. No matter what smile I held, I was still getting an evil eye from Miss Shirley. I'll drive slowly, I said, waving her off as she sat in her car. You're all set, the woman who saved my ass said. I'll have Avery return the seat to you, I answered. I truly appreciate this help. Just take it slow, she said with a laugh. We'll be heading out on the 405, and at this hour, that freeway will likely still be a parking lot, I grinned. Traffic on the 405 or not, she arched a motherly eyebrow at me. Slow, she finished, and then walked off to get in her car. I had no time to defend myself, nor would I try to. My concern was getting Addison to her mother, whether these women trusted my driving or not. Addie was buckled in when I waved the woman off and sat in my car. Slow, mister, she taunted, mocking the women who'd busted my ass since I first arrived in the parking lot. Are you making fun of me getting in trouble with Miss Shirley? I smiled and rechecked her harness straps. All right, you're good to go. We're taking side roads, I'm not sitting in traffic, and you need to call your mom. Am I in trouble? No. I smiled and used the car to call Avery. I'm the one in trouble. Wow, Addie said as she looked around the car when the phone connected to the audio system while dialing out Avery's cell. When your mom answers, you can just talk in the car and she'll hear you, I informed her. It works like a speakerphone. Jim, Avery answered her phone. I'm just now on my way over to Addie's grandparents. I texted you that address too, right? You did, and the GPS is bringing us up through the hills. Accidents have the 405 and 5 locked up. Thank you so much again. Can I talk to Addie? I'm here, Mom. You can talk through Jim's car. You're in it, she squealed. Jim's car? She asked in confusion. Is the driver listening too? I'm driving, I said. No chauffeur? I heard her laugh. Well, I have to say I'm proud of you. Freedom calls, eh? Yeah. You won't be saying that when you see my car, I smirked at Addie. He has the fastest, coolest car ever, Mom. I want one too. I bet he does. Avery's voice changed. You better not drive that car fast, Jim, she demanded with humor and warning in her voice. I have precious cargo, and I said, looking over at Addie after we turned down another street. Should we tell your mom what the ladies taught me today? Safety first, children first, Addie giggled. What the hell? Avery said. Yeah, I didn't have a car seat. Miss Shirley almost had a breakdown, but one of the other parents was there at the same time and saved the day. I didn't even think about the car seat. Did they give you crap? Bad words, Mommy, Addison scolded Avery. Sorry, Addie, she said. Jim, did they say anything nasty to you about it? They were concerned, as any good person would be when some guy shows up in a sports car and no car seat. And knowing you and your car in England, I could hear the smile in Avery's voice, and it made me smile. It's probably the most expensive sports car on the market. And why would you assume that? I believe I met a man who enjoys cars, preferably Ferraris. Well, that one isn't with us today. And last I recall, you almost wrecked my Ferrari. Funny, she said, and I could hear her voice calming as we talked. After Avery and I got off the phone, Addie and I enjoyed my car grabbing the ground on turns. We weren't flying through the hills. In fact, we were embarrassing the vehicle by taking it slower than usual. The cars behind us were trying to use this route to get out of downtown LA and were likely pissed that my car was moving no faster than the speed limit. Addie had officially named my car the roller coaster, and she danced in her car seat to the music on the radio while we drove toward Anaheim to meet up with her mom. I noticed Addie grow quiet when I made the last turn onto the road to her final destination, and her mood changed some. You excited? I asked, seeing Avery standing on the lawn, not in the best of neighborhoods, and I didn't say that because I was some Beverly Hills snob either. Bars on all houses' windows told me there was trouble around this area. It was clear that while this might have been a great neighborhood 50 years ago, it had seen plenty of dark days since. I kind of want to stay with you and Mommy, she said. I brought the car to turn around at the end of the cul-de-sac while some young man stood outside near Avery in a white tank and jeans. His hair was a mess, his arms were sleeved with shitty-looking tattoos, and he hid behind dark sunglasses. Jesus Christ, is that Derek? I thought as Addie looked at the two quietly. Next weekend we can go to the beach, remember? I said to Addison, hoping to cheer her up some. I watched the man walk to a lifted, too-fucking-high truck and light a cigarette. He eyed my car as I pulled past him and parked in front of the driveway. I couldn't park anywhere else because the truck was taking up the entire curb in front of the house, and all I had was the driveway entrance. "That's my daddy," Addie said, and this was the first time I noticed the spirited young girl subdued. It concerned me. "I should like to meet him," was the only answer that rolled off my tongue in response. Avery was pulling Addie out as soon as I put the car in park. I left it running and stepped out myself after I popped the trunk so I could clear out the car seat. I pulled off my sunglasses. There was no way in hell I was hiding behind sunglasses, as this guy looked like he wanted to kick my ass just for being there. "Nice car," he said. "What the hell, man? That's a 77, isn't it? Shit, only 77 sold." "Yes, I'm James," I said, extending my hand out to his. He shook it, but was more concerned with the car. "Addie, go with Daddy and Papa into the house," Avery ordered after giving her kisses and hugs. "See you in 48 hours. I waved at the older man who exited the house, acknowledging me yet eyeing his son. I sighed in relief when Addie forgot about the rest of the world and ran into her papa's arms while screaming with excitement to see him. Then they disappeared into the house, and we were faced with Avery's ex. "So are you the one who's been fucking my girl?" Derek asked, walking the length of my car and then leaning against the grill of his truck. "I'm not sure I follow you," I said, feeling more confrontational. This was the shitbag drug addict Avery had to put up with. The guy did look like death. He acted like he was some kind of badass, and I wasn't going to waste a conversation on him. "Let's go, Jim," Avery said, getting in the car. She went to close her door as I walked to mine, then I saw where Derek caught hers. "Get your hands off her door," I said protectively of Avery. There was no way in hell that he was going to intimidate her in front of me. He could confront me all night long and get away with it, but watching an asshole go after a woman? Unacceptable. "Fuck you," he said to me. Then he looked in the car. "Or is that your job tonight, Avery?" "Your daughter is here to see you. Shouldn't you care more about that?" I said, working to get his stupid ass to direct himself toward me and not Avery. "So you get to fuck my girl, pick up my daughter in your fancy car, and now you think you can talk to me however you want? You're a fucking pussy," he slurred. I glanced into the car and saw Avery's face was in her hands. This loser was high, and Avery wasn't fighting back. This must have been the icing on the cake for her fucked up day. "If you don't back the fuck away from my car, I'll drag you away from it myself." Fuck. I had to be cautious. He was high and I was sober. I couldn't do anything to make this worse on Avery, and reacting to a drug addict that I really wanted to beat down would solve nothing. "Avery, get out of the goddamn car," Derek said, reaching in for her. I came around the car and walked over to where Derek was. My sudden move prompted him to step back after he saw me pursuing him. I stood there and towered over this miserable punk while Avery ordered him to get into his house as she dialed out on her phone. "I said get out of that fucking car, Avery." "She's not yours to order around," I said sternly. "Gonna fucking kick my ass?" That's when the dumbass swung at me, and I blocked his arm. God, what I wouldn't give to step behind his leg and send his ass to the ground.
"Fuck, Derek! Leave him alone and get in the goddamn house," she growled, trying not to alert the entire neighborhood. "He's high," Avery said into her phone. "Get him out of here and call the cops. I don't want him around Addie at all. I will leave with her if you don't fix this right now," she said while Derek danced around me like a buffoon.
"Derek, get up here."
I jerked my head over in the direction of the stern man's voice. Derek threw his hands up and stomped up toward the front door. "Are you okay to leave Addie here?" I asked Avery, shocked she would consider it.
"No,"
she sobbed into her hands after her phone slipped into her lap. Shit. One call and I can have someone here to arrest him, and we'll all be leaving together. Let me go talk to his parents, and I'll make that decision. Trust me, he'll waste everyone's time by being passed out by the time the cops show up." "All right," I answered, seeing that this was definitely not Avery's first shitstorm with this guy. I waited outside, leaning against the passenger side of my car. This was majorly fucked up bullshit. No one should ever have to worry like this. I grabbed my phone from my car and dialed my brother. "Jimmy," Jake answered. "Hey, how's your schedule right now?" "Stuck in fucking traffic, why?" "If I needed you to get your ass down to Anaheim, how fast could you get here?" "Anaheim," Jake answered. "I guess if I made it to an off-ramp and got off this freeway, I bet around 30 to 40 minutes. What the fuck are you doing in Anaheim?" "I might need your help driving Avery. I'm in the Aston Martin and only have 2 fucking seats. We might need to get Addison out of here. Her dad is jacked up and high on something." "Holy shit," he said. "I'll try to be there in about 30 minutes, hopefully less." "Hang on, Avery's coming out now," I said. "We might be good. I'll call you back if I need you to drive this way." "All right. Let me know what's up when you can, then." "Fuck all of you, then. I'm out." Derek looked at me as he walked across his father's patchy lawn. "Get this piece of shit out of my way before I run it the fuck over."
"Derek, back the truck up and just leave, goddammit. Go sober the fuck up. And if you're not sober tomorrow, I'm getting Addie first thing in the morning."
She looked at me after Derek jumped in his truck, backed up, and peeled out.
"Welcome to my life. Nice intro, eh?"
she said. "And Addison?" I asked. Avery's face was red and stained from tears.
"Her grandparents called the cops on him. He won't be back tonight."
Jesus. I reached for her hand. "Are you okay? Will you be okay?"
"I'm okay now that the front door is locked, Derek is gone, and I can breathe again."
"Where do you want me to take you?"
"Can you just drive for a while? I don't want to go home yet. I just need to drive," she said as she intertwined her fingers with mine. "Your hands. I've missed them."
I brought the back of her hand to my lips. "And they've missed you," I answered. "How about I take you through Laguna Hills and we'll have dinner in Laguna tonight? Sound good?"
"And if I get a call that Derek's in jail?"
I looked over at her. "Then I'll be profoundly relieved that he's behind bars and not endangering lives on the road. Who the fuck drives a truck like that and still lives with his parents?
A fucking addict who doesn't know what the hell he's doing outside of killing himself?"
"I guess so," I said.
"His friend's house is down that street." She pointed down a frontage road. "He's safely getting his fix and will pass out there."
"He's a jacked up piece of shit, if you don't mind me saying so." She laughed and glanced over.
"That's putting it lightly."
We got in the car and headed on our way. I needed Avery to tell me more about how she could be okay with Addie staying in that place or anywhere near that guy. I'm sure she had reasons, but I also worried that it was his empty threats that were manipulating her too. Either way, I told her that I would stick by her and help. That's what I planned on doing, but I needed to know more, or I would have great difficulty believing that Addie was safe from her dad tonight. Or any night.
Chapter 21. Avery. I had been crying and nearly lost my shit while Jim drove me away from Addie at her grandparents' house. I had to just close my eyes, stay quiet, and breathe through everything that kicked me in the ass up until now. Today had been hell, to say the very least. My life was a goddamn tornado, and Jim had just gotten to experience the worst part of it. My emotions were everywhere, and after sitting in jury selection all day, my car overheating and my daughter being stranded, I had reached my limit. I couldn't believe my dirtbag of an ex decided to confront Jim, though I should have. Couldn't Derek see that when Jim stepped out of his car, the man towered over him? I'd seen the biceps Jim sported, and I wasn't surprised when Jim blocked Derek's punch. Jim was a better man than I was a woman in that respect. I saw him exercise self-control that I couldn't imagine any man having after someone tried to throw a punch at them. With Jim's scorched earth look I'd seen so many times, I would have sworn Jim would follow through and send Derek to the ground. Instead, being the man he is, he opted for the better route, the route that kept me from screaming and cussing out Derek while Jim beat his ass. He walked away and got me safely out of there after I knew the house was locked Derek was gone, and the cops were on their way to make sure the asshole didn't show back up at the house. What a fucking life I had. Jim remained quiet while I continued to pull myself together, eyes still closed. I was doing great until I felt the car moving, then slowing, then moving again. Must be in traffic. It's okay. Just stay calm, Avery. Please, God, just breathe. It's okay. I'm okay. I inwardly reached for meditative and supportive words, feeling a panic attack bubbling up. I couldn't let my mind get the best of me. Not right now. I kept whispering thoughts of reassurance to myself to prevent my heart from racing wildly out of control. I lost my battle against these emotions of doom I was experiencing in a panicked state of mind. My heart was beating faster than a rabbit's, and when I felt the car slowing again, I felt trapped in the vehicle. I opened my eyes to gain my bearings. Bad idea. We were stuck in traffic on the freeway. Fuck. I needed out of this concrete jungle. I felt stuck with no way out, and my anxiety spiked instantly. I fucking hated panic attacks, and now I was my own mind's victim. Fuck, I said, leaning over and burying my face in my hands. Fuck.
Hey.
Jim's hand was on my back.
Avery.
You have to get me out of here. Please get out of this. The freeway, get off. I said through my hands. I made no sense, but I felt like I was suffocating and couldn't say the right words if I wanted to. Please, Jim, I need off. I need to get out of the car.
Hang on, sweetheart, he said calmly. I have to get to the exit. We're jammed up for a second.
I threw my head back, gasping for air, sweating and trembling. Please. I was bawling now. Just let me out here. Jim hit the accelerator and my body was pinned to the seat by the G-forces of the car. My eyes reopened to see Jim speeding past stopped traffic on the shoulder of the road. I held on for dear life. This is illegal, I managed.
So is walking on the side of the freeway,
Jim said, then veered off the freeway and maneuvered the vehicle through city streets. He stopped the car, and I didn't give a shit where we were. I had to run this shit out of my system or I was going to have a stroke. I was out of the car, taking off like a bat out of hell in my ballet flats, feeling like I couldn't run fast enough. I wanted to scream it all away. I wanted to take my daughter and disappear, never to be found again. My God, I wanted Derek gone no matter what it took. I'd never felt hatred burning so hot in my veins until now. I pushed myself harder with every stride I took. I saw what looked like a park entrance to my right and then stopped to see if my endorphins had curbed my anxiety. I bent over, gripping my knees, and just focused on good, healthy, deep breaths. My heart was still racing, but my breathing was helping me to keep it all leveled out. I felt myself calming down. Enough, anyway, to wonder if Jim had just dropped me and took off when he experienced enough of the crazy in my coping mechanisms, and my life in general.
Forest Lawn Cemetery?
He questioned in a way that had me look up at him to see if he was teasing about where I'd ended up.
Good as anything, I guess.
He looked down at me and half smiled. I noticed the man had managed to at least get his suit jacket off and still catch me. I looked over at his brown leather shoes. I'm sorry I just put you through that, I said. I had to get it out. I swear I felt like I was going to have a heart attack or stroke in that traffic. Jim placed his hands on his hips.
How are you feeling now?
Like I still have to run this out of my system?
Well, Griffith Observatory is that way.
He pointed down the street where the freeway overpass crossed over.
Beautiful night to observe stars.
He shrugged. Right. The sensation of being scared out of my life for no reason came bubbling back up. Can we keep running?
We can run all the way to Bakersfield if that helps you. But are you sure your feet can handle it?
He grinned. I'm more worried about the impending stroke than my feet falling off. I tried to tease. I took off, jogging next to Jim, not needing the crazy-ass full-speed run I'd needed from earlier. My crazy panic run ended with me and Jim at Griffith Park, overlooking the lights of downtown LA.
Here,
Jim took my hand.
Sit with me, unless you want to keep running.
Feeling like we're out of that city and on top of the world is sort of working for me. I said, sitting down, Jim following.
I won't ask you to talk about it,
he said softly. My crazy panic attack or the shit that caused it? I exhaled and rubbed my forehead. You're a good guy, Jim. A great guy, I said, covering the hand that he'd planted behind him to lean against. You don't deserve to be around this crap.
Neither do you,
he said. Yeah, I did this to myself, I admitted.
Are you trying to scare me off or something?
What? I looked over at him.
I am a grown-ass man last time I checked. I don't need you trying to frighten or warn me off from what I know I want.
Your feet are going to hate you in the morning for this. I changed the subject.
What makes you think I don't take runs daily in my work clothes?
He countered, and I saw the smile on his face. Really? I said with a soft laugh.
Yep.
He glanced up at the stars.
These things are pretty much my running shoes.
No shit. Some designer created a pair of men's business shoes that work like running shoes, I said, finding my smile again.
For what they cost, I should be able to water ski in the motherfuckers too. Unfortunately, I can't.
He laughed.
Great innovative idea, though. Honestly, my feet are fucked tomorrow. They're not only dress shoes, but they're also brand new and not broken in yet.
Oh, damn, I cringed. Jesus, how far back is your car?
And the Avery I've fallen for is back.
He brought his arm around me, and my adrenaline started crashing with the comfort of letting myself collapse into his side. Your car? That thing isn't cheap.
It's back by the cemetery. Most likely on blocks by now. Stripped to nothing, I'm sure.
I felt him laugh and rub along on my arm.
What about that poor car of yours?
Who the hell knows, I said. Probably getting diagnosed as dead on arrival at the towing yard.
Well, shit.
Jim sighed, and I could tell he was in a light-hearted mood.
You almost totaled the Ferrari in England. Most likely killed your car, and my other car sits back at Forest Lawn awaiting its internment.
I nudged him. Let's get back to your car. I still have no idea why you're over here and not in Laguna. What made you change your mind about going there? I asked, my mind functioning normally again.
After we left the house, and while you seemed to be calming yourself down, I had to deal with the anomaly that there were accidents all around us. The 5 freeway was the only one opened up, so I just figured we'd take that route and bring you down through Hollywood Hills instead. Then your eyes reopened, and I believe I had taken the one open route that wasn't agreeing with you.
Nothing personal. Nothing agrees with me when Derek pulls this shit. I hate him, Jim.
Is Addison safe with his parents? He asked.
Yes, I answered. I would have put her on my lap and asked you to floor it out of there if I wasn't sure of that. She loves them, and she's also the light of their lives. When Derek is high, he never sees her anyway. They protect her from him when he's like that.
Then why bring her to him if he doesn't plan on being with his own daughter? It seems as though you both are working things out outside of the courts. I don't understand.
I stiffened and pulled away from him. You may never understand why, and I might never be able to explain to you why. All I can say is that I can't have the courts fuck me over because of him and put my daughter in the system.
I assure you that the court would see his records and see that you are a fit mom to care for her, he said. I can't in any way see the courts putting Addison in the system like you fear.
I grew up in the system, I said, knowing he should know about this part of my life too. With my past as a runaway and a problem child, I feel like I'm getting paid back for all of it. All of the memories of that scare me to death that the courts could possibly rule to take Addie from me and Derek. My past, his current fucked up life, all of it.
Don't tell me that you're afraid to fight for your daughter.
It's not like that. I love Derek's family, her grandparents. They're really good people, and they took me in as their own. They stood by my side and still do when Derek pulls this shit. Sometimes I wonder if it's fucked up to keep this going, though. But Addie loves her papa like she should love her dad. And I can't just remove him from her life. I ran my hands through my hair. I know it sounds so enabling and fucked up, but I'm doing my best. I really am. I felt my voice crack. Drug addicts seem to destroy everyone and everything around them while they're intent on killing themselves. It's the most selfish thing in the entire world. My mother did the same shit to my family. My dad, I'm sure, was as torn and distraught as you are currently. No grandparents, as you mentioned, to help my dad or for us to attach to, though. It may not make sense to hear it, but we keep Derek's bullshit away from Addie. She just knows her dad sleeps a lot, but fuck. What if the courts ruled that she couldn't see her grandparents anymore because Derek lives with them? I understand you not wanting to upset Addison. Maybe it's not for me to say, but I sensed that she wasn't happy to see Derek. I also did witness her mood instantly shift from wanting to stay with you and me when she saw her grandfather. She was thrilled to see him, as she's acted when she's seen me come out of nowhere. He laughed. She's definitely taken to you, I said. Can you see why, if we try this out, you and me, and it doesn't work, it can mess her up too? You have to be certain I'm worth it. It's not just me. It's Addison too, and the bullshit of my ex acting like he did tonight. I understand all of it. What I don't understand, I'm willing to learn and be here to help you in any way I can. Trust me, my brother, who is very interested in meeting you, has already threatened to kick my ass if I fuck this up with you and Addie. He thinks you'll fuck it up? I chuckled. Nah, I'm sure it will happen from my side of the fence. Remember that conversation you heard part of in England before you left me that morning? The conversation I eavesdropped on and walked out on you for, even though you'd done nothing wrong at the time? I disagree. While trying to figure out my feelings about relationships, I led you on, and I saw the hurt in your eyes. Avery, if I were still confused about being able to commit to a relationship, I wouldn't do it. If you truly allow me in, I'm not just in this with you alone, but with Addison as well. So the magnificent CEO, James Mitchell, is going to try his hand at dating a single mom? He's going to commit himself to ensure he doesn't lose the one good thing that came into his life. He answered. He's going to do his hardest to make sure Avery and Addison are the happiest two ladies on the planet, too. Addie will demand the moon, and you better give it to her, I teased with a nudge to his side. Jim laughed. I will have to be on my game with her. I will tell you that she's already stealing my heart. I've never met such an outgoing, fun, and confident child. She could probably do my job better than I can. She'd run all of your employees and clients right out the door. Doubt that. She'd have the meeting out of her hands. She's a smart one, like her mother. Whatever I did to grab your attention, I'm thankful I did it. I can't believe I have a caring man like you in my life. Sucks that you have to be a damn businessman, or rather a fucking CEO, though. You couldn't just be the man who ran the small business I thought you did. It had to be some global billion-dollar company, huh? My career sucks, he asked with a laugh. I believe I did exceptionally well today in coming to the rescue, if I do say so myself. About that, I said. I hope I didn't screw up your meeting or anything else. I was finishing up with a client when I got your call, and then I got the hell out of there. Sorry that you got the 3rd degree from the church lady. You saw the car you rode in, correct? I started laughing, trying to imagine what the expressions must have been when Jim rolled up in his badass wealthy guy car. God only knows what those women thought. They thought I was a jackass, for starters. Had me practically chanting children's safety first, while Addie was mocking them from her car seat. You have to watch her. She can be a little spitfire. She reminded me of you, he said. Even if I didn't have the car seat, I don't think they would have won the battle of keeping Addison out of that car. They wouldn't have won the battle of keeping her away from you. I leaned against him. Tell me I'm doing the right thing with this, Jim. Aside from how Addie's treating you, she's not like that with anyone but her papa. I believe you've charmed my daughter and me.
Charmed?
He laughed.
I believe that's the other way around. And if all three of us are willing to admit that, I think we are doing the right thing. I want you to know that if anything ever comes up, my phone will always be on to help you and Addie. Don't worry about if you're interrupting work. That's what I have a vice president for. Call me, and I'll help in any way I can.
That's if you still have a car.
True.
He held me tighter, and I felt his lips on my hair.
Don't worry about the car. It links up to my phone. If someone got near it, it would send me an alert. I have an entire app for the damn thing, and even if I didn't, the car is the least of my concerns. Your sanity and health are my top priority.
Even now, while your car sits abandoned, staring at the cemetery?
Maybe it'll see the ghosts you never found in England.
I laughed. We never did see a ghost, did we?
That was my fault. I got carried away in the library where Henry VIII's uncle is supposedly lurking. I had other things on my mind.
Selfish bastard, I teased.
As I said, I was only thinking of my own needs when I let you walk out of my life that morning. I was selfish and thoughtless.
He laughed.
I have no intention of making that mistake again. My only concern now is you and what you want.
All I want is to feel this, I said, snuggling against him more and looking up at the stars. Just me, safe in your arms and losing myself in the stars above us.
You owe me a foot rub for this, at least.
He chuckled and then gently guided us both to lay back.
Do you know the constellations?
No, I don't even know what they look like. Do you?
Somewhat. When my dad worked late and my mom forgot she'd locked Jake and me outside, Jake and I would make up images in the stars. It's quite a fun game.
Okay, then. I nestled into his side and draped my leg over his. Show me an image up there. I just see the glitter and a bluish-black sky. That's when I fully relaxed and let Jim's soothing voice calm my nerves completely. I would check on Addie tonight, and again in the morning after I woke up. If everything was still good, then she could stay until Sunday. If not, she was coming back with Jim and me. I didn't know where this night would lead. If I went to Jim's house or he came to mine, but something told me we weren't leaving each other's sides until the executive's elevator doors opened and he disappeared to his office on the top floor on Monday morning.
Chapter 22. Jim. After I convinced Avery that my house in the Hollywood Hills could take the place of Griffith's Observatory's lawns, we left for the car. After I showed her multiple goofy characters I discovered in the stars above us, Avery quickly played along. We laughed together like kids would, and I could tell Avery was certainly more relaxed than before. I smiled when we got in the car, and the first thing she mentioned was food. We hit the nearest drive-thru for her to grab a couple of burgers, milkshake, and fries, and at that point it seemed that she had regained her composure completely. She called Addie's grandparents and received confirmation that Derek hadn't returned and was locked out of his parents' home. I sighed in relief, along with Avery, that Addison was safe from the son of a bitch who had no business around his little girl until he sobered his sorry ass up. "Holy hell, Jim," Avery said once we drove up the driveway to my place. I pulled the car into my garage next to the collection of vehicles. "Jesus," she looked at the cars we parked next to. "Is this a damn car museum?" "At one time it was," I smirked at her. "All of these cars sat in here like they were in one, and for far too long." I took her hand, kissed the soft center of her palm while opening my door. "Until you saved them all." I chuckled and smiled at her. "What the hell did I do to help these cars?" She laughed and scrunched her face up in humor. I missed that look. "You got through to me in England," I said. While I drove my car there, I realized I'd missed the horsepower and being behind the wheel myself. "Is it why you drove today?" she asked, and I could see confusion spread across her face. "Today, among other days. Sometimes I'm strapped to the laptop and need Blake to drive me around so I can finish up work while on the road." "Well, well," she said after I took the lead and got out of the car, her following. "Yes, I can definitely say—" She paused with a smile on her face, taking in the luxury of sports cars that surrounded her. Shit, Jim. You were definitely missing out on life by keeping these beauties parked. Avery spun back around and I watched her onyx hair cascade over her shoulder. Damn, she was mesmerizingly beautiful with this smile, this laugh, and the sparkle in her vivid blue eyes. Well, if little Bunny is dead, I know who I'm going to ask if I need to borrow a car, she said, walking around to where I stood admiring her. She wrapped her arms around my waist and I tilted my head down to meet her eyes. Bunny? I questioned. The name Addie gave my car. Ah, the rabbit, I said, recalling the make and model of her car that definitely could, as she said, have arrived DOA at the towing yard. Yes, well, you have quite a nice collection to choose from right here. I ran my hand along her cheek. How are you feeling? I couldn't begin to describe how I loved having her close like this again. After running and then enjoying the views at the observatory and being relieved that your car wasn't jacked, and then eating? Yes, after all of that. God, I needed to feel her lips against mine. Honestly, I'm beat. I am happy to be with you again, though. I can't explain it, but this all just feels... She paused in thought. It feels right, I answered, the way I personally felt about us being reunited since losing her in England. She tilted her head and her eyes shimmered. It does. Though I'm still kind of shocked you didn't just drive off and leave me back there. You know, let the crazy, panicked woman go and never look back. She smiled, but her eyes remained locked on mine. I ran a knuckle along her jawline. After you demanded to be let out of the car on a packed freeway, leaving you in a cemetery didn't seem like a wise decision. She laughed, and her expression was so light and youthful again, but I could also see how exhausted she was. You thought I was going to dig myself a 6-foot hole in that cemetery, eh? God only knew what you were going to do. I stepped back and reached down for her hand. I'm glad you didn't jump into the 6-foot abyss of internment, though. Holy hell, she said as we entered the glass door that led into the main floor of the architecturally perfect house. This is your place? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Mr. England Castle. It's quite large, I know, I said. Colin's dad founded an architectural firm. Colin, you may remember, is the neurosurgeon from the documentary piece we watched together. Anyway, they demanded I see this place before it went on the market. Once I was shown the house, I almost couldn't leave it. She released my hand and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling glass doors that surrounded all 3 corners of the sprawling living area we were in. She jumped when the glass doors automatically drew back and disappeared before her eyes. It was a unique feature that Brooks Architectural Concepts added in, but I never found it this intriguing until seeing Avery gracefully walk through them. Crazy as it may be, I stood fascinated with her every move. She strolled down the steps that led toward the infinity pool that was shaped to surround this level of the house. A pool with palm trees and little sand islands in it? These views and... She ran her hands through her hair, pulling it up as she stared at the views. My gosh, this view is mind-blowing. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I agree, these views are remarkable at night, I said after I followed her out of the house and slid my hands in my pockets. It's just as impressive during the day as well. You can see the San Gabriel Mountains, downtown LA, and the Pacific Ocean, even Catalina on clear days, of course. I smirked when she held her hands out, and millions of city lights greeted her from the poolside view of the house. This is magical. No wonder you never seem stressed about anything. If you want the best views from this place, you'll get those on the lounge area on the rooftop. Unless you want to go for a swim. The water is warm. She turned and shook her head. I can't date you. She suddenly became serious. There's no way I can afford you. I felt my breath hitch at first, believing she was going to blow me off because of this ostentatious home. In true-to-form Avery fashion, however, I quickly realized that it was her way of teasing me, and probably acknowledging the fact that this was unquestionably too much for a single guy. If that's the case, I said, while she walked up to me, I'll simply sell the home and live in a shack. Show me the rooftop views, smart guy, she said, taking my hand. This place is so amazing. I think you might find the waterfall that the stairs circle amazing as well. Her bright eyes were too beautiful in reaction to that bit of information. It's enclosed, but it's still an interesting feature. Is there anything you need to tell me? She said, arching her eyebrow at me. Are you running a drug cartel on the side or something? I hate to disappoint you if you've already called the DEA. I laughed. Just making sure, she said, as I led her back into the house. I've watched a lot of movies and television shows about drug cartels, you know, and they all have homes like this. It may come as a disappointment, but I actually busted my ass for this place, I answered with a grin. Now that I can believe, she said with a laugh, nudging my side. Show me around this stunning place, would you? Every floor has those glass doors designed to take in the views. I pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling doors that replaced the walls of the home. The master bedroom is pretty much a floor of its own, I said, as she silently observed the unique home while I led her up the stairs. Addie might enjoy the theater room if you decide the timing is right and wish to bring her here. She'll have us both moved in, Avery laughed. Jesus Christ, I can't bring her here and tell her this is her friend Mitch's home. She'll never leave. We could tell her it's a vacation home, like you told her about my place on the beach. More like a fucking resort carved into a mountain, Avery said as she walked with me onto the rooftop. I used the control panel before walking out to turn on the gas fire pit that was surrounded by lounge furniture. Beyond that was an endless, sprawling view. We can sit out here for a while, or we can always go in so you can get some sleep. So, is this an official invitation to spend the night with you, Mr. Mitchell? I eyed her flirty grin. I would love for you to stay with me for as long as you wish. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. She looked so tired. You must be exhausted after the day you've had. I just want to see and absorb these views. It's all so beautiful, she said, walking further out on the patio. The view isn't going anywhere if you'd rather close your eyes. You know what sounds nice? She walked over, sat on the sofa, and turned to me. Why don't we have a little wine and relax here for a while? Be warned, though, I might fall asleep in your arms. I think I can handle carrying you to bed, I grinned. I'll be back with the wine. Any preference? Surprise me, she said, settling into the cushioned seating. I walked down to the wine cellar, grateful I could help Avery escape the bullshit of this day. Her ex needed to be behind bars, in my opinion. Neither she nor Addie deserved a scum-of-the-earth shithead like him in their lives. I loathed drug addicts with every fiber of my being. They were too fucked up and selfish to understand what they were doing to the people who loved them. Avery had dealt with this shit for at least 3 years that I knew of, and I only knew that because of Addie's age. Thank God she had the strength to leave that self-destructive environment and bust her ass to make it work as a single mom. California was not a cheap place to start over, especially on your own. All I know is I couldn't be more grateful that in her fight to keep herself freed from that asshole, she found a job at Mitchell & Associates, and by some mystical coincidence, I'd walked out on the floor that day and saw her and Addison. If I'd never gone to that floor, I would have never seen that she had secretly come back into my life. Was I committed to her, to Addison? After tonight, I could safely say I was. I wasn't letting her out of my life again.
Chapter 23. Avery. The fragrance of masculinity, sandalwood, and decadent leather filled my senses, and I smiled when I recalled I was safely in Jim's house. It was still dark out, and even though I woke somewhat startled that I was not in my own bed, this calmness I felt kept me in a peaceful and restful state of bliss. The soft, crisp sheets were an experience on their own. The fresh breeze flowing in the room kept everything in my body in this rested state. I turned to curl onto my side, and that's when my eyes popped open. My sleepy bliss was stolen away by reality. Holy shit. I wasn't awake enough to calculate that I'd made good on my joke about falling asleep on the roof at Jim's place, and he certainly carried me to bed. Now here I was, eyes open, with the light of the room enhanced by the balcony's garden lighting. The lighting worked to enhance my view of the man who'd saved me from turmoil in every way yesterday. I snuggled closer to where he lay flat on his back, and just as I'd fallen asleep in his arms in England, I wrapped my body around him. His right arm came up and pulled me in closer, while his other hand rested on my leg. I loved the few nights we slept wrapped up in each other like this, and I was so thankful we found our way back into each other's arms again. Jim didn't wake. He just held me, and like we both admitted, it felt right. God bless this man's heart. I did remember him carrying me to bed now. I remembered being so sleepy that I stayed in my clothes while he changed into his shirt and shorts, all after I begged him to hold me and never let me go. I guess sleep deprivation made me extra sappy. He was definitely a keeper, though. He'd stuck with me through all of yesterday's insanity, and that deserved some kind of award on its own. I inhaled his cologne, bringing me back to our wild times in England. That fragrance was intoxicating. There was simply no doubt about that. I couldn't resist kissing his side that I was curled against, and after listening to his rhythmic breathing, I fell directly back to sleep. My phone's ringing startled me awake. The sun had already risen, and I was alone in the room. I turned to the nightstand and grabbed my phone before it could go to voicemail.
Avery?
Larry, Derek's dad, said.
Hey, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, hey, hun,
he said, and I could hear Addie giggling in the background.
I wanted to let you know that Derek was arrested last night. We're not bailing him out this time.
About goddamn time, I thought, knowing Derek's parents could be my worst enemies at times. What happened?
DUI and tried to resist arrest. He was pretty high. Maybe some time in county jail will help him sober up.
Yeah, I said, rubbing my forehead and sitting up in bed. What a fucking jackass. I'm glad you guys aren't bailing him out. He needs to get sober, Larry. He needs rehab.
Mom and I know that, he said. We're taking Addie to the zoo today. We don't want her upset that her dad's not here.
Good. I scrunched my face up in annoyance. You realize she's more attached to you than him anyway, right?
Derek spends time with her.
He started to defend him. When he takes a nap. Seriously, he needs help.
We know that,
Larry insisted. Yeah, you know that, but never do a fucking thing about it. Then I heard Addie in the background.
Papa, let's go to the zoo.
She sang the last word while Larry chuckled. Go ahead and go. I'll be there tomorrow. I've got to figure out my car situation today, I said. That damn thing's probably toast.
Maybe your new job can help you buy a new one.
You mean maybe my new job can cut me in advance and I can go and hope I can find another one? Addie and I will most likely be finding alternative ways to get to work.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, I need to jump in the shower. Have fun today, and make sure to put on sunscreen. I get off the phone with Larry, his lack of concern for our automobile predicament not fazing me. Addie and I could easily manage to take the bus or something to get to work until I got paid. I was no stranger to making something work out of nothing. I slipped out of bed and went on the hunt for Jim. My mood was beyond happy, knowing that Derek was behind bars and Larry and Annette weren't bailing him out this time. At this moment in time, the stars were aligning in my favor, and I wasn't going to fight it. I followed the scent of eggs and toast. It smelled too delicious. What was he cooking down here? I sniffed out the location of the kitchen like a starving dog, and I shouldn't have been surprised when I saw it was a chef's dream kitchen. I guess I'm never getting breakfast in bed so long as I'm with you, I said, pulling my hair into a ponytail, trying not to be affected by the smack in my face of utter gorgeousness when I first saw Jim. Jim smirked. He was in here cooking with no shirt on, and his black hair was sexy as fuck, still wet and revealing a natural curl he had. Damn, how long had it been? England felt like forever ago. How could I have forgotten this man had a body of perfection, built with tightly carved muscles that were highlighted by his tanned skin? His biceps, his broad shoulders, his beautiful face, with that youthful look I'd noticed when Addison teased him. I almost wanted to say I loved him after everything yesterday. Since waking up in the middle of the night when he held me close,